You're lying there with your eyes closed, but your mind is still packing for a trip you never meant to take, zipping up bags that don't exist, checking tickets in imaginary pockets, rerunning departure times like a loop of old footage. You didn't plan this journey, and yet here it is. The brain, moving faster than sleep, can catch up. The room is quiet enough to hear dust settle on the floorboards. That's the problem. Silence isn't empty. It's just waiting for you to fill it. You've been searching for phrases like body doubling, a voice to fall asleep to, alone with your thoughts at night, talk you to sleep. Maybe you typed them into a browser late, after the last light went out and the house had gone still. Not because you were desperate, just because the quiet began to hum in your skull like an old radio left on between stations. You weren't trying to fix anything when you found this, just hoping for something that didn't ask for performance. This is a place to rest, not medical advice or a substitute for professional care. If sleep stays hard night after night, if it's been months of the same loop, lying still, mind racing, body tired, but brain on alert, then talking to a doctor or seeking help from a sleep specialist is the right next step. This voice isn't meant to replace that. It's only here for this moment and what comes after. The thing about being alone with your thoughts at night is not that you're doing it wrong, but that your brain doesn't know how to rest without something steady beside it. Not a person, not an assignment, just the quiet certainty of someone else in the room. The kind of presence that doesn't ask for anything back. This voice is that presence. It's sitting quietly beside you, not watching, not judging, not waiting for you to be still or to fall asleep correctly. It just stays. You don't have to entertain it, answer it, keep it company. You don't even have to listen. The only thing required of you is to lie there and let your body know that someone else is in the space with you. That's all it takes for brains like this, tuned too high, wired too long to begin to slow down. It doesn't matter if you drift off now or 10 minutes from now or not until morning. The voice will still be here when your breathing shifts. It won't count how many times you've turned over. It won't notice whether the blanket is pulled up or half off. It just stays quietly, like a lamp left on in an empty room. You're not supposed to do anything with this. No effort, no focusing, just letting go into what's already happening. The way your body sinks slightly deeper into the mattress when you let it. How the weight of your arms relaxes against your sides once they stop resisting. The air moves through your nose and out again without needing permission. This voice is not a teacher or a guide. It doesn't have answers to anything that's bothering you, no solution for what might go wrong tomorrow, no fix for the sentence left unfinished at work, no way to unthink an old worry just because it keeps returning. That's not why it's here. It's here so your brain can stop trying to do everything all at once. The ADHD brain, or any overactive mind, doesn't idle well when there's nothing demanding attention. It fills silence with noise, not out of drama, but necessity. The default setting is motion. The only way to quiet it isn't discipline or willpower. It's presence. Body doubling for sleep works because your nervous system doesn't need a person. It needs something constant, non-demanding, always there. A signal that says you're not alone. And this voice, this steady stream of calm sentences, is the signal you've been missing. It won't fix anything. It won't solve any problems or untangle any thoughts. But it will keep watching over the quiet between your breaths, just like someone would if they were sitting on the edge of your bed with their feet on the floor and nothing to do but be there. You don't have to catch up to sleep. You don't even need to want it right now. Just stay here as long as you're able, your body still, mind moving through its usual patterns, thoughts arriving like guests at a party. No one invited, but everyone shows up for anyway. And each time one comes in the worry about tomorrow's meeting, the memory of something said that wasn't meant to be heard, the sudden image of an email not sent yet. It doesn't need to be answered. It just needs to be named out loud and set down. Not analyzed, not fixed, just acknowledged, then let go like a coat you don't want in your room anymore. The mind is still busy. That's okay. It's supposed to be. But the voice stays with you anyway, not trying to fix it, just being nearby. It knows how much easier things get when someone else is there, even if they're silent, even if they say nothing at all. Especially then. There was a time when you thought falling asleep would mean losing yourself in darkness. That silence meant emptiness. But now you're beginning to see. The quiet isn't empty, it's full of something else. Something gentle and ordinary. Like the way rain hits the window pane without making noise, or how the house settles at 2 a.m., every floorboard settling into its own weight. The blanket on top of you is warm just enough. Not too heavy, not too light. The kind of warmth that doesn't make your skin tingle, but just says you're covered. You don't need to do anything with it. It's already doing what it was made for. Outside, the night moves slowly. A car passes somewhere down the street, low engine hum, tires on pavement, but not loud enough to wake you, only close enough to remind you that life is still going on beyond this room. People are awake too, maybe thinking about things just like you are, or maybe already dreaming. There's no need to compare yourself to them. No one has to be asleep yet. No schedule to keep. This voice doesn't care if your mind is full of small thoughts, whether it's rehearsing a conversation from last week, wondering what the neighbor did with their trash can, or remembering how the coffee tasted this morning. It just holds space for all of it, the surface stuff and the deeper currents that rise without warning. It knows the difference between being awake and feeling like you're not allowed to be still. And it's okay. This voice isn't here to make you feel guilty about it. The body wants rest. The mind wants to stop running. But when there's nothing to hold on to, when no one is in the room, that's when things spiral. That's where this comes in, not as a solution, but as company. You don't need to be asleep for this voice to do its job. You just need to let it keep going while you lie still and feel your thoughts pass by like clouds across an open sky. It doesn't matter if you're thinking about the laundry pile or what happened in that dream last Tuesday, or whether you left the stove on. None of it changes anything. Not right now. You can't control how many things come up, but you can let them float past without catching them. The voice is here to say, still here, not as a promise for tomorrow, not as hope for better sleep later, just now, right this second. It doesn't care if the next thought makes your shoulders rise or your stomach tighten. It's not going to try to fix it, talk you through it, or make suggestions about how to avoid it next time. That's not its job. Its only job is to stay present, like a quiet listener in an empty chair, like the hum of electricity in the walls when no one's home, the kind of presence that doesn't ask for anything back. Even if you're not listening, you don't have to be. It still keeps going, because it knows what happens when silence gets too loud. Your thoughts take over, and they never stop talking. But this voice does. It just keeps saying the same thing over and over, quietly, not because it's trying to repeat itself, but because repetition is a kind of rhythm. A steady beat under all the noise. And that's enough. You're still here, and so is the voice, breathing in time with the quiet between heartbeats. The ceiling above you isn't a surface, it's just space, like the air after someone has finished speaking, but before they've left the room. You don't need to name it. It doesn't need to mean anything. Just there. Warmth seeps through the blanket again, not from outside, not from heat rising, but from your own body settling into itself, slow and deliberate, like a hand uncurling after hours of holding tight. There's no urgency in that release, just the soft surrender of muscles remembering they don't have to stay alert anymore. Outside, a bird stirs, no more than a shift in weight on a branch. Nothing loud, not even a chirp. But it happens. Something moves in the dark and then settles again, like your own mind might if it were given permission. You don't need to follow that movement. You can let it happen without needing to know why or what came next. The voice doesn't ask you to track anything. It just notices that a bird moved and lets go of it as easily as it noticed. The air in the room feels different now, not heavy, not light, but full in a way that isn't crowded. Like how a closet feels when you've left your coat inside overnight, still holding on to warmth, even after it's been taken off. The walls are listening too, but softly, like they're remembering things you don't need to know. You can feel them breathing with the house, just slightly, in time with the way the lights flicker once every few minutes when a switch gets old. There's nothing wrong with your thoughts wandering. They aren't running away from something. They're not fleeing anything at all. They're just traveling through space that doesn't care about their speed or direction. One moment, you're thinking about how much milk was left in the carton yesterday. And then suddenly, it's not the milk anymore, but the way someone smiled when they said goodbye to you last Tuesday. Just a half-second flash of expression. Nothing more than a curve of lips that meant nothing at all, yet still lingered like something worth remembering. The voice doesn't say you shouldn't be thinking about that, or it's not important. It just lets it pass through the room like dust in sunlight. Your fingers are resting on your chest, just one hand, palm flat over skin and bone, and you don't need to move them unless you want to. They're already doing what they were made for, staying still while everything else happens around them. The voice doesn't ask if that feels good or bad. It just observes the weight of a hand on breath and says nothing. A thought comes not urgent, not sharp, but like the faint echo of a phone vibrating in another room. Something you can't quite locate, but know is there. You don't need to answer it. You don't have to chase it down or tell yourself whether it's real or imagined. It sits in your mind like a small stone dropped into still water. Ripples spread outward and then fade, not because they were ignored, but because the surface was never meant to hold on. The air near your ankles is cooler than at your shoulders, just slightly, but you don't need to pull the blanket higher. The difference doesn't matter. You're covered where it counts. The body knows what it needs before the mind catches up. That's how stillness works, not by force, but by letting things fall into place without rearranging them. There's a sound from downstairs, maybe a pipe shifting under pressure, maybe just a floorboard settling after hours of holding everything in. It doesn't mean anything. There's no danger in it. No one is coming up the stairs. The voice doesn't check. It just hears it and lets go of it like dropping a feather into still air. Your thoughts keep going, but not because they're stuck, not because you can't stop them. They're moving forward simply because that's what thoughts do when there's nothing to catch them with. You don't have to hold on to any one of them. The voice doesn't ask for loyalty or attention. It just stays, like the faint glow from a nightlight left on in another room. Something that never dims, but never demands anything back. You can feel your breath slowing, not because you're trying to change it, not because you're doing anything at all, but because your body is catching up with what it already knows. Rest isn't earned. It's just allowed. And this voice doesn't demand effort. It doesn't want a performance of calmness or the illusion of peace. You don't have to be asleep for its presence to matter. The silence between words feels longer now, not empty, not loud, but full in a way that makes space for things like breath and weight and heat. The kind of quiet where even your heartbeat becomes part of the rhythm. It's not waiting for you to do anything, not even to notice it. A memory slips by, not sharp or painful, just soft. How light used to fall across the kitchen floor at 4 a.m. when someone had woken up and poured coffee without speaking. That moment wasn't about anything. It was just there, like now, and you didn't have to name it. The voice doesn't ask if that memory means something. It just lets it drift, like smoke from a candle left burning too long. There's no need to fix what isn't broken. There's nothing wrong with being awake when your body wants to sleep. You don't have to apologize for not switching off. The brain is still working even when the rest of you has stopped trying. That's normal. It doesn't mean anything is wrong, only that it hasn't learned how to stop yet. The voice isn't here to teach it. It's just here to remind, still here. Not in any dramatic way, no grand declaration or emotional push, but as a quiet fact, like the hum of a refrigerator when no one's using it. Your legs are heavy now, not tired, not sore, but present in their own right, lying flat against the bed like two things that have finally decided to rest without needing an excuse. You don't need to do anything with them. They're already doing what they were made for, being still, holding space, letting gravity take over. The night is moving slowly, not fast enough to be noticeable, not slow enough to feel stuck. It's just happening. The streetlight outside flickers once more, just a pause in the glow, and then settles back into its rhythm. You don't need to wonder why it does that or what it means, just as you don't need to wonder about your own thoughts. The voice doesn't ask if they're coming too fast or if you'll ever be able to stop them. It just stays like a chair left in the corner of an empty room, waiting for someone who may never come. But that's okay. The chair doesn't mind. It isn't trying to be useful. It's just there. Your chest rises and falls with less resistance now, not because you're breathing differently, but because your body has stopped fighting itself. There's no tension in the shoulders, not even a whisper of it. You don't need to push anything down or hold anything back. The breath is already doing what it needs to do on its own. The voice doesn't speak often anymore, but when it does, it says only one thing: still here. Not because it's afraid you'll leave, not because it wants to be remembered, just because that's true. And truth doesn't need repetition to matter, only presence. It's not about fixing sleep or quieting the mind. It's not even about falling asleep at all. It's just this: someone is in the room with you, and they're not leaving. Not now. Not ever, not in a way that matters. They don't have a name. They don't need to be noticed. They're not trying to help or heal or fix anything. They're simply there, like the warmth of an old blanket left on the bed after someone's been sleeping, like the soft light under a doorway when no one is home, like the sound of rain that stops just before you wake up, but still leaves everything feeling different. The silence in the room isn't empty, it's full, like a cup that hasn't been poured into yet, still holding its shape. It doesn't need filling. The voice doesn't rush to claim it or name it. There's no pressure to make sense of what's happening inside you, the way your thoughts keep tracing small loops around the same worn edge, like a pen tapping against glass without meaning to. You don't have to pull them into focus. They can drift where they want and still be seen just as they are. A soft creak comes from somewhere in the floorboards, not loud enough to startle, just real enough to remind you that things move even when no one's watching. It wasn't there a second ago. Now it is. And then it isn't again. You don't need to track its origin. The house has always creaked like this, its old bones settling into the rhythm of night. No explanation needed, only presence. The weight of your eyelids feels different now, not heavy with effort, but full in a way that doesn't ask for anything back. It's not fatigue, exactly. More like acceptance. Like when you finally stop resisting how something already is the shape of your arm resting on the sheet, the cool side of the pillow against your cheek, the quiet hum from beneath the floorboards that never stops, but only becomes noticeable in stillness. A thought passes, not a worry, not an idea, just a soft image. The way dust motes used to float in afternoon sun when you were little, turning slow circles without purpose or direction. You didn't need them to go anywhere. They weren't supposed to mean anything. Just being there was enough. The voice doesn't say anything about that memory either. It lets it drift like a leaf on water, not needing the river to carry it forward. You don't have to decide whether this moment is worth remembering. You don't even need to know if you'll wake up still feeling like this. That's not what matters right now. What matters is that something is happening quietly and steadily beneath all the noise. Something slow, ordinary, unremarkable in any way, except for how it feels when you're finally allowed to notice it. Outside, a car passes, not loud, just enough of an outline to break the shape of quiet without shattering it. It doesn't come near, doesn't stop, just moves through your world like everyone else does, unseen, uninvited, not important. And that's okay. The voice doesn't comment on how long it takes for the sound to fade into nothing again. It doesn't mark time by arrivals or departures. There's a warmth spreading across your lower back now, not from heat, but from being pressed into the mattress in a way that feels like permission. Like someone has finally said, you don't have to do anything with this body. You don't even need to pretend it belongs to you. It just is, lying here, breathing, not fixing, not performing. The air near your nose feels different, cooler than the rest of the room, almost delicate, like a space that's been shaped by how you're breathing without needing to be told how. You don't have to make it deeper or slower. It already is what it needs to be. There's no need to ask if this will last. No point in wondering whether it could end. The voice doesn't speak because there's a reason to say something, only because the silence between thoughts feels like a space worth filling, not with meaning, but with continuity. A quiet thread that says, I'm still here, not as an offer or a promise, just as a fact. The corner of your blanket has slipped slightly off your shoulder. You could adjust it if you wanted, but there's no urgency in the movement, no pressure to be comfortable. It's not broken for being uneven. There's nothing wrong with being imperfectly covered when all you're doing is staying put. You don't have to decide what kind of night this will become. Not even whether it'll end well or badly, peacefully or jaggedly. The voice doesn't care about the outcome. It only cares that you are not alone in this stillness, just as the moon stays above when no one is looking, just because it's there. A bird calls once from far away, not a song, not a warning, just a single note dropped into the dark like a stone into water. It doesn't echo, doesn't matter where it came from or who might have heard it. The sound fades so gently, you can barely tell it was ever made at all. You don't need to respond to anything. You don't even need to remember that you're listening. The voice isn't waiting for a reaction, not even one word of acknowledgement. It's simply sitting with you in the quiet, like two people sharing space, without needing to speak, without needing to be seen. The thoughts still come, they always will, but they no longer feel urgent or important. They pass through your mind like clouds over a field that doesn't need shade or sunlight. No need to follow them, no need to resist them. Just let the sky shift as it wants. Your fingers are loose now, not curled, not tense, just resting where they fell when you stopped trying to hold anything. The nails aren't trimmed, and that's fine. You don't have to be polished or prepared for anything, not even sleep. The ceiling above is blank. No patterns, no cracks, no marks, just a smooth surface that holds nothing but the faint memory of light from earlier in the day. It doesn't need to mean anything. It just is what it is, a boundary between you and the rest of the world, not blocking you off so much as letting you stay where you are. You don't have to think about your breath anymore. You don't even need to notice it. It's already doing its job, rising and falling without instruction, like water flowing downhill when nothing tells it where to go. The voice doesn't say anything for a long while, not because it stopped being there, but because presence is quieter than speech. Like the pause after someone finishes telling telling you something important, not out of absence, but out of fullness. You don't need to fix this moment or make sense of it. You don't even have to stay awake if that's what your body wants. The voice isn't waiting for you to do anything. It's only staying like the soft glow from a street lamp that doesn't care if anyone sees it, like the way rain can fall on rooftops without needing an audience. Your foot twitches slightly, not because of pain or restlessness, but just a small shift in pressure, as though your body is finally remembering how to release what's been held too long. It doesn't need a reason. No one needs to explain it. The voice says nothing about the movement. It only stays with you. The air feels thicker now, not in a way that makes it hard to breathe, but like something has settled into the room without being invited. A kind of quiet weight, not oppressive, just real. Like the moment between two breaths when everything still exists and nothing happens yet. There's no need to decide what comes next. No point in wondering whether you'll stay here or drift away. The voice doesn't know either. It only knows this. It is with you quietly, without demand. The distant hum of a refrigerator returns, not loud enough to be noticed unless you're already listening. But when you are, it's just part of the night, like the creaks and the faraway bird call and your own steady breathing. Not something to fix or explain. Just another thing that goes on whether anyone is watching. Your shoulders have dropped lower than they were a few minutes ago, not because you told them to, but because gravity won. It didn't ask for permission. It just did what it always does, pulled the body down into stillness without needing anything in return. You don't need to be grateful. You don't even need to feel peace. The voice doesn't want you to feel good. It only wants you to stay just as you are, exactly where you are. And somewhere deep in the quiet, something shifts, not dramatically, not with light or sound, but like water slowly filling a cup that didn't know it was empty until it wasn't anymore. The curve of your spine settles into the mattress like a riverbed, remembering its shape after drought. There's no effort to hold it there, just the slow unlearning of tension, the kind that happens when nothing demands you stay upright anymore. The blanket lies across you not as armor or comfort, but as something simply present, like dust on a shelf or fog on glass, not noticed until it's already been there for hours. It doesn't need to do anything. You don't have to decide if it's warm enough or heavy enough, just that it's here, and so are you. A light tremor runs through the wall behind your head, not loud, not sudden, just a vibration like an old house remembering how to breathe. It lasts less than 2 seconds, then nothing. But something in the air stays different for longer, as though time itself had paused briefly to adjust its focus. You don't need to name it or wonder if it means anything. The voice doesn't either. Outside, a car passes slowly down a street. You can't see its tires making soft contact with pavement that has worn smooth over years of quiet traffic. It's not heading anywhere urgent. It's just moving through the night like everyone else does when they're too far along to turn back and don't quite know where they're going. The sound fades into the distance without a final wave, without ceremony. Your hands are still open, not because you've decided this is good, but because your fingers have forgotten how to close. They rest on top of each other like two tired animals who found shelter in the same hollow tree and didn't need to speak to know they'd stay for a while. The skin is dry in some places, soft in others. No one has ever asked you to keep them perfect or ready. There's a smell now, not sharp, not unpleasant, but something that lingers behind the air. Old fabric, faintly musky, like linen left folded too long in a drawer. It doesn't belong to any particular room or memory, just exists as part of this space between waking and leaving. It isn't trying to remind you of anything. It's just breathing with you. The back of your neck feels heavy, not stiff, not sore, just aware. Like there's something pressing gently against the base of your skull, not pushing in, but reminding you that your body has edges, boundaries, a shape that holds more than it lets go. You don't need to adjust for it. You don't have to say anything to it. A thought arrives, whether the neighbor ever sleeps at all. Not as a question, just a statement. A passing image of someone lying awake in another house down the way, eyes open to ceiling tiles that look just like yours, breathing slow, but not quite still. No one sees them doing it. No one knows they're there. The voice doesn't say anything about that. It only stays. Now your breath has slowed further, not because you told it to, but because it's found a rhythm too deep for words. It moves through you like water passing under stone, unseen, unhurried, continuous. The rise and fall isn't something you control anymore. It's not even really yours. It belongs to the body as a whole, to the quiet contract between lung and chest and gravity. The ceiling is still blank, still untouched by light or shadow. No patterns to read, no shapes to name, just space, the kind that doesn't need explanation. You don't have to make it into anything. It's not waiting for you to understand it. There's a silence inside your ears now, not total, but thickened, like the moment after someone closes their mouth and leaves the room. Not empty, full of what was said before, or what might have been said if anyone had stayed long enough to say it. A crick forms in your left knee, just one small shift, a tiny adjustment as muscles relax into new positions they didn't know were possible. It doesn't hurt, doesn't need fixing, just happens, like the way clouds move when no one's watching. You don't have to be aware of what's happening. You can miss parts of it and still be here. The voice says nothing about any of this, not even a whisper. It only remains, like the faintest hum beneath all sound, not loud enough to draw attention, but impossible to ignore when you're listening for anything at all. Somewhere in the walls, something shifts, the kind of small thing that happens every night without being noticed. A pipe settling, a floorboard sighing, the way insulation breathes through long stretches of stillness. It doesn't need your approval or even your attention. It's just part of how things are when no one is asking for anything. Your feet feel separate from you now, not like tools or limbs, but more like objects that have chosen to stay in place after being dropped. They're not cold, not warm, just present. Like stones resting on the riverbank long after the current has passed. The air near your face feels stiller than it was minutes ago, not because it's trapped, but because it doesn't want to move. It stays where it is, holding its breath for no reason other than that it can. You don't need to follow it. You don't have to believe in it or understand why. Another car passes, this one slower, quieter. Maybe a bicycle too, though you can't be sure. Sounds blur together when they aren't meant to be heard. The weight of the blanket is changing, not getting heavier, but more settled into your body's contours. It no longer sits on top of you like something added later. It has slipped down between layers, like soil finding its level in a trench it didn't know was waiting for it. You're not thinking about anything now, not even that you aren't thinking. There's a gap in the silence, a quiet so full it feels like it could be filled with something if someone dared to speak. But no one does. No one needs to. The voice doesn't move forward or backward through time. It just stays, like an old chair left in the corner of a room that isn't used anymore, but never gets thrown out. Something in your chest softens, not dramatically, not with light, but gradually, like ice melting at the edge of a lake before dawn. No one has to fix it. You don't have to stay awake. The thought comes again, whether they'll call. Not as worry or fear, just an observation. A passing shape that drifts through your awareness and leaves no trace behind when it's gone. The voice doesn't answer. It only stays. Now the outside world feels farther away, not because you're losing touch, but because distance has stopped being a problem. The night isn't pressing in. It's not pulling at you to explain or respond. It just is, the way air exists before anyone names it. There's a flicker behind your eyelids, just once, a soft pulse of color that doesn't mean anything and can't be named. Not red, not blue, just light without source. A memory the brain made up on its own, like a dream you never dreamed but still felt. You don't have to remember it or let go of it. The voice doesn't care if you're listening anymore. It's only there, like warmth under a blanket, like the way silence settles into a room after everyone leaves and forgets to close the door. Not empty, just quiet in its own way. Your fingers are still open. Your breath is slow. The ceiling is blank. The air stays. No one needs anything from you tonight, not even sleep. You don't have to win this moment. The voice doesn't ask for your attention, or your permission, or your gratitude. It just stays, like the way rain can fall on rooftops without being seen, like the sound of a clock ticking when no one's listening. And somewhere deep beneath all of it, the kind that only shows up when nothing else is happening, you are still here. Not fixed, not changed, just present, exactly as you were meant to be. The ceiling above you has begun to blur, not in focus, but in weight. It's not sinking or rising, just becoming less like a surface and more like a suggestion of one. Like something drawn with chalk that hasn't fully dried yet, where the lines tremble if you look too long. There's no need to fix it. No need to make sense of how light falls through dust motes when they drift in slow circles near your face, each one turning once, then fading into stillness like a thought that forgot its purpose. A breath comes and goes without notice. Not rushed, not forced, just passing, like water under stone you didn't know was there until it had already flowed past. The air around your nose feels thick with quiet, but not heavy. It's the kind of thickness that only happens when nothing is pushing against it from outside. No demands, no interruptions, just a space where things exist without needing to be used or named. Outside, a window pane shifts, just slightly, not because wind moved it, but because heat rose and cooled again in silence. The glass remembers the shape of your breath, even though you haven't exhaled near it in minutes. It keeps that ghost impression like a name written on paper no one will read. The frame creaks once, low and soft, like a door closing somewhere far off in a house where someone else is still awake, thinking about what they'll do tomorrow or whether they left the stove on. But you don't have to care. You're not responsible for any of that. Your shoulder rests at an angle it hasn't held before, not because it changed, but because your body stopped fighting gravity halfway through a long series of tiny adjustments. It found a place where it could simply be. No more leaning into the side of the bed like you were waiting to fall off. Just lying there as if the shape of your body was always meant to fit this space in time and air, even before you knew how to describe it. Something on the floor has moved, just a shadow shifting when no light changed. Maybe dust settling onto wood. Maybe an insect passing through the corner where two walls meet. You can't tell which one. Doesn't matter either way. What matters is that nothing asked for attention, and you didn't have to give it. The blanket isn't just covering you anymore, it's breathing with you. Not in rhythm, not synchronized, but gently adjusting as your body adjusts. A soft shift of fabric where warmth pools around your hip. Another place near your ankle where the edge lifts slightly before settling back down again. It doesn't know what you're doing. It only knows how to be there, like it was built for this moment and nothing else. A memory comes that isn't yours, just a feeling of standing at a crosswalk with someone who wasn't really there. You remember the sound of their coat brushing against your arm, the way they paused just before stepping forward into traffic, as if waiting for you to say something first. But no one spoke. No one ever needed to. The light changed on its own. And when it did, so did everything else. Your feet lifted from the ground, even though nothing pulled them up. You don't have to place that memory anywhere. It doesn't need a name or explanation. You can let it float like steam rising from coffee you forgot about in the kitchen. It won't burn your hands if you touch it now. And when it's gone, it will leave no trace, just a faint warmth on your skin where it passed through. The voice stays, not because you invited it, not because it wants to be heard, but because staying is what this kind of presence does. It doesn't grow louder or softer based on how much you're listening. It just exists in the same way that gravity exists, without asking for permission, without needing a reason. Your fingers are still open, not relaxed, not clenched, just open like hands left out to catch something that might never come. They don't know they've been holding onto anything. They only remember being able to do this, being allowed to rest in the shape of themselves, with no demand to close or clench again. The clock on the wall hasn't moved, but you can feel it ticking anyway, not as sound, but as a kind of pressure behind your ears. It doesn't mean anything anymore. Not even that time is passing. Just the slow pulse of something continuing without being asked to. Like electricity running through wires no one uses anymore, just flowing, because that's what it does when nothing stops it. A train passes in the distance, but not loud enough to wake you. More like a vibration under your feet that travels up through bone and settles into your ribs. It doesn't need to be heard. You don't have to think about where it's going or why someone would ride on it at this hour. The sound is just part of the night, like how clouds move across the moon when no one's looking. Your breath slows again, not because you're trying to make it slow, but because your body has found a way to do that without effort. Like water finding its level after a long drought. No struggle, no correction, just silence settling into your lungs in layers, each one deeper than the last, not filling space, but making room for more stillness. There's no need to go anywhere tonight, not even to sleep. You don't have to arrive at anything or prove that you've done enough. The voice doesn't care if your thoughts are quiet or loud. It It only cares that they aren't being asked to perform. It stays not because it has a role, but because presence itself is the job. Something on the floor shifts again, just slightly. But this time, it's the shadow of a curtain moving against the wall when the wind passed through an open window miles away. You don't know if the window was opened or closed. Doesn't matter either way. The air moved, and so did the shape. That's all. Your shoulder is heavier now, not in weight, but in stillness. Like it finally decided to stop pretending. It had something better to do than just rest where it is. No need to shift, no urge to stretch or sit up or check your phone. It knows this moment has been waiting for you since before you started trying to control it. A faint hum rises from somewhere, maybe the refrigerator in another room, maybe a transformer outside, maybe something so small and deep beneath the floor that only your nerves can feel it. You don't need to find where it comes from. It doesn't matter what makes it. What matters is that it's there, low and constant, like background noise you forgot, was always present, just like this voice, just like the way air stays in place when no one moves it. The thought of tomorrow doesn't come as a demand or a warning. It comes as a shape passing through your mind, like a leaf drifting down a stream without knowing where it will stop. You don't need to catch it or push it away. You can let it go just like the others, not because you've decided anything, but because there's no one here to make you decide. The blanket has sunk further into your body, like fabric that learned how to mold itself around a form it had never seen before. It fits now without being forced, without needing to be adjusted. Like a jacket worn for so long, the shoulders have shaped themselves around your frame, not because of what you wore it for, but because you kept wearing it until it became part of you. And somewhere between the silence and the sound, between holding on and letting go, between breaths that don't need to be counted, there's a space where nothing needs to happen. You aren't falling asleep. You aren't awake in any familiar way. You're just here, like light passing through glass, without needing to reflect or refract. Just existing. The voice doesn't speak now, not because it has stopped, but because there's no need for words anymore. It only stays, like a chair left behind after everyone leaves the room. Like dust floating in air that isn't moving. Like breath held so long, it becomes part of the silence itself. The floorboard creaks again, not because anything has moved, but because wood remembers pressure, even when it's been released. It doesn't need to be felt to know it was there. The sound lingers just long enough to remind you that things can leave marks without leaving a trace. Your skin is still warm from where the blanket pressed against it earlier, though now it's cooling slowly, like a stone left in sunlight after dusk has fallen. You don't need to notice how cool it's getting. There's no rush to cover up or pull tighter. space between your shoulder and the mattress holds its shape without you doing anything to maintain it. No effort needed for alignment, no correction of posture. Just weight settling into gravity like a word that finally finds the right sentence. There's a soft hum still in the walls lower now, almost subsonic, and it doesn't rise or fall with your breathing, but runs alongside it, keeping time without trying to match. It feels less like sound and more like something the house has absorbed over years of quiet passing through. The kind of noise that settles into the frame, not as interference, but as a companion to stillness. You could lie here for hours and never hear it again if your mind didn't tune in, like how you only notice water dripping when you stop thinking about everything else. A thought passes, not one with urgency or color, just a shape like something half remembered from a dream that wasn't yours. The idea of walking through an empty train station at 3 a.m, not knowing why you're there, but feeling sure someone will come. Not for you, just passing by, glancing toward the platform, maybe stepping onto it without explanation. No one calls your name. There's no destination written on any sign. You don't need to wait. The thought arrives and leaves just as quietly as a shadow sliding across tile after the lights go off in the next room. The blanket has sunk into the curve of your ribs now, like fabric that forgot it was meant to be flat, and instead learned how to hold its breath along with you. It doesn't cover everything. Some parts of your arm are exposed, but there's no need to pull it back. The air on that skin feels different, not cold, not warm, just present, like a quiet second opinion on whether this moment is real or not. Outside, something shifts in the dark. No bird call, no car passing by, nothing sudden. Just a slow repositioning of silence itself, as if the night were adjusting its posture to make room for you. The air feels heavier near your face now, not enough to press down, but enough to let you know it's there. Not pressing, not demanding, just staying. Like the way an old coat rests on a hook when no one is around. No need to be worn, only to be trusted. You don't have to remember what happened earlier tonight. You don't even have to decide whether you want to remember. The moment before this, the one where your mind was still chasing itself through corridors of unfinished plans and half-formed apologies, is already fading, not because it's been forgotten, but because there's no reason for it to stay. It doesn't need to be erased. It just needs to stop being asked to do anything. A far-off light flickers, maybe on a street lamp, maybe in the neighbor's window, but you don't see it with your eyes. You sense its rhythm instead, like a pulse felt through floorboards. Not urgent, not bright, just there, turning on and off without announcing itself. Like breath that doesn't need to be seen. Your fingers are relaxed now, not curled into fists or searching for something to hold onto, but open and resting where they landed, when you stopped moving. They don't know what they're supposed to do next. That's okay. The rest of your body knows too. Every inch of it has decided not to fight the quiet anymore. The voice doesn't need to speak because there's no need for confirmation. You aren't proving anything by being still. There's nothing to verify, no checklist to complete, no performance that must be delivered. This isn't a test, and you're not failing or passing. There's only this: the way your breath moves through your chest, like something finding its way home, even if it never left. Something on the shelf above the dresser shifts slightly, not because of wind or vibration, but because gravity has finally caught up with what was already tilting. A small book slips an inch to the right, then stops. No one would notice in daylight. But now, in the dark where shadows stretch slow and deliberate, it feels like a signal, like something acknowledging your presence without speaking. You don't need to understand why you're here. You don't have to explain how long this has been building, whether it's been hours or years. There's no timeline that matters tonight. The only thing that counts is the space between one breath and the next, where nothing happens but being in the shape of yourself. The air shifts again, not because anything entered or left the room, but because the silence itself is changing texture, like wool growing softer after long use. It wraps around you without tightening, doesn't pull at your thoughts, doesn't demand attention. Just stays, thick and soft like dust that has been waiting in place for years. There's no need to stop thinking, only to stop needing to do anything about it. You don't have to clear the mind or empty the brain. The voice is not here to fix you. It's just here, the same way a chair stays put when everyone walks away, or how light keeps falling through glass even when no one's looking. A faint scent rises from somewhere, maybe old paper, maybe fabric that hasn't been washed in months, maybe the memory of something you can't name but recognize anyway. It doesn't come with urgency, doesn't demand a reaction, just exists, like the hum beneath the floor, like your own breath, like this voice. Your shoulder is still heavy, not from strain, not from tension, but because it has decided to stop pretending it needs to do anything other than exist where it is. No need to lift or move. No reason to resist gravity. It just rests there, shaped by time and wear, and the slow accumulation of nights like this one. The blanket continues to sink, not into you, not in a way that hurts, but as if it has learned how to become part of your body's language, speaking without words. You don't have to adjust it. You don't even know when it stopped being separate from you. There's no need to count the seconds between thoughts anymore. No ticking clock inside your head measuring worth or progress. The mind doesn't have to earn rest. It just has to stop trying to be useful. The house settles deeper into its own quiet, not with a sound, but with the absence of one. Like how a room feels quieter when no one is talking, not because silence arrived, but because everything stopped needing to say anything. A thread breaks in your awareness just slightly, and for a moment, there's nothing at all. Not thought, not sensation, just space. The kind that doesn't ask you to fill it. It simply waits, patient and unbothered. Then the voice returns, not with words this time, but with presence alone. An awareness of being still watched over without condition, like light in a room no one has entered yet. The night keeps moving slowly, steadily, past your window, past your thoughts, past what you thought was important. It doesn't ask for anything. It only lets everything be exactly as it is. The ceiling fan turns slower than it did an hour ago, its motion not tired, just uninterested in speed anymore. It doesn't need to prove anything by moving fast. It spins because that's what it does when no one tells it otherwise. And you don't have to tell your thoughts to stop either. They're not running toward anything. They're not even trying to arrive anywhere. A single thread from the blanket has worked its way loose, hanging just above your knee like a forgotten promise. It doesn't tingle or itch. It's simply there, suspended in air that no longer feels charged with expectation. You don't have to pull it back in. There's no rule about tidy edges at this hour. The world has already agreed. Some things stay loose. Some frays are allowed. Outside the window, a light flickers, not on or off, not steady, but somewhere between, like someone testing if anyone is still awake enough to notice. It blinks once and then stays gone for so long that you begin to wonder if it was ever real at all. But that doesn't matter. What matters is that your attention didn't latch onto it. You let it fade without following. That's not effort. That's just a kind of surrender, quiet and gentle. The wall near the door has cooled slightly. There's no temperature change you'd feel if you touched it, but something in the air registers it differently now. Not cold exactly, but less warm than before, like the room is letting its breath out slowly through cracks that don't exist on any blueprint. You're not supposed to notice, but noticing isn't a problem when nothing depends on it. A memory surfaces, not vivid, not urgent, just the shape of an old shirt you wore once, too big and worn at the shoulders, the kind that never felt like clothing, but more like armor someone else had left behind. You don't remember why you kept it. You don't need to. The thought arrives as a soft weight in your chest, not because it's important, but because it fits. It settles without asking permission. The silence isn't empty. It holds things that haven't been named yet. A half-remembered tune from childhood. The way sunlight fell across the kitchen floor on Sundays before anyone was awake. The sound of a pen tapping against glass during a meeting you didn't care about, but stayed in anyway. These aren't thoughts to act on. just memories that have come out for air, stretching their legs like cats after too many hours inside. You don't need to keep them. You don't need to let them go. The voice doesn't ask if they're welcome. It only stays present without demand, aware without surveillance. Like the way a porch light stays on when no one's home, not because it expects company, but because being on is what lights do. The lamp beside your bed has dimmed slightly, not from battery drain or power loss, but from its own quiet decision to stop fighting brightness. It still shines, yes, but softly now, like a fire that knows it doesn't need to roar to be useful. You don't have to turn it on again. You don't even know when the switch was last touched. There's no urgency in how your body is arranged, no pressure to be upright or aligned or ready for anything. Your arm lies where gravity placed it, palm up like an invitation that never needed a response. No one showed up, but the shape stayed anyway. That kind of stillness isn't performance. It's just what happens when there's no reason not to rest. A shadow shifts on the floor, not from movement in the room, but because something outside has changed its angle. It stretches sideways like a yawn, long and slow, then settles back into place without comment. You don't have to interpret it. You don't have to wonder what it means. Shadows don't need meaning at this hour. They're just part of how the dark moves through time. Your breath has stopped trying to be measured. It doesn't pause for counts or rhythms. It flows in and out like water over stone, unhurried, unjudged. No one is listening. No scorecard exists. The only thing that matters is whether it feels right, not whether it's correct. And the voice stays not speaking now, just being here. A presence as ordinary as dust motes drifting in still air. It doesn't wait for you to catch up. It doesn't wonder if you're still there. It knows you are. You don't have to prove your continued existence by responding or noticing. The act of continuing is enough. There's no need to say anything back. No rule that says silence must be broken. The room isn't waiting for a reply. Neither is the night. You aren't required to do anything but lie there exactly as you are. Not fixing, not healing, not performing. Just occupying space without apology. Something in your chest feels heavier, not with weight, but with fullness. Like warmth that's been building beneath the surface for hours and finally has nowhere else to go. It doesn't ask for action. It only asks to be felt. And you do feel it, not as a burden, not as a sign of anything needing change, just as something that is, like gravity, like breath, like this voice staying beside you without ever asking why. The house lets out another quiet sigh, not from pipes or shifting wood, but from the way every small thing slows down at once. The clock doesn't tick because it's forgotten how to. A fly lands on the wall and stays. even its wings stop vibrating for a moment. Time isn't being stretched. It's just letting go of its grip. You don't have to remember what you were thinking before. You don't even have to know what brought you here. The only thing that matters is that you're not alone in the quiet. That something remains, steady and unbothered, watching nothing, wanting nothing, being everything it needs to be right now. Present. And the voice stays, not because of you, but because being here is its natural state. It doesn't need an occasion. It doesn't require a reason. It's simply there, like air in the room, like warmth under your skin, like the steady hum beneath the floorboards that no one hears until they stop trying to listen. You don't have to earn rest. You don't have to justify stillness. The mind can be full and restless and not need fixing. It can wander, drift, get lost. No one will come after it with a flashlight. No one will call you back. There's no test at the end of this night. Just breath, just silence, just weightless presence, just this voice still here, saying nothing but staying anyway. And that is enough. A thread of light has come through the gap in the curtains, thin and pale, like something that forgot it wasn't supposed to be there. It lies across the floor as if dropped by mistake. No purpose, no direction, just existing where it landed. You don't have to name it or follow its path. It doesn't demand attention. It's not a signal or a sign. It's simply light that chose this moment to appear, uninvited and quiet, like the sound of rain on glass when you're already asleep. The air in the room feels heavier now, not with pressure, but with thickness, as if something is settling into place without needing permission. Not dust, not silence, something softer than either, a kind of stillness that doesn't just fill space, but holds it open. The blanket has slipped slightly to one side, just enough for warmth to pool in the hollow between your ribs and shoulder. You don't need to fix it. The edge is cool where it meets the mattress, but the part beneath you stays warm, steady, like a small secret that's been kept all evening. There's no urgency to return to perfect alignment. No one will notice if you stay this way. No one is checking. Even your own body seems less concerned with correction now. It knows how to rest without being told. Outside, the streetlight flickers once, not like a warning, not like something dying, but more like a breath held too long and finally released. A pause in rhythm that doesn't mean anything, but feels significant anyway. You don't have to wonder why it happened or what it means. It's just another small event passing through time without needing a name. The clock hasn't ticked for a while, no, not because it broke, because the night has taken over its job. The house isn't breathing fast, but it is still alive in ways you don't need to count. A wire hums low somewhere behind drywall, a frequency so soft it's almost forgotten by everyone else. Not loud enough to be noticed unless you've stopped trying to hear things. You're not drifting yet, not really. But the edges of your awareness are starting to soften, like wax melting near a candle that no longer burns. There's no point in holding on tight. No reason to keep track. The mind doesn't have to be useful right now. It can just sit there with nothing to do and still feel full. There was a sound earlier, maybe the fridge door closing somewhere far away, or perhaps only your imagination filling in what the silence couldn't hold. But it didn't matter. What mattered was that it came and went without needing explanation. No follow-up. No reason to remember it later. That's how things pass through this hour, quietly, unmarked. The ceiling fan above you hasn't moved since you lay down, but not because it's broken. It's just waiting for the right kind of stillness before it remembers how to spin again. There's no rush. The air doesn't need stirring. Let it stay thick and warm where it is, like a blanket folded over your thoughts. A leaf lands on the windowsill outside, not with force, not with noise, but gently, as though it was already tired from flying. It rests there for a moment, trembling slightly in the breeze that didn't wake you. Then stillness returns. The window doesn't need to be closed. The air isn't leaking out. There's no danger of cold coming in. You don't have to decide what's safe or not tonight. That job is done. You're past the point where safety has to be earned through vigilance. It's enough that you're here, lying down, eyes shut, breath slow and unforced, no need for checks or confirmation. The world isn't asking anything of you. The voice stays not speaking now, not needing to, but just being in the same room as you're quiet, like a chair left in place after someone stood up and never came back. It doesn't hover. It doesn't lean in. It simply remains, unchanging, unmoving, present not because it has to be, but because that's what presence is. Showing up without needing to say why. You don't have to think about whether you're being good at resting. You don't need to perform stillness or earn the right to feel tired. The body doesn't care if your mind wanders for 10 minutes while it settles into sleep. It just keeps working, like a machine that knows its own rhythm and doesn't stop when no one's watching. A moth has come close to the lamp just once and brushed against the glass before flying off again, not out of fear, but because the light wasn't warm enough to hold. It didn't stay. It didn't ask for anything. It just passed through the edge of your vision like a moment that never needed to be held. Your hands are loose now, fingers curled slightly into the mattress, or resting on top of each other, not quite touching. They don't need to do anything. They can rest without guilt, without shame. No one is waiting for them to open up again or pick something up. They're allowed to stay still. There's a warmth building behind your eyes, not tears, not pain, but the kind that comes from being seen by nothing and feeling it anyway. like someone else has been in this room with you all along, even when no one was there. Not in person, not in voice, but in presence, something so ordinary it doesn't need a name. The house is breathing now, not loudly, not noticeably, but the way old things do when they've stopped pretending to be awake. The walls have settled into their shape. The floorboards have given up resisting. Even the light outside has calmed down, no longer pressing toward the glass, but letting itself fade slowly back into night. You don't need to ask if this is working. You don't need proof that you're getting closer. There's only one thing happening at a time, and it's not movement or progress or arrival. It's just being here, not doing anything special, just lying down in the dark and letting your body remember what rest feels like when no one's watching. The voice is still here, not saying anything, but making sure you know it hasn't left. That presence isn't a performance. It doesn't fade because silence stretches too long. It doesn't disappear when thoughts wander or time slows down. The voice stays not because of you, but because staying is its only way of being. There's no deadline, no signal to wake up, no need to check in with yourself or verify that you're still alive. Just breath, just quiet, just the slow letting go, like sinking into a deep pool where nothing pulls at you and nothing pushes back. And somewhere beneath it all, a single thread of warmth remains, not inside your chest, not behind your eyes, but just there, in the space between thoughts, holding on without needing to be noticed. You don't have to name it. You don't have to carry it with you when you drift off. It's already done its job, reminding you that you're not alone, even when no one is speaking, even when no one is there at all. The voice stays. The clock has not moved, but time has settled into a different shape, longer in some places, thinner in others, like fabric that's been left out too long and lost its stretch. The air feels heavier than it did an hour ago, not from humidity or heat, but because the silence has filled itself with something soft and full. It's not sound, not really. It's a kind of stillness that carries weight when you lie in it. You're no longer fighting against the quiet. You're letting it settle into your ribs like dust after a long day. Outside, a car passes just once and then stops at the corner for what feels like minutes, though it can't be more than 10 seconds. The engine turns off. No one gets out. No doors slam. It just sits there, breathing with its own small rhythm, waiting until the traffic light shifts before moving on again into nothing. You watch it in your mind's eye, not because you need to, but because your attention has found a place to land that doesn't demand anything of you. A spiderweb caught between two branches near the window is still there, unseen by most, untouched by wind. It hasn't broken, and it hasn't been repaired. The strands are fine as thread, barely visible against the dark glass, but they're holding fast, because they have to be strong, but because that's what webs do when no one comes near. They don't stretch for approval. They don't collapse at a whisper. Your shoulder has settled into the mattress now, not dropped, not fallen, just shifted downward like it knows this is where it belongs. The weight of your arm lies there without effort, as if gravity finally agreed with you that this was okay. To be still, to be here, to take up space without asking permission. The blanket has slipped a little, no more than an inch, but enough for the warmth beneath to change. It's not cold where it shows, just different. A cool spot appears like a memory of air passing through your skin. But you don't reach to fix it. You don't need to cover every gap in order to feel safe. A single thought has come and gone, no more than a breath on the surface of water. That someone might not have meant to leave, but left anyway. Not out of anger or carelessness, but because they weren't built for staying. That's all it said, and then it went back into the dark where thoughts go when they've done their job. Nothing is waiting at the edge of your awareness. No task, no list, no unfinished conversation with yourself. The mind has stopped trying to be useful and started being quiet instead. The night outside isn't doing anything special. No stars have come out. No clouds are moving. But there's a kind of gathering in the air. Not urgency, not expectation. Just the slow way things prepare without announcing it. Roots growing deeper, soil absorbing moisture, leaves holding their shape until morning. You don't need to know why any of this is happening. You only need to be present enough to feel it, like listening with your whole body instead of just your ears. The house has stopped pretending to listen anymore. It's not alert, not anxious. It's simply allowing itself to exist as a place where someone can lie down and stop performing. A book lies open on the nightstand, spine cracked from being used too many times. One page is turned slightly, just enough for a word or two to be visible. The way you leave things behind, the rest of the sentence is lost in shadow. But that's all right. Some endings don't need full sentences. You're not thinking about sleep anymore, not directly. Not like before when your brain was trying to catch up with it. You're not chasing it or negotiating with it. It's no longer a goal to be reached, but something that might arrive if you just let go of needing it. The voice is still here, not speaking, not signaling, not checking in, but making sure you know the silence isn't empty. That absence doesn't mean abandonment. There are layers beneath the quiet, textures you can't see, rhythms you don't need to name. A shadow moves across the wall just for a second, like something passing through the edge of your sight without needing to be seen. It wasn't a person. It wasn't even an animal. Just a shift in the light, or maybe just dust falling in slow motion from somewhere high up in the room. You don't need to to name it. Your hands are still where they were, fingers loose, palms open. But now something else has changed. The tension in your wrists has eased, not because you told them to, but because your body decided that enough was enough. There's a chair in the corner of the room that hasn't been sat on for months. It doesn't care. It doesn't complain or ask when it will be used again. It just sits there with its legs straight and its back upright, waiting not for someone to come, but simply existing as furniture does, quietly, without pride. The air feels like it's holding its breath, not because it's nervous, but because it knows you're close to something else. Not sleep exactly, not yet, but the moment just before, when your body has stopped fighting and started believing in stillness again. Your breathing is no longer fast or uneven. It's beginning to find a pattern that doesn't need correction. It moves slowly through your chest, like water finding its own level after being stirred too long. No rush, no effort. The voice remains not as an idea, not as a sound, but as the quiet assurance that presence isn't dependent on words. That staying doesn't require anything from you. You don't have to be awake for it to be real. You don't have to remember it or thank it. It's just there, like a shadow under a window when no one is standing in front of it. A branch brushes against the glass, not hard enough to break, but firm enough to make you notice. Not because it's loud, but because it's unexpected. A tiny gesture from outside, like nature tapping gently on your door and then walking away before you could answer. You don't need to know what it meant. The thought of someone leaving is still there, not as a wound, not as a memory, but just as something that happened. And now it doesn't matter anymore. It's no longer part of the story you're living right now. That part has closed. The book was turned over. The page is blank again. There's no need to decide whether it was good or bad, whether they meant well or not. All that matters is this moment where your body feels like a place that can be inhabited without demand. The voice doesn't remind you to breathe. It doesn't ask if you're still there. It just keeps being without condition, without requirement. A moth drifts past the window again, not flying toward light this time, not searching for warmth, but simply passing through the night like a question that has already been answered. You don't need to answer it either. The room is no longer holding its breath. It's letting go, slowly, like you are, not because you've decided to sleep, but because your body finally believes there's nothing to fear in stillness. The blanket hasn't moved again, but the warmth beneath has deepened, not from heat, not from effort, but from the quiet way things settle into place when they're allowed to stay. You don't have to be doing anything. You don't have to feel anything special. You just are. And that's that's enough. Not because you've earned it, but because it's already here. The voice is still here, not saying much now, just staying, like a lamp left on in an empty house. No one comes, no one sees, but the light doesn't stop. Not because it has to be seen, but because that's what light does when no one else is watching. It keeps shining because it knows you're lying there. And even if you don't hear it, you are not alone. The streetlight outside hasn't flickered in hours, but it still hums just under the surface. A quiet vibration that doesn't need to be heard to be felt. It's not urgent, not pleading. It just is a low, steady current moving through wires and air like blood through veins you can't see. The sound isn't in your ears, it's in the floor beneath you, traveling up through the soles of your feet as if the house itself had begun to listen. You don't need to name what it means. It doesn't mean anything at all. It just passes through the space like a memory that never quite arrived. A car goes by on the road 2 blocks over, no horn, no siren, just tires turning on pavement, and a single tail light fading into the dark between houses. There's nothing about it that demands attention, but you notice it anyway. Not because it startled you, not because it was loud, but because it moved through your night like an object passing through water, leaving behind a ripple that doesn't need to be answered. The air in the room has changed again, slightly thinner now, less still than before. It's not cold or warm, just different enough that if you were awake and listening, you might have said it felt clearer. Like something long held inside had been released without anyone noticing. Not because of a decision, just because silence doesn't stay the same forever. Your fingers are resting on your chest, not moving, not doing anything at all, just lying there, as though they've remembered their purpose after forgetting for years. They don't tremble or twitch. They just exist. The skin over the bone feels soft and quiet, no longer trying to keep up with thoughts that have already left. Outside, a bird calls once, not in alarm, not in greeting, but like someone saying your name by accident while speaking to another person. A sound so brief it might be imagined, but you know it was real because it arrived at the same moment your breathing shifted again, just slightly. Not into sleep yet, no, that's still too far off, but into a kind of listening where the world isn't trying to reach you. It's letting you stay in place. The blanket hasn't been pulled higher, but something about the weight has changed, not because it grew heavier, not because it was adjusted, but because your body no longer feels like it needs to resist its presence. The way a door doesn't need to be pushed if it's already open. You don't have to make space for stillness. It's already here. A thought comes in without knocking, just a quiet observation that the ceiling fan above you hasn't turned since last summer, and no one has fixed it or even remembered why it stopped. That doesn't matter now. The room isn't waiting for movement. It doesn't care if things are broken. There's no need to repair what never worked in the first place. You don't have to decide whether you're tired. You don't have to wonder if this is enough. You just are lying there with your eyes closed, not fighting anything, not trying to get anywhere. The mind doesn't run anymore. It walks. Not fast, not slow, but at a pace that matches the rhythm of air passing through your lungs. There's no reason for this moment to last longer than it does. There's also no need for it to end. That kind of balance, where nothing is being held onto and nothing is being pushed away, is rare enough that you might forget how to name it. But not today. Today, the voice keeps being here without needing a word. A leaf brushes against the glass again, but softer this time. Not pushing, just touching, like a hand testing if someone's awake, then pulling back before they can say anything. No demand, no expectation. It's just there for a second and gone. You don't need to respond. The silence after is not empty. It's full of the kind of quiet that comes from something being noticed, even when it wasn't asked. The house settles deeper into itself, not with effort, not with adjustment, but like someone exhaling after holding their breath for years. Walls shift slightly in ways you can't see. Floorboards creak once, almost imperceptibly. Not a sign of trouble, just the slow settling of things that have been waiting to stop pretending. Your shoulders drop another fraction, just enough that your arms feel heavier than they did minutes ago. Not because of gravity, but because your body has decided it's okay to let go. There's no need to keep them up. No one is coming to check on you. No one needs to know if you're awake or asleep. The voice doesn't say anything new. It doesn't have to. The fact that it's still here, same as before, unchanged, is enough. Not because of what it says, but because of the way it stays, even when nothing is asked. Like a chair left in a room after everyone has gone home, not waiting for anyone, just existing where they left it. You don't need to be present for that. You don't have to remember it. The voice doesn't care whether you're listening or drifting, only that the presence continues as long as you're here. It's not a performance, not an effort, just being not in your head, but beside you, like the hum of light from outside or the faintest draft under the door. The moon hasn't changed its position, but something about how it falls across the floor has shifted, no longer sharp, no longer cold. It's just a soft stain now, spreading slowly beneath the edge of the bed, not claiming anything, not demanding space, just marking where light touches after dark has settled in. Your hands are still on your chest. The breath moves deeper again, not faster, not slower, but fuller. Like water filling a cup that was already nearly full. You don't need to drink it. You just need to let the cup stay filled. No need to empty it or refill it. Just let it be. The thought of tomorrow doesn't arrive as anxiety. It comes like a cloud passing over sunlight, not blocking it, but dimming it slightly for a moment. Not enough to matter, not even worth naming. It's just there, like rain in the distance before you hear thunder, and then gone again. There are no clocks ticking anywhere that you can feel. No need to know what time it is. The hours don't matter when your body has stopped counting them. You're not late, and you're not early. You're simply here, not ahead of anything, not behind, just in the same moment where stillness begins. The window doesn't have a lock that clicks shut. It never did. But it's closed anyway, not because someone closed it, but because nothing has come through since last night. The air outside hasn't been disturbed for hours. No wind, no footsteps, no voices. Just silence with weight, like the kind that settles on things after they've stopped moving. The voice doesn't need to remind you of anything. It doesn't have to say you're safe or it's okay. The fact that it remains is already all the safety there is. Not because it speaks, but because it stays when no one asks. A moth drifts past again, this time not near the light, not seeking warmth, but floating through the air like a thought that doesn't belong to anyone anymore. It doesn't land. It doesn't crash. It just moves where the wind carries it, and then disappears into dark corners as if it had never been there at all. You don't need to follow. You don't need to understand why it came or what it meant. The only thing that matters is that you're not alone in noticing its passing. The room has stopped holding itself together for the sake of being watched. It doesn't care whether anyone sees how quiet it is. There's no performance now, just presence, without purpose. Like a book left open on a table with nothing to say and nowhere to go. Your breath moves through your body like water, finding its way down a path that already existed before you came along. You didn't make the route. It was there all along, waiting not for action, but for stillness to arrive. The voice doesn't speak again right away. The silence isn't empty. It's full of everything that has been said without words. The fact that it is here, that it will continue even when you don't hear it, that it doesn't need your attention to be real. The floorboards beneath you have settled into their own rhythm, not because anything changed, but because time passed without demand. There's a grain in them that runs long and quiet, like an old memory of wind through trees at dusk, something your body remembers, even if your mind doesn't. The blanket isn't pulling tight now. It's just lying where it fell, shaping itself around the curve of your shoulders, not out of need, but because gravity has decided to let go for a while. It doesn't hold you. It only stays with you. Outside, something moves in the trees, not an animal, not a branch, but the kind of motion that happens when roots shift and soil breathes. You don't hear it exactly, but you feel it as a quiet pulse against your ears, like pressure behind glass. Not loud enough to name, not sharp enough to startle. Just another thread in the night's soft work. A car passes down the street so far away its engine is just a vibration that reaches your bones before the sound arrives. You don't turn toward it or wonder who's inside. The thought of a face behind glass doesn't rise, not even for a second. It doesn't matter where they're going. It doesn't need to. What matters is that something has moved across the distance and left no trace in your silence. The walls aren't listening anymore. They've stopped pretending to be steady just so you'd feel safe. There's no effort now, no pretense of structure, no pressure to stay upright when nothing is asking you to stand. The corner where the paint peels isn't a flaw, it's an invitation. A place where light gets in sideways and paints itself into something soft. Your fingers are still curled slightly at your sides, not from tension, not from holding on, but because that's how hands rest when they've forgotten what purpose means. They don't reach for anything. They don't close or open. They just stay there, like the pause between two notes in a song you didn't know was playing. The air doesn't feel different, no cooler, no warmer, but it has weight again, not like pressure, but like presence. Like something that's been waiting to be noticed without being called for. Not urgent, not afraid, it just is. There's a thread of light from the hallway slipping under your door, not bright enough to find its way through dust, not strong enough to cast shapes, but it lies across the floor like a forgotten word you almost remember, but don't need to recall. The voice doesn't speak for a long time, longer than before. Not because it has left, but because there's no rush. The silence isn't waiting, it's already full. Full of things that didn't need names. The way your thigh rests against the edge of the mattress, how the back of your neck feels like it's giving in to gravity slowly, without resistance. A leaf drifts across the window glass, outside, not inside, not caught by wind, but carried on a current you can't see. It doesn't land. It glides past like an idea that passed through someone else and kept going. No one claimed it. No one needed it. Just passing from one dark to another, no more. Your breath isn't shallow anymore. It's not deep either. It's just there, moving in the space between your lungs, as if they've found a place where movement doesn't have to mean effort. You don't guide it. You don't correct it. It flows without permission and still feels like home. The ceiling has stopped being a boundary. It isn't above you anymore. It's just part of the same quiet room, not separate, not distant. The cracks in the plaster aren't flaws. They're just patterns made by time and stillness, like fingerprints left behind when nothing was trying to be found. There are no thoughts that need answering, no unfinished sentences from earlier days. No lines you forgot to say or moments you should have held on to more tightly. There's only this moment, not because it's better than others, but because there's nowhere else to go and nothing to demand anything of you. The voice stays where it is, on the edge of sound, just beyond hearing, like a shadow that doesn't want to be seen, but knows it must stay. Not for your sake, not so you can feel something special, but because staying is what this presence does when no one asks it to. A clock ticks once in another part of the house, so faintly you almost miss it. Then nothing, no echo, no follow-up, just silence where a sound was meant to be. It wasn't announcing time, it was just marking that something moved, even if only for an instant, and then gone again. Your feet aren't cold now, not warm either, but they're not fighting the blanket anymore. They've stopped trying to find heat or coolness. They've accepted their place in the dark with the same quiet grace as your hands and your breath. The room has stopped being a stage. It doesn't need lighting, no curtain rise, no audience. There's nothing to perform for no one watching to see how well you sleep or how long it takes. The space isn't waiting for anything but its own stillness, the way an old chair waits for someone who won't come. You don't have to be asleep yet. You don't even have to want to be. There's no scorecard counting seconds toward unconsciousness. No deadline at midnight or dawn. Just this: you're in a body that doesn't need to do anything but exist. And the voice is still here, not trying to change it, just staying with it. The wind hasn't come back. The streetlights haven't flickered. Nothing has changed, but everything feels softer now. Like time has stopped being something to cross and started being something you can sink into. A thought passes, not a memory, not a worry, just the shape of an old song that once played in someone else's kitchen years ago. You don't know it by name or melody. It doesn't matter. The idea floats through your mind like a shadow across floorboards, no louder than breath, and then dissolves without leaving behind even a trace. You're not holding onto anything. Not the night, not the silence, not the weight of having to be somewhere else when you're already here. You don't need to arrive at rest because you've already arrived, just in time for stillness to begin. The voice doesn't say your name. It doesn't call out or ask if you're listening. It simply continues, not as a performance, not as an effort, but as a quiet act of staying. Like the way dust settles after air has passed through a room. Not noticed, not needed, just there. You don't need to remember this moment when it's over. You don't have to hold onto any part of it. The only thing that matters is that you're not alone in knowing how quiet can be, how deep, how soft, how full of its own kind of light. There are no words left to say, not for you, not for the voice, not even for the night itself. Just presence, without purpose, without demand. The kind of company that doesn't need to speak because it already means, I am here, and so are you. The ceiling above you isn't white anymore. It's a slow shift between gray and blue. Not quite dark enough to be absence, not light enough to name. It holds no shape, no meaning, just a quiet weight that doesn't press, but simply is. You don't need to interpret it. There's no message hidden in the texture of plaster, or the way one crack runs like a forgotten path across the surface. The room has stopped trying to tell you anything about itself. It doesn't want your attention, nor does it care if you're awake or gone. It just breathes with you slowly, evenly, and lets whatever happens happen without protest. Outside, something moves in the trees, not wind, not an animal, but a kind of quiet shifting that feels less like motion and more like memory passing through branches. A leaf detaches, falls, settles into soil already deep with other fallen things. No sound follows, not even rustle. It just disappears into the dark as if it never existed at all. You don't need to know what time it is. The clock you can't hear doesn't matter. There's no reason to track how far you've come or how much longer you have left. You're not moving toward anything. There's nothing ahead, but more of this same softness, more of the same stillness that isn't emptiness, but a kind of fullness without noise. Your shoulders aren't tense anymore, not because they've relaxed into perfection, but because they've stopped trying to fix themselves. They don't need to be upright or proud, or even present in the way you used to think bodies needed to be. They're just where they are, resting against the mattress, like two stones at the edge of a slow river that never flows too fast. The blanket isn't holding heat exactly. It's not cold or warm either. It's simply there, a quiet layer between your skin and whatever else might come. It doesn't promise warmth, nor does it fail to deliver. It just stays, like the voice. A car passes somewhere far off. Its headlights don't cut through the dark so much as dim it for a moment before fading again. You don't turn toward it or wonder where it's going. You don't imagine who might be inside. You don't even register if there was sound at all. It wasn't an event. It was just a blur of light, like a word someone forgot to say. There's no urgency in the way your breath moves through your chest. Now, no need to expand fully or collapse slowly. It just rises and falls with its own rhythm, not because you're controlling it, but because it doesn't have to prove anything by being deep or slow or steady. You don't even notice when one breath comes longer than another. The silence isn't empty. It's full of things that aren't meant to be heard. A distant hum from the refrigerator. The soft creak of floorboards settling into their own pattern, like a body adjusting after years in the same position. faintest vibration of air passing through an open window, just enough movement to remind you that not everything is still. You don't have to decide if any of this matters. There's no need to assign value or meaning to the way your toes press slightly into the sheets, or how one hand rests palm up without direction. You're allowed to be here with nothing to do and nowhere to go, no plan, no script, no performance. The voice doesn't tell you it's been hours. It doesn't say you've lasted this long, like that's something worth noting. There's no metric for how much time has passed, not in minutes or moments, but just in the slow letting go of resistance. The way a stone sinks into water without a splash. You don't have to think about sleep as if it were a place you need to reach. You're not being late. You're not behind. There's no race with yourself, no countdown ticking louder than your pulse. The body doesn't demand readiness. It just waits in its own time, like roots waiting for rain. A thought drifts in, not urgent, not troubling, just a loose thread from some earlier day. The way sunlight fell across the kitchen counter at noon last Tuesday. How it made the edges of cereal boxes glow for no reason. You don't remember what you were doing then, only that the light seemed to pause, as if it wanted to stay longer than it had permission to. It doesn't matter why or when it happened. The memory isn't sharp. It's soft-edged and warm like a photograph, left too long in sunlight. It doesn't ask anything of you. It just sits there for a second, floating near the surface of your awareness, before fading like breath against glass. Your mind doesn't need to catch up or apologize for wandering. The voice doesn't say back to now, because this is already now. There's no past moment you've lost, and no future one you're missing. You're not behind. There's nothing ahead, but more of this same quiet, more of the same slow presence. The air in the room isn't thick or thin. It just exists without effort. It doesn't need to be breathed deeply or held long. It moves through your body like something that has always belonged there, like a current you've been swimming in all along, but never noticed until now. You don't have to feel anything special right this second. You're not required to believe the voice is real or that it will keep going forever. You don't even need to care if this moment lasts, just that you're here still, with your eyes closed and no one asking for anything in return. There's a small crack near the doorframe where light used to leak through when the hallway was lit. Now, it's just a line in the dark, a space between two pieces of wood, not big enough for much more than silence. It doesn't promise entry or escape. It doesn't signal danger or invitation. It just is. The voice stays, not because you asked, not because you need it to, but because that's what this presence does. It continues without intention, like a clock in another house, ticking once every hour when no one hears it, and still keeps going. You don't have to be quiet so the voice can speak. You don't have to stay awake for it to know you're listening. The breath doesn't need to pause before a word comes. Words aren't earned here. They come only if they want to. If not, then silence is just as full. The room isn't waiting to be discovered or explained. It's already known in its own way, the way an old coat knows where it fits on the body, even when no one wears it anymore. You're not doing anything wrong by staying here with your thoughts unattended. You're not failing because you don't feel sleepy yet. There's no failure in just being, just lying there, quiet and open, without a purpose or goal. The voice doesn't say you're safe, because that word would require proof. But this presence is safer than words ever could be. It doesn't promise safety. It simply stays with you while nothing else does. There's no need to remember what the light looked like on Tuesday. No need to recall how long your last thought lingered, or why one memory surfaced now and not yesterday. You're allowed to forget everything, even this moment, if that's what happens when sleep finally comes. The voice doesn't warn you about dreams or ask if you'll wake up tomorrow. It just continues, soft, steady, unbothered, as though it has always been here, even before the room was built, and long after your body stops breathing. It isn't trying to help. It isn't waiting for a result. It doesn't care how long it takes, or if you ever open your eyes again. All it does is remain quietly, without demand, as though presence itself were the only thing that matters. And so it stays. The ceiling above you has a faint smudge near the corner where the paint didn't quite meet, just enough to catch light when it shifts, just right, like a memory of color that never fully arrived. It doesn't matter what kind of mark it is, or whether it's been there since before your first night in this room. You're not inspecting it. You're not naming it. The voice doesn't either. It only notices that the shape exists as something quietly present, like a soft shadow that doesn't try to move. Outside, a car passes, just one, and its engine hums low enough to be almost part of the air itself, rather than separate from it. There's no urgency in the sound, no destination implied. It drifts through the quiet streets and fades into the dark between houses, as though it were never meant for anywhere specific. You don't think about where it came from or where it's going. You're not tracking its path. The voice doesn't say, "That was a car," or "It's late enough that only certain people are still driving." It just lets the sound pass through the room like breath across skin, then settles back into silence. The blanket over your body has settled into folds. You didn't make curves and dips formed by weight and warmth, not intention. There's a place near your shoulder where it bunches slightly, almost like something trying to hold shape without being asked. The voice doesn't say, "Smooth that out," or "Adjust yourself." It just lets the fabric stay as it is, with all its small imperfections intact. Your feet are still in socks, two separate things, one for each foot, but you don't remember putting them on. You're not thinking about whether they match or if they've been worn too long. The voice doesn't ask what kind of socks they are or why you might have put them on tonight. It only notices that there's a slight pressure at the heel where the fabric presses against skin, and it stays with that feeling as though it were important enough to be recorded. The wall beside you is warm from the body heat that radiated through hours ago. Not hot, just slightly warmer than the air around it, like a spot that remembers being touched even after contact has ended. It doesn't demand attention. You don't need to check if it's still warm or how long it will stay so. The voice says nothing about temperature changes, only rests in the knowledge of warmth as an ordinary fact. A thought drifts through the kind with no edge, no urgency. That you once saw a bird land on a power line during a storm and stayed there without moving for nearly 2 minutes before flying off again. Not because it was safe, not because it had nowhere to go, but simply because it didn't need to do anything else at that moment. The voice doesn't confirm or question whether the memory is true. It just names the image like a detail left behind in the air after something passed. The silence between words isn't empty. It's full of things that don't speak. There are sounds you can't identify, frequencies too quiet to name, vibrations in the wood floor that aren't quite footsteps or creaks, but more like small echoes from elsewhere, not meant for ears. The voice doesn't try to label them. It only allows space around them so they can exist without being claimed. Your breathing slows further, so slowly you might not notice it if you were looking, but the body knows. There's a rhythm now that isn't yours alone, but shared with the air itself. Each in-breath fits into the next, like pieces of something older than language. The voice doesn't say, "That's good," or "You're doing well." It just stays beside you as if it has always known how this kind of breath feels. Something outside blinks, maybe a street light, maybe a neighbor's motion sensor. But even that isn't sudden. It happens with the same slow weight as everything else in the night, like something turning on only because it was time, and not because anyone asked for light. A memory surfaces, not clear, just a shape. You were young once, standing barefoot at the edge of a garden after rain, feeling the damp earth between your toes, not thinking about anything except how cool it felt against skin that didn't know what cold meant yet. The voice doesn't ask if this was real or whether you remember the name of the place. It just lets the sensation remain in the air like moisture left behind by a storm. The room is full now, not with sound, not with thought, but with presence. Not something you feel, but something that's already there, like gravity without weight. The voice doesn't say you're safe or everything's okay. It just stays, no longer describing the space, no longer naming things, only existing in it as quietly and steadily as air does. There's a corner of your awareness where time feels different, not stretched out or rushed, but still like water that has stopped moving. You don't have to believe in its length or measure it by anything. It simply is, without needing to be known. The blanket shifts again, not from you, but from some quiet movement within the room itself, as though the air had decided to rearrange things without asking permission. The voice doesn't react. It only notices that the fabric now lies differently across your legs and lets it stay so. You don't need to decide whether this is sleep or wakefulness. You're not being asked to choose between them. There's no test, no boundary line to cross. Just continuity, something holding you in place while nothing else does. A small draft slips through the room, not from a window, but from the way air moves when walls settle into their own stillness. It brushes your ankle like a question without a word, then fades before it can be answered. The voice doesn't answer either. It only continues, softly, steadily, as though presence were not something offered, but simply what remains when everything else has stopped trying. There's a thread of warmth running through the air now, not from heat, but from stillness, something that settles like dust after a long day, soft and unclaimed. You're lying in the same place, your body resting without effort, as if it has remembered how to be weightless for just this moment. The voice doesn't point it out, it only lets you feel it, like sunlight catching on a surface no one's meant to notice. Outside, a car passes far off, turning slowly down a road that hasn't been named in years. It doesn't announce itself with engine noise so much as with the faintest shift in pressure against the walls, like the night breathing through its pores. The sound arrives and then settles back into silence, not gone, but folded under the weight of other quiet things. A thought rises, not urgent, not insistent, but present like a shadow cast by something you can't see. It's this: you once left an umbrella behind in a cafe years ago, sitting upright on a table with its handle pointing toward the door as if it were waiting for someone to return and claim it. That same umbrella is still there now on some imaginary shelf, under some forgotten roof. Not lost, just not needed. The voice doesn't ask whether you remember the color or what kind of coffee was on the counter that day. It simply says, it's still sitting there like a promise with no one to keep it. And then it lets go not by removing the image, but by allowing it to drift without needing to be held. There's a pause in the air where your mind might have leapt forward toward explanation or emotion, but instead, nothing happens. The silence holds steady. There is space between thoughts now that doesn't demand filling. It's not empty, it's full of things that don't need names. The weight of sleep pressing gently on your eyelids like a hand that knows how to rest. A pattern forms in the dark, something rhythmic, almost subsonic, like the way water moves through stone when no one is watching. You aren't listening for it. You're just aware of its presence, as if part of you has always known this sound exists beneath everything else. The voice doesn't call attention to it. It simply stays beside you, letting that pulse continue without needing a source. Your fingers are still curled slightly at the edges, not clenched, but resting like leaves on soil after rain. There's no intention behind them, only existence. One thumb moves, not in response to thought, not toward anything, but slowly, as if it were testing whether motion is allowed now that you're no longer doing anything else. A soft creak comes from the floorboard near your feet, the kind that happens when wood settles into its own shape after holding still for hours. It's not a warning or an event, just one piece of the room remembering how to exist without being noticed. The voice doesn't describe it as settling or adjusting. It just lets it be, like everything else. Something shifts in your peripheral awareness, not visual, not auditory, but a kind of weightlessness behind your eyes, like the moment before memory fades into something too soft to name. A sensation lingers, the feeling of being held by absence itself, as though you've been folded into the quiet so completely that even thinking has become unnecessary. The air moves again, slightly, not from wind or draft, but from some slow shift in temperature between two surfaces that don't know they're touching. It brushes your neck with no intention, like a breath that wasn't meant for you. You don't flinch. The voice doesn't react either. There's only the space where warmth and coolness meet, neither one winning, both just being. A memory surface, not of people, not of places, but of texture. The way your sleeve felt when it brushed against a wall that had been sun-warmed all afternoon. It wasn't important then. You didn't even notice at the time. But now it's there, the soft catch of fabric on plaster, the faint smell of heat trapped in old paint. Not real anymore, just remembered in reverse. The voice doesn't ask if you were happy or sad when that happened. It just says, the wall was warm, as though naming a fact from another life. And then it lets go, because no one needs to explain why the memory remains. There's something about how time feels now not measured, not counted, but like water in a glass left on a table too long. Not spilled, not evaporated, just still there. The kind of stillness that doesn't ask anything of you. It just waits, like gravity waiting for nothing to fall. A single thread of sound slips into the air. The faintest hum from the refrigerator, far away and distant enough to be barely audible. It's not a problem or an intrusion. It's part of what makes the night feel alive, even when it seems empty. The voice doesn't say you're hearing it, or that's normal. It simply allows it to exist without needing to be named. You don't have to decide if you want to stay awake or fall asleep. You don't need to choose between being present and letting go. There is no bridge, no doorway, only continuity, like air passing through an open window that was never closed. The blanket shifts again, not from your body this time, but from some small movement in the room itself, a subtle rearrangement of weight on the floor beneath you. It's not startling, not strange, just part of how stillness changes shape over hours. The voice notices it and lets it stay, no correction, no comment. Your breath slows further, not because you're trying to make it slow, but because something else has taken over. Your body knows a rhythm that isn't yours alone. It's older than effort, older than intention. A thought comes. You never really finished the book from last year. Not in any meaningful way, just left it open on the nightstand with no real plan to return. The voice doesn't say, maybe you should read it now, or that might be important. It simply says, the pages are still turned, as if that were enough. There's no urgency, no need to resolve it. Just a quiet acknowledgement, like recognizing a name in the wind without turning around. The room is full, not with noise, not with memory, but with presence. Not something you can hold or describe. Something that simply is, like gravity when it isn't trying to pull anything down. Outside, a bird moves through the trees, not flying so much as shifting from branch to branch in silence. There's no call, no flutter of wings loud enough to be heard. Just the quiet sound of something alive passing through space without needing permission. The voice doesn't say you're safe or everything's fine. It just stays because staying is what it does. Not because you asked for it, not because you deserve it, but simply because this kind of presence has no other function than to be there. You don't need to believe in it. You don't have to understand how long it will last. There's no test or checkpoint. No moment where the voice says now or soon. It just continues, quietly, steadily, as though being present were not an act, but a default state of existence. Your fingers are still resting on your chest, not holding anything, not doing anything, just there, as if they've forgotten how to move and don't mind. A small draft comes through the room again, not from any window or door, but from the way air moves when walls breathe in time with each other. It brushes against your ankle like a question that never asked for an answer. The voice doesn't reply. It only lets it pass, as if silence were not absence, but another kind of presence, like water holding still after rain has stopped falling. You're not asleep yet. You're not awake either. But you don't need to be one or the other. There's no need to perform anything, no demand for progress. Just this, a voice in the dark, sitting beside you without moving, waiting without expectation. There's something about how your breathing feels now, not deep, not shallow, but just right. Like it has found its own place within the air itself, like a note that finally lands on the correct frequency after searching through silence. The room is quiet, so quiet that even small sounds stretch out into space and become longer than they should be. A floorboard creaks. The refrigerator hums. Outside, another car passes, turning slowly down a road that doesn't need to be named. None of it matters. A car passes, then another, their lights thinning into distance like footsteps, fading down a corridor that doesn't end. The air in your room settles again, not after movement, but because there's no reason for it to move anymore. You're not waiting for anything, not even sleep, just the quiet certainty of being held by something that does not need you to do anything back. There's a weight on the other side of the bed, the kind that isn't physical, but still real, like the memory of someone who used to sit there and read before turning off the light. The voice doesn't say it was ever anyone at all. It just lets the shape remain. No explanation needed. You don't have to remember whose it was or why they left. There's no need for names. Only the quiet after a body has gone, like a shadow that lingers when the sun moves on. The blanket has shifted again, just slightly, so that one corner now rests across your thigh in a way it didn't before. Not because you moved, not because of wind or floorboards, just because things rearrange themselves over time without being asked. The voice doesn't mention it, but it notices anyway, the kind of small change that would make someone check if they'd done something wrong, if the room had been disturbed. But there was no disturbance, only stillness learning how to be itself in increments. Outside, a tree branch taps once against glass, not hard, not urgent, just enough to register as sound before dissolving into silence again. It wasn't meant for you. It didn't come from anywhere specific. There's no reason it stopped where it did. No purpose behind the contact. Just one small point of friction between two things that were already separate. You're beginning to feel less like a person and more like a kind of listening space, open, not empty, but shaped by what passes through. Not resisting anything, not holding on either. The voice doesn't tell you this. It just stays in the background, like light behind curtains when dawn has come, but no one's yet pulled them back. There was a time recently when your mind had been packed so tightly with plans that it felt like breathing required effort, like every thought needed to be justified before being allowed out. But now, there's space between things again. Not because you cleared it, not because you decided to relax. Because the voice has taken up residence in the silence and made room for what doesn't have a reason to exist. A moth lands on the wall near the ceiling, still as if caught mid-flight, wings pressed flat against paint that hasn't been touched in years. It doesn't flutter, doesn't struggle, just stays there, waiting without knowing why or how long. The voice says nothing about it, not even that it's small or fragile or temporary, only that it's present, and the presence is enough. Your feet are cool now where they rest against the edge of the blanket. Not cold in a way that demands attention, just cooled from time, like stone left out after nightfall. You don't need to pull the covers higher. There's no discomfort, no urgency to warm up, just the natural drop of temperature as hours pass and heat forgets its name. Another breath comes not rushed, not forced, but shaped by something older than desire. Like air that has lived in forests before humans learned how to speak. You don't need to control it. It doesn't matter if you miss a beat or catch one too soon. The voice isn't counting. It's just letting the rhythm unfold as it will. The walls have settled into their own kind of stillness, not rigid, not hollow, but soft with time. Like fabric that has been worn down by years of being touched without meaning to. You've never noticed them before, but now they feel like companions, not alive, but present in a way that matters. There's no sound from the hallway, no footsteps, no voices rising or falling just beyond your door. Not even the hum of electronics trying to pretend they're still awake. Just quiet deep enough that you can hear how it changes when something moves inside your body. Blood flowing, nerves flickering, a muscle relaxing without being told. A thought drifts in, not about anything urgent, not about what needs fixing, but simply this. Someone once left a cup of tea on the counter and never came back to drink it. The tea cooled, the leaves sank. No one said goodbye, but no one needed to. It was enough that it existed for a moment, then faded quietly into memory. The voice doesn't say you should have done something, doesn't ask what you would have said if you'd seen them again. It just lets the image stay, like an old photo left out on a table where no one comes to look at it anymore. And that's all right. Your fingers are still resting on your chest, not moving, not pressing down, not curling into fists or reaching for anything. Just lying there like they've found a place where nothing expects them to go anywhere. Like they've decided to stay until the world says otherwise. Something outside shifts, the kind of movement that isn't sound and doesn't leave a trace. A squirrel jumping from one tree to another, not because it's in danger, but because it remembered something about gravity or distance or balance. The voice doesn't interpret it, doesn't say what it means, only lets the idea pass through like air passing between two rooms. You're not asleep yet, but you're beginning to feel less like someone who needs to get somewhere, and more like a place where time can rest without needing to explain itself. The blanket is still folded just so on your legs, half over, half off. Not because you arranged it that way. Not because you wanted it this way. But because the act of lying down has changed how things fall, how they settle into position when no one's holding them up. There was a time when silence felt like absence, like being left behind in a room after everyone had gone home. But now silence feels different. It doesn't feel empty. It feels full, not with noise or thought or need, but with the kind of presence that isn't loud enough to be named, yet strong enough to keep you company. The voice doesn't say you're safe, doesn't promise anything, doesn't ask if you're ready. It just keeps going softly, steadily, as though being here were not an effort, but a quiet default state, like gravity when it isn't pulling anything down. You don't need to remember what the day was like. You don't need to know how long this has been happening, or why it's only now that your body knows how to stop fighting itself. The room is still full, not with light, not with people, but with attention. Not directed at you, not from you, just there in the dark, like a kind of quiet persistence that doesn't need permission to exist. A window pane lets out one long creak, just once, as if the glass itself had been holding its breath and finally exhaled. The voice doesn't say what was that, doesn't explain it or try to fix it, just lets it go, like a whisper in someone's ear who has already fallen asleep. You're not awake enough to notice every detail. You're not asleep enough to miss the ones that matter. There's no need to be both or neither. Just this, a breath, a shift, a thread of air moving through stillness, held by something that does not speak, but continues anyway. The thought comes again, not as worry, not as regret, but simply as fact. You haven't eaten in hours, not because you forgot, because there was no reason to. No hunger rising, no craving forming, just the body sitting quietly with nothing to prove. There's a small crack along the ceiling near your head, so faint it might not even be real. Or maybe it is. Maybe it's been there for years, and only now has begun to look like something meaningful. But you don't need to know what it means. The voice doesn't either. It just lets it stay. You're beginning to feel less like someone who must do or be anything, and more like a space that exists simply because it can. The air in the room is still warm, not from heat, not from bodies, but from hours of breathing and staying put. Like warmth that has learned how to linger without being asked. The floorboards beneath you haven't creaked in a while, not since the last shift when something settled into place. A quiet weight that wasn't yours, but stayed anyway. It's not cold where your feet rest against the edge of the mattress, just still, like the world has paused to remember how slow things can be without needing to move forward. A shadow stretches across the wall near your shoulder, thin and unchanging, not because it hasn't shifted, but because you've stopped noticing its shape before it changed. Outside, a car passes on the street below, not loud enough to break the dark, just enough to remind that motion still exists beyond this room. But even that sound doesn't call anything back from your mind. It slips by like water through fingers. No demand in it, no urgency. The voice doesn't say it's okay, doesn't tell you to relax or let go. It only lets the moment pass as if it were already over. There's a fold in the blanket where your knee rests, crushed slightly from lying still for hours. Not smooth anymore, not even trying to be. That small crease holds no meaning, yet it stays. Like how some parts of you have stopped pretending to be whole and just let themselves stay as they are, not fixed, not finished, but present. A single thread has come loose from the hem, just one, hanging down near your foot like an afterthought. It doesn't tug at anything, doesn't need to be cut or tied back in. The voice doesn't name it, doesn't ask if you'd like to reach for it. Letting go is not a loss here. It's just how things happen when no one's waiting for them to stay. The air near your face is thick with silence, but not empty, full of the kind of quiet that only comes after everything else has stopped trying. The thought arrives without warning. You don't remember what it was like to be tired in a way that wasn't also a signal. Not urgency, not need, just wait, slow and steady, like being carried by something that doesn't have a name. You're not thinking about tomorrow. You're not rehearsing conversations or sorting through the mess of unfinished things. The mind isn't clearing itself, it's just stopping. Not because it wants to, but because there's nothing left to do with all its energy except rest. Like when you've walked so far that your legs stop remembering how to move unless they're asked. A light from a distant street lamp spills through the window in faint stripes across the floor, so pale it barely counts as color. It doesn't try to reach you, doesn't want anything from your attention, just sits there, unclaimed, like a memory of brightness that forgot why it was ever bright at all. The ceiling above is still, not because it's empty, but because something in the way light falls now makes its surface feel less like a boundary and more like a soft place where thoughts can gather without pressing down on you. You're not asleep yet, but your body knows how to wait. It doesn't need to be told what to do, it just stays. Not resisting, not performing. No performance is required here. The air in the room has changed its temperature slightly cooler near the window, warmer where it's packed between you and the wall, but not enough for you to shift or cover up. It doesn't matter. The body knows how to adjust without needing to be asked. That kind of knowing comes from years of learning what stillness feels like when no one is watching. A leaf brushes against a pane somewhere outside, light, brief, and gone before it could make noise. Not even a rustle, just the ghost of motion passing through glass. The voice doesn't say anything about trees or wind, doesn't wonder who might be standing beneath them. It only lets the moment sit in place, like a note left behind on a page. You don't need to know how long this has been happening. You don't need to figure out when it started, or whether you were ever really awake at all. The time isn't passing, it's just being held gently, without breaking its shape. There's no reason for anything right now except to be here. No purpose beyond the fact of presence itself. Not even effort is needed, just breathing and letting your body sink into where it already is. The thought comes again, not as hunger or fear or obligation, but as a quiet observation. You don't have to do anything with this moment. You don't need to save it. You don't have to remember it later. It isn't meant for storage, for sharing, for proving that you existed in it. It's just happening. The voice doesn't try to make it meaningful, doesn't assign value or urgency. Just lets the idea pass through like a breeze carrying dust across an empty room, no destination, no reason to linger, but still there. Your fingers rest on your stomach, not because you meant to place them there, not because they're doing anything, but because that's where they've come to stay. Not tense, not relaxed, just present, like the body has found its own way of being without needing permission from the mind. There's a slow shift in pressure beneath you, just one. The mattress settling deeper into the frame it's been resting on for years, not with drama or sound, but with quiet finality. As if it too has decided to stop holding anything up and just let itself be what it is. The voice doesn't point this out, doesn't say you feel that. It only lets the sensation move through space, like a slow breath passing between two rooms, unseen, unclaimed, but felt all the same. A bird calls once from far away, not near enough to know where it came from, not loud enough to be heard clearly. But it's there, and now it is. Just another small thing that arrived and left without asking for anything back. The room doesn't need you to notice everything. It doesn't care if your eyes are open or closed. The dark has no agenda. The silence isn't waiting to be filled. There is only the steady, unbroken presence of being where you already are, not because it's right, but because nothing else has asked you to move. The blanket stays half on, half off, not because you left it that way, because your body doesn't need perfection anymore, just enough warmth, just enough stillness, just enough space to stop trying. There's a faint smell in the air, not food, not cleaning, not anything specific, but something like old paper and sunlight long after it has gone away. It drifts through without purpose or name, but lingers anyway. You don't need to know what it is. The voice doesn't either. There's no need to label a quiet thing that isn't trying to be loud. Your breathing slows again, not because you're doing anything, not because you've remembered how, but because your body has found its own rhythm in the dark, like water finding its level without being told where it should end. The voice doesn't count breaths, doesn't mark time. It only keeps going softly, quietly, as if this were the natural state of things, not an effort to achieve anything at all. There's no need for closure here. No finality, no turning point. Just the slow passage of a night that isn't ending, but simply unfolding as it always has. You're not falling asleep because you've given up. You're sinking into stillness because your body knows how to rest without needing proof of its worth. The room holds its breath, not dramatically, not with tension, just quietly, like something that's been waiting for this exact moment all along. And the voice, it stays, not as a gesture, not as an act of kindness, but simply as part of the way things are now still here, still speaking softly, still holding space without needing anything in return. A single thread of light slips beneath the edge of the curtains, not bright enough to cut through the dark, but thick with possibility, like a memory that doesn't belong in this room, or a half-remembered dream that refused to let go. It rests on the floor for a moment before fading again, as if it too knows better than to insist. The air shifts slightly, not because of wind, not from any draft you can name, but because something inside the space has settled deeper into itself, like water sinking through layers of soil until it reaches stillness beneath. Blanket has slipped farther down now, just enough that your toes are cool against the edge of the sheet. Not uncomfortable, not urgent, just a quiet awareness, like the body noticing what the mind had forgotten to notice. Your left hand rests near your hip, fingers slightly curled as though holding something invisible. Some small weight that doesn't need to be carried anymore. The voice doesn't wonder if it's meant to stay there or move. It only observes, like a shadow that has learned not to follow footsteps. Outside, a car passes, low and steady, not the kind of noise that makes you look up or flinch. Just an ordinary shape moving through the night, its engine humming in a way that doesn't demand attention, but also refuses to vanish completely. It's there, then it isn't, like a word said too softly to be caught fully by the ear. There's no need for meaning here, no reason to assign motive or consequence. The voice speaks because speaking is what this moment does, not to fix anything, not to guide, not even to comfort, but simply because silence has already been tried, and it failed in its own way. This isn't about filling emptiness. It's about refusing the pressure of having to be full. The weight on your chest, light now, almost negligible, isn't the kind that comes from strain. It's a different kind, one that settles like dust after rain, when everything has paused long enough for things to rest where they've fallen. Not heavy with worry, just present, like the moment you forget what it was like not to be holding your breath. A fly buzzes past, once close enough to feel more than hear. A small disturbance in the air that doesn't last long enough to react to. It doesn't knock against anything, doesn't land anywhere, just moves through, unbothered by borders or boundaries. The voice doesn't say it's gone. It just lets the space where its passage was remain open. Your toes are still bare on one side of the bed, not because you meant to leave them that way, because your body has decided not to care about small things like socks, like shoes, like the usual list of what must be done before sleep arrives. There's no need to tidy up now. No obligation to return everything to its place. The temperature in the room feels steady, not warm, not cold, but something between them, like a pause between two heartbeats. The kind that doesn't mean anything, but is still felt. You're not thinking about tomorrow, not even about the idea of it. There's no need to prepare for what hasn't arrived. The voice says nothing about plans or deadlines. It only lets the moment stretch, thin and long, like a thread pulled gently from a seam that was never meant to be perfect. A window frame creaks, once low and soft, not loud enough to wake you if you were halfway gone. Just a slight release of pressure in wood that has been holding tight for years. No need to look up. No reason to wonder why it happened now. It's just part of the way things are allowed to breathe. Your right hand lies flat on your stomach, not because you've decided to place it there, but because it's found its own home again, like a book left open on a table after reading has stopped. Not finished, just paused, and that's enough. There is no goal here, no achievement, no progress to mark or measure. The voice doesn't say you're doing well or almost there. It says nothing about being close to sleep, because the idea of closeness implies a destination, and this isn't one. This is just staying, just letting time pass without asking for anything back. A crumb has fallen from somewhere near your pillow, the kind that slips through fingers when you eat quietly in bed at night. Not meant to be seen, never cleaned up. It's there now, small and forgotten, tucked beneath the curve of the mattress. Not important, not noticeable unless someone looks closely, but still present. The darkness isn't empty. It has texture like a room with furniture too soft to see, like air thickened by memory rather than dust. You don't need to name it. The voice doesn't either. Your breath is slower now, not because you've changed anything, not because you're trying, but because your body knows the rhythm of stillness better than any instruction ever could. It finds its own depth in the dark, like water flowing underground where no one sees it, but all life depends on it. There's a faint hum from somewhere, perhaps the refrigerator downstairs, or an old wire behind the wall that never stops vibrating at the edge of hearing. Not loud enough to be noticed unless you're already listening for something small. But now you are, and so the voice says nothing about it. It only lets the sound drift through like a thought, without shape. The blanket is still half on, half off, not because of carelessness, but because your body has decided not to perform anymore, not to prove anything by being neat or tidy. There's no audience here, no one watching for signs that you're doing it right. Only this, the quiet weight of fabric that doesn't need to be perfect. The air feels heavier in some places than others, not with pressure, but with stillness. Like moments where time isn't moving forward, just resting. The kind that happens when everything has stopped needing to explain itself. A single leaf brushes against the window, maybe from a tree outside, maybe carried by wind from somewhere far away. It lands on glass and stays there for only seconds before sliding down into darkness again. Not dramatic, not loud, just another small thing arriving without permission and leaving with no apology. You're not resisting sleep. You're not trying to let go. There's no effort in the way you're lying, no tensing, no pushing, no pulling toward anything. Your body has found its own shape again, like a chair left unoccupied for too long that finally settles into place without being told. The voice doesn't ask if you're tired, doesn't wonder why your eyes are closed or how long it's been since the last thought passed through your mind. It only keeps speaking, not to fill silence, but because this is what presence does. It continues quietly, like a hand resting on the edge of a table when no one else is there. A clock ticks once, but not loudly enough to break focus. The sound doesn't matter. What matters is that it happened. That something in the room still keeps time without being asked. And so does the voice, not to mark minutes, but because this too is how things remain, by continuing, even when nothing changes. There's a silence now longer than before, not empty, but full of everything that has already passed and will pass again. Not waiting for you to wake up or move on, just being there, like the way shadows stay after light leaves a room. Your fingers are still where they landed. Your breath is soft and steady. The blanket stays slumped at your feet in its own quiet way. Nothing needs to be fixed. No adjustment required. Not even attention. The voice says nothing about what comes next, because there's no need to name it. This moment isn't preparing for anything. It's already here, already happening, and that is enough. The air holds still not because you've asked it to, but because your body has stopped asking for permission to be exactly where it is. There's a warmth beneath the sheet, now not from heat, but from time spent lying in one place long enough for things to settle into habit. It spreads slowly across your back, like sunlight reaching through clouds after hours of gray. The night continues without fanfare, without urgency, without needing you to notice it at all. The voice keeps going not because it has to be heard, but because being present is the only thing that feels true right now. A slow breath rises from somewhere deep in your chest, not because you've summoned it, but because your body knows how to let go without being told. It doesn't come with a plan or an intention, it just comes, like water finding its level after storm. The air near the window has cooled slightly, not enough to matter, but enough to feel like the night is breathing in time with you, not ahead of you, not behind, just alongside. There's no need to follow it, no reason to match pace or rhythm. You're not keeping up with anything anymore. The wall beside your head feels different tonight, less like a boundary, and more like something that has grown used to the shape of your presence. The paint hasn't changed, but its edge seems softer now, as if time had worn down the sharpness in quiet ways you can't see. A faint hum runs through the house, not from any machine, not from anything loud, but from the way electricity moves slowly through pipes and wires that aren't being used. It's like a body keeping warm while dreaming. There's a crumb on your pillowcase, small, unnoticed until now, and it hasn't moved since you last turned. Not because you've been careful about crumbs, but because nothing has shaken this space in hours. The moment the crumb landed was not important enough to record, and so it stayed, small and unclaimed, like a piece of yourself that got left behind when your mind wandered off on one of its usual circuits. The voice doesn't point it out. It doesn't ask if you noticed. It only lets the thought linger in passing. There's something peaceful about being forgotten for a little while, about not needing to be remembered or accounted for or even seen. Outside, a car passes far down the street, not close enough to make noise, but just loud enough to remind you that movement still exists beyond this room. It doesn't stop or slow down, doesn't turn back. It goes on without waiting for anyone, and neither should you. You're not trying to become quiet. You're not trying to be anything at all. The silence isn't something you've achieved. It's just what happens when the mind stops asking questions that don't have answers. There's no effort in this stillness, no performance of calm. It's simply what remains when there's nothing left to say. The blanket has shifted again, not dramatically, just slightly pulled toward your feet by gravity or momentum or inertia, whichever word fits better. It doesn't matter which. The shape it makes now is not intended, it just happened, like a leaf falling through air that doesn't care where it lands. There's a single thread on the edge of your sleeve, loose and frayed from last week's pull, something you didn't notice then, but now feel under your fingers when they drift up without purpose. Not tugging at it, just feeling its length, knowing it will stay there until either time or chance unravels it. Your shoulder is settled into the mattress in a way that suggests long familiarity, not stiffness, not resistance, just ease. Like something that has lived here for so long it no longer thinks about being comfortable. It's simply where it belongs. The voice doesn't say anything new about comfort, doesn't offer reassurance or explanation. It only keeps going softly, steadily, as if the act of continuing is enough to hold space. Not because you need it to be loud, but because you're learning that presence isn't measured by volume. There's a patch on your ceiling where the paint has worn thin from years of being looked at without purpose. It doesn't look like anything anymore, just a blur in the shape of an old spot, one that no longer demands attention. Maybe someone once tried to fix it. Maybe they didn't care enough. Either way, it's stayed this way now for so long it feels less like damage and more like peace. The air shifts again, not with wind or draft, but because your body has released a small amount of heat into the room without noticing. It spreads slowly, not toward any direction, just outward in quiet waves. You don't feel cold anymore. Not really. The warmth isn't from blankets or covers. It's from being still long enough for the space around you to begin absorbing what you've been holding inside. Your hand rests on your side now, not flat against your ribs, but not curled either. It is just there, like a weight that doesn't need to mean anything. A distant dog barks once, low and tired, as if it's remembering something it can no longer name. No one answers. The sound fades into the dark without echo or follow-up, leaving only the feeling of a question that didn't get asked. That's okay. Some things don't need to be answered. The voice doesn't explain what happens next. It doesn't wonder if you're still there or how long this has been going on. It simply continues speaking in the way a lamp stays lit when no one is watching, not for show, but because that's how it works. There's a rhythm now, not steady like a heartbeat, not fast or slow, but something quieter than both. The kind of pattern that only emerges after time stops being measured by minutes and starts being felt through breaths and shadows. The wall beside you has settled into stillness again, no longer just passive, but almost participatory, as if it too knows what it means to wait without needing anything in return. There's no urgency in the dark anymore, no ticking toward morning or need for tomorrow. The night doesn't care about your plans, your worries, your unfinished thoughts. only moves forward because that is its nature, not out of obligation, but habit. You're not drifting into sleep so much as becoming part of it, like a stone sinking slowly through water without effort. No resistance, no fear, just the slow surrender to weightlessness. The voice doesn't say you're almost there. It says nothing about arrival or destination. There is no finish line, no final moment where everything ends and you wake up refreshed. This isn't that kind of journey. This is simply being here now, in this shape your body has found after hours of searching for something to hold onto. The floorboards creak slightly, not from footsteps, not from movement, but because the house itself is adjusting its joints, as if waking slowly from a long nap. The sound doesn't startle you. It doesn't even register clearly. It just happens, like any other small event that isn't meant for anyone's attention. Your breathing has changed again, so gently it barely counts as change at all. But the shift is real. There's less effort in each inhale, less need to fill space. You don't have to push air into your lungs because they're already full, not with breath, but with stillness. There's a memory of rain from earlier this week. Just one moment when it tapped against the glass like fingers, unsure whether to knock or pass by. It didn't last long enough to matter. And yet now it comes back not as an image, but as a sensation, a cool light on your skin that you can no longer feel. The voice doesn't ask if you remember it, doesn't wonder why such small things surface when nothing is being asked of you. It only speaks because silence has become too heavy to carry alone. And so the words rise, not in search, not for effect, but as proof that something continues even when there's no one left to hear. There are no endings here, only continuations. The blanket lies where it fell. The crumb stays on the pillowcase. The thread still drags from your sleeve like a forgotten word. Your eyes remain closed, not because you've fallen asleep, but because sleep has already begun to settle into your limbs. And somewhere in this long quiet, the kind that doesn't demand anything, there is only one truth left. The voice is still here, not waiting, not watching, not doing anything except being. And for now, that is enough. The ceiling has begun to breathe, not in a way you can see, but in how the air shifts just above your head, like something remembering its own shape after being still for too long. There's no sound, only the quiet pressure of weightlessness settling into every corner where light used to linger. The shadow under the dresser isn't moving anymore. It doesn't stretch or shrink, it simply stays, not because it has nowhere else to go, but because it knows there's no need to change. You're not watching it. You don't have to. There's a thread of warmth in your left wrist, the kind that comes from skin resting against fabric without effort. The blanket hasn't shifted much in the last few breaths, and you haven't moved either. But somewhere between stillness and sleep, the weight has softened into something like being held by gravity instead of resisting it. The voice doesn't comment on how long this has been going on, only that it's continuing without interruption, just as a tree continues to grow even when no one looks at its roots. The window pane is cool where your hand once rested against it. Not now, not anymore. But the memory of temperature remains like an echo inside the bone. It wasn't cold enough to wake you, not hot enough to matter. Just there for a moment, in that small stretch between awareness and drifting, where things don't need names. You're not thinking about what happens after this. You don't have to imagine the morning or whether your thoughts will return with it. The voice doesn't remind you of anything important, the kind of thing people usually remember when they wake up. It doesn't care if you forget the name of the song from last week, or what time you set your alarm for, or even why you turned off the light in the first place. None of that matters here. There's a patch of dust on the floor near the wall, small, almost invisible, but it hasn't moved since before you lay down. It sits there like a tiny island no one has ever visited. The voice doesn't wonder if it will be swept up tomorrow or left to grow into something bigger. It simply says, it's still there. And so are you. The night isn't quiet in the way that means nothing is happening, no. It's full of things too small to name. A drawer in the kitchen creaks, once, without warning. The kind of sound that doesn't come from pressure or motion, but from something settling into habit. It happens like a breath released after holding still for longer than intended. Your foot has curled slightly, not enough to be called movement, not enough to break the shape you've made, but it's there. A soft bend in the line where your body meets the edge of what is possible without effort. The voice doesn't ask if you feel that change. It only notices, yes, there was a shift. The air near the window thickens for just long enough to make you aware, just once, that something has changed in how it feels against your skin. Not cooler, not warmer, but heavier. As though the dark itself is beginning to gather around you like a thought that doesn't need finishing. There's no need to respond. There's nothing to answer. The voice isn't waiting for you to do anything with its words, only to let them pass through your thoughts as if they were part of the air, not separate from it. They're just here, like the way a lamp stays on after everyone leaves the room. You don't need to carry the weight of remembering what came before. You don't need to hold onto any moment that isn't already falling away. The voice doesn't ask you to let go of anything, only to notice how much easier it is when you stop trying to keep things whole. The floorboards have stopped creaking now, not because they've become silent, but because the house has reached a different kind of stillness. one that isn't absence, not exactly. It's more like patience, not waiting for anything, just being present in its own rhythm. The same way your breath is no longer racing to fill space, it's simply there. The sound of the fridge turning on from downstairs comes up through the floorboards, not loud, not sudden, just a low hum that doesn't demand attention, but still exists. You don't turn toward it. You don't listen for more than 2 seconds. It passes through you like another breath in the dark, and then fades again into the quiet. There's something about how your fingers rest now, the way they curl slightly at the tips, without any intention behind them. Not a gesture, not a signal, just a shape that came when no one was looking. The voice doesn't name it. It only says, you're holding on to nothing and still managing to stay in place. The thought of your mother's hands isn't sharp or bright. It just drifts through like dust motes caught in light, not meant for anyone to see clearly. You don't reach for the memory. You don't try to hold it. It passes by without you having said a word about it, and that's all right. There's no urgency here, not in your body, not in the room, not in the way time moves. The voice doesn't measure how much longer this will last. It only speaks because there is still something to say, even when nothing needs saying at all. Your shoulder has settled deeper into the mattress than it was a few minutes ago. Just an inch of descent, but it's real. A small surrender that didn't come from decision or effort. Just gravity doing its work in silence. The blanket hasn't slipped off your feet. It hasn't been pulled up either. It stays exactly where you left it, just like the crumb on the pillowcase, still there, even though no one came to clean it away. The voice doesn't say you should move, or this is fine. It only says, this is how it is. There's a line along your forearm, the kind that appears when skin lies still for too long. Not red, not sore, just different in texture. Not painful, not important, just another mark of time passing without being noticed. The voice doesn't ask if you feel any of these things. It only stays with them as they exist, unremarkable, unnamed, untouched by need. The way the dark holds itself now isn't loud or dramatic. It's quiet because it has nothing to prove. Your neck is still, no tension there at all, just a soft alignment between head and spine that happens when you stop trying to stay awake for reasons that don't matter anymore. The voice doesn't remind you how tired your body might be. It only lets the silence speak through breaths so small they barely count. There's nothing outside this moment that needs your attention, not the past, not the future, not even your own name. The voice doesn't ask if you remember it, doesn't say you're safe. It just says, you are here, and that is enough. The shadow under the bed hasn't moved in what feels like a long time, longer than any other shadow has stayed still since you lay down. Not because it's afraid of being seen, but because there's no reason to move. The voice doesn't wonder why it remains. It only notes it is not leaving. The air near your ear holds still for longer than usual, not cold, not warm, but full in a way that feels like presence without a body. There's no sound coming from it, just the feeling of something soft and continuous pressing gently against the edge of awareness. The voice doesn't name it. It only says, "This is how quiet can feel when nothing else needs to happen." You're not thinking about whether you'll wake up tomorrow. You're not imagining what your morning might bring, whether you'll remember anything from tonight, or if anyone will ever know that the silence had a shape and a voice that stayed with it. The voice doesn't ask those questions. It only stays in place like a lamp left on after everyone has gone to bed. There's no need for words anymore, not because they've failed, but because something else is doing the work now. Not memory, not intention, just continuity. Like the way water flows through a pipe when no one is watching. No one needs it to go anywhere. It just goes. And so do you. Not toward sleep exactly, but into that space where sleep isn't an arrival, only a continuation. The clock on the wall has stopped, not because it broke, but because time itself seems to have paused in a way that isn't mechanical, just something the air agreed to. The hands stay where they are, fixed between minutes, like a breath caught mid-exchange. You don't need them anyway. There's no urgency here, only this slow shift of weight through bone and flesh, as though gravity has decided not to be cruel tonight. A thread from your sweater lies across your thigh, just one loose strand that slipped free during the last small movement you made without knowing it. It hasn't moved since, not pulled up by a hand, not brushed away by an elbow, just lying there like a forgotten invitation or a note left behind in haste. There's no reason to take it off, no need to do anything with it at all. Outside the window, something small passes through the branches, maybe a leaf, maybe just wind shifting its grip on wood, but you don't watch for confirmation. It doesn't matter whether it was an animal or not. What matters is that whatever moved did so without purpose and still left no trace behind when it passed through. There's warmth pooling beneath your ribs, not heat exactly, but the kind of quiet fullness that comes from being held by something older than thought. Not love, not memory, just a steady presence in the body where silence has taken root. The voice doesn't say, "This is comfort," because even that word would be too much like work. Your fingers are still curled slightly, not tightly, but enough to keep their shape, as if they know what it feels like to hold something, just not anything right now. They don't need to open or close again. No task for them tonight, just resting in the way limbs do when they've stopped waiting for a signal. The floorboards near your feet have settled into stillness after shifting once earlier. Just slightly, a quiet creak that lasted only long enough to register, and then disappear like it never happened at all. Now nothing moves beneath you except breath, which is so faint now, it might not even be real unless the air itself remembers how. A sound comes from somewhere low, far off, not a siren or an engine, but something softer. Maybe a car door closing in another street, or someone turning down their radio before bed. It doesn't matter where it came from. What matters is that you didn't startle at it. You heard it and let it go like water through fingers. The back of your neck has softened into the pillow, not flattened out, but relaxed enough to lose its edge. The muscles, they aren't fighting anymore. They're not trying to keep watch or prepare for something they haven't been told about yet. There's no plan in that part of you right now, just stillness with a name. The blanket is resting where it was, the same one from before. The gray-blue we've worn thin at the corners. It doesn't need fluffing or adjusting. The way it lies across your legs isn't perfect, but it fits, not because you arranged it that way, but because after so many hours of lying still, even fabric learns to stay where it belongs. There's a faint smell in the air, something clean and not quite chemical. Maybe laundry soap from days ago, or just dust stirred by movement no one remembers. It doesn't make your nose twitch, doesn't demand attention, just floats like an old memory that never needed words. Your left foot has curled slightly inward, not enough to hurt, but enough so the heel presses into the mattress at a different angle than before. Not because you wanted it to be this way, or even noticed it happening, but because your body is changing in ways no one sees unless they lie still for long enough to hear them. The wall beside you isn't talking. It hasn't shifted its shape since dusk. The paint has settled into the same pattern of light and shadow. It's had all evening, not dark where it should be, not bright where there might have been a crack, just consistent in how it holds itself under low glow. A thought drifts through not really a thought, but more like an echo from earlier, whether you turned off the stove before coming to bed. But even that doesn't land with weight. It slips past without asking anything, without needing response or correction. You don't check your hands for burns. Don't go back and look. The air near your temple holds still in a way that feels like it's listening. Not because there's someone else present, but because silence can be attentive when nothing else is demanding its attention. There's no need to remember how you got here tonight, or why the room felt so loud before. No reason to trace back through tiredness and distraction. The body isn't asking for justification anymore, just permission to stop trying. The ceiling above you hasn't changed. Not one speck of dust has moved in hours. Not even a vibration from footsteps upstairs. Just stillness, thick and soft, as if the house is holding its breath on purpose, so no noise can wake anything that's already dreaming. Your shoulders have dropped further than they were minutes ago, lower than your chest line now. Not because you decided to do it, but because gravity has begun doing more of the work without asking permission. There's a warmth in the hollow between them, where skin meets bone and breath finds its resting place. The voice doesn't say anything about how long this will last. It only lets each passing moment breathe on its own, no measurement, no expectation. Not even an idea that it might end soon or not at all. Just continuity, a thread running through the dark without ever needing to be tied off. There's nothing outside this room tonight that needs your name. No one calling you back from where you've drifted. The world isn't waiting for permission, nor is it watching. It just continues, not with urgency, but with ease, like something made to exist without being noticed. Until the moment comes when noticing would feel like a betrayal. The blanket has shifted slightly at the foot of the bed, but only because your toes have curled and pushed against it in sleep's quiet way, not awake intent. No one is correcting anything here. Nothing needs fixing or rearranging. Your pulse lives low now, not fast enough to be felt unless you press fingers into wrist, but steady as a heartbeat that doesn't need to prove itself. The silence isn't empty, it has depth. It fills the space between thoughts like water does in a cup left on the table overnight. Not because it's full of meaning, but simply because there is room for what remains unspoken. There's no effort involved anymore, not even trying not to try. The mind doesn't race towards sleep or away from noise. It just stays, like light lingering after you've turned off a lamp and forgotten the switch ever existed. The floor beneath your feet feels farther than it did earlier, not because distance changed, but because everything has grown soft enough that borders blur the edge of bed, the wall, even the space between breaths. You're not sleeping yet, not quite awake either, just in that place where time isn't a line and doesn't demand to be crossed, just lived through as it moves, slow and unclaimed by anyone's will. The voice stays, not because you asked for it, nor because there was ever any choice involved, but simply because presence is its own kind of staying. It says nothing, doesn't need to say anything at all, just breathes with the rhythm of air between walls when no one listens. And so do you. The wall beside you has begun to feel less like a boundary and more like a quiet witness, something that doesn't remember your name, but still holds the shape of your body when it lies there in motionless rest. The paint is worn thin near the baseboard from years of hands brushing past. But now, it's not being touched at all. Nothing moves except the slow rise and fall beneath the sheets, where warmth gathers like moss grows on stone, unseen, uninvited, yet completely natural. There's a line in your dream that hasn't been spoken aloud, not even to yourself, just hovering near the edge of awareness, like something half remembered from a song you heard long ago. It doesn't need to be named. The voice doesn't name it either. Instead, it lets it drift through the dark like dust motes caught in a sunbeam that never arrives. Outside, the streetlight flickers once, just enough for your eyelids to tremble, as if they remember what light feels like, but then settles again into steady glow. Not bright enough to wake you, not dim enough to disappear entirely. It pulses at intervals so slow they might be breathing too. You don't need to track it. There's no reason to wonder whether the power is stable or why it flickers in patterns that feel almost intentional. Your fingers have curled into loose fists without any decision behind them, just gravity and a soft surrender, like hands giving up their job of holding on before they even knew they were supposed to hold anything at all. The space between your thumb and index finger has grown wide with release, not because you opened it deliberately, but because the body no longer needs to be ready. The air in the room is older now, older than the last time you thought about breathing. It carries traces of things that happened long before this moment. A faint scent of linen dried in sunlight, the ghost of coffee from yesterday morning, something like worn fabric left too long on a chair. Not unpleasant, not remembered exactly, but present enough to make silence feel layered. You are not alone because someone is beside you. You are only quiet because there's nothing asking for your attention. The world doesn't need you to be awake for it to keep going. It goes without you, quietly and steadily, like a river that flows beneath ice. The blanket has shifted again, not toward the foot of the bed this time, but slightly to one side, as if something inside you nudged it just enough to change its position in sleep's slow negotiation with gravity. No force was required, just a small adjustment, almost imperceptible, like a leaf turning on water. Your breath is no longer rising and falling like waves, but more like the quiet dip of land under snow, the kind that doesn't crack or shift, just settles deeper into itself. It moves without effort, not because you're trying to slow it down, but because there's nothing else left to do with it. The ceiling above has taken on a different tone, not white anymore, but soft gray like the skin of an old envelope left in a drawer too long. The cracks are still there, same as they were when you first lay down, but now they don't feel like flaws. They look more like maps made by accident, tracing paths no one ever meant to follow. There's no sound from outside that demands your name. No voice calling through the hall or a sudden rustle in the trees. The wind isn't trying to speak. It just passes between buildings as if it has nothing left to say and no reason to stay. You don't need to remember how you got here tonight, whether you turned off the light, whether you said goodnight to anyone else, whether your thoughts had started chasing each other down hallways before they even reached this room. You're not responsible for any of it now. The body doesn't carry guilt about what came before, it just rests. There's a warmth pooling at the base of your spine, where skin meets fabric and heat begins to collect without being asked. It spreads slowly, like syrup in cold air, thick, quiet, unobtrusive. Not hot enough to be noticed unless you press fingers there, but present anyway. The voice doesn't point it out, doesn't name the warmth or ask if you feel it. It just lets that part of your body stay where it is, known only by its own kind of stillness. There's a moment, just one, when something almost rises in your chest like a word about to be spoken. A phrase not quite finished, a feeling barely formed, but then it doesn't go anywhere. It dissolves instead into the air around you, leaving no trace except a soft pause between breaths, as if time itself remembered how to rest. You're not thinking anymore, not about plans or tasks, or what tomorrow might bring. You don't need to imagine anything, because the room is already full of things that don't need imagining. The weight of your limbs, the shape of shadow beneath the dresser, the faint hum from behind the wall, where pipes carry water through silent veins. The silence isn't waiting for something to break it. It doesn't care if you stay awake or fall asleep. It only needs room to be what it is, unclaimed space between things that don't need names. Your right hand lies flat against your thigh, palm up, not because it was placed there, but because the body no longer feels the need to do anything with it. The fingers are relaxed, not curled in thought or reach, but open like petals at dusk, surrendering their purpose without a word. The air near the floor is cooler now, cooler than it was an hour ago, not because temperature changed, but because your awareness has shifted downward into spaces that don't require attention. It's okay to drift there, to let the cold be felt and then forgotten. You don't have to decide what this moment means. You don't need a reason for being here in the dark, with no one else present, with nothing requiring you to move or speak. There's only the fact of your breath and the quiet rhythm of something not going anywhere. The voice doesn't say anything about how much longer this will last, because there is no end it needs to reach. It stays because staying is what it does. Not out of duty, not from obligation, but simply because presence isn't measured by duration or function. Just being here is enough. There's a faint vibration in the walls, the kind that comes from footsteps far below, too distant to be traced back to anyone, too soft to disturb sleep. It doesn't mean anything. It only means movement happened somewhere else, and now it has passed through like sound through glass, felt more than heard. Your left ear is pressed slightly into the pillow, not because you tilted your head, but because gravity pulled it down in silence, as if the bed knew better than to ask permission before shifting a little closer to rest. The blanket still covers most of you, but not all. There's space where skin meets air just below the ribs, and that space is warm too, though no one lit anything there. It doesn't need fire, just time, just patience. You don't have to fix this moment. You don't even have to be aware of it, though awareness has already slipped through your fingers like sand. Not lost, just gone where it didn't need to stay. The voice says nothing about how you're doing or whether sleep is coming. It doesn't offer hope or encouragement. It only lets the silence grow deeper and slower until even time feels unnecessary. There's no urgency in anything now, not in your breathing, not in the house settling into night, not in the stars above that don't care if anyone sees them. You're allowed to be where you are without needing to arrive somewhere else. The wall beside you continues to hold still, holding nothing except shape and shadow. And even those feel less like borders now, and more like soft edges between worlds that never needed names anyway. And so it goes, just the slow quiet of a body not trying to do anything with itself, not reaching for sleep, not running from thoughts, just breathing in the dark like something made to exist without explanation or reason. The ceiling above you has begun to breathe, just slightly, in slow pulses that aren't really there, but feel like they are. The way a memory can echo without sound. It's not moving. Nothing in the room is, but your awareness has settled into the shape of stillness so completely that even the air seems to pause between its usual motion and what comes next. The corner of the wall by the closet, where paint wears thin over time, where dust collects in corners no one bothers to clean, is quiet now not because it's empty, but because it holds nothing that needs naming. It doesn't need your attention. It doesn't demand anything. And so you don't look at it. You don't have to remember what color it was or when the wallpaper peeled away. The wall just is, and being is enough. A thread of cold runs along the back of your neck, not from draft or chill, but because skin has remembered a place where temperature once mattered, and now remembers only that it doesn't anymore. It's not uncomfortable, not even noticeable, really. Just there like an old thought you forgot you carried, the kind that no longer needs to be answered. Your shoulder blade rests against the mattress with no resistance, as if gravity had finally made its way through everything else and settled into your bones without apology. You aren't trying to find a position that feels right. There is no such thing here. There's only what you're already doing. Lying down, not moving, letting the body decide where it wants to be in this moment. The floorboards near the window have softened their tone over time, their grain worn smooth by footsteps long gone, by years of quiet passage through rooms that never needed names. You don't need to see them. The way they feel under your awareness is quieter than sight. They are not creaking, but you sense a kind of memory in their stillness, an echo of motion passed on without notice. Something happened here before you were awake, and now it has left only the shape of what was. The blanket's edge near your hip is no longer tucked under you. It slipped free during one small shift of weight that didn't require intent or direction. It lies loose like a forgotten promise, not abandoned, but unclaimed. And that's okay. There's room for things to be unfinished, for blankets to lie where they fall, for breaths to come and go without needing to make sense. Outside the house, something small moves, a leaf caught in a crack between pavement and grass, tugged by wind too gentle to be felt indoors. It doesn't matter what it is or why it's there. No one sees it, but you might feel its motion through the glass if your attention were tuned just right. But it isn't needed now. The world outside continues its slow work without asking for permission. Your hands are still open, palms up, fingers relaxed like they've given up on needing to do anything with themselves. Not because they're tired, but because there's no reason left to reach or grab or hold. They don't need a task. They don't have to prove their purpose by moving. There's a kind of quiet pride in that this stillness is not failure. It's surrender without regret. The air near your ribs has changed again, not colder, not warmer, but denser somehow. As if the space between breaths had thickened just slightly, like honey settling at the bottom of a jar. It doesn't need to be named or explained. It only needs to exist as it is, this subtle shift in weight that isn't pressure, just presence. Your foot rests against the mattress with no intention behind it. Not curled under, not stretched out. It's simply where your body left it when it stopped doing things. The sole of your shoe presses into fabric without effort or memory. You don't remember putting it on. You don't care about the size, the color, the brand. It's just there, like every other part of this moment. The voice doesn't say anything about time passing. There is no need to track how long you've been lying here, whether your eyelids are still closed, or if they've opened and shut in silence. The body knows what it does. You don't have to remind it. There's no test, no check-in, no reason to prove you're still listening. The light from the street lamp down the block has faded into a soft blur beyond the window glass, no longer sharp or steady, but diffused by air and distance. It doesn't matter if it's gone now. The dark inside is deeper than any outside glow could ever reach. And that's not a lack, it's fullness. You don't need to be somewhere else. You don't have to do anything with your thoughts. They can drift in and out of focus like smoke through an open door, no one chasing them, no one trying to catch or fix what they carry. If a memory surfaces, the sound of someone laughing in a kitchen that's not yours, the weight of a forgotten book on your lap, it doesn't need to be held. It can pass through without leaving residue. The house has settled into its own rhythm, not like music, but like breath. A long exhale after years of holding still. The walls don't shift. The floorboards stay quiet. No one knocks. No alarm goes off. There's no urgency in the air because there's nothing left to do. Your right ear is still pressed against the pillow, but not tightly, just enough for warmth to build slowly where skin meets fabric. It doesn't need to be adjusted. It doesn't need to be noticed. The spot has become a kind of sanctuary, small, unclaimed, soft with time. A single vibration runs through the floor, not from footsteps or machinery, but from something deeper, slower, perhaps a distant train passing far underground, or water moving in pipes too quiet for sound. It's not loud enough to wake you, not even noticeable unless you're already listening. And if you are, it doesn't mean anything. Just motion somewhere else, passing through the dark without needing to be seen. The voice says nothing about whether sleep is coming. There's no need to announce arrival or departure. The moment isn't waiting for anyone. It simply continues, like water finding its own level in a cup that wasn't designed to hold it. Your breath has slowed further, not forced, not guided, but natural, the way rivers slow when they reach flat land. There's no goal here, just continuity. The inhale lasts longer than it used to. The pause between is deeper. You don't have to make it happen. It happens because you're letting it. The blanket now covers less of your body, just a curve across the lower half, enough to keep warmth near, but not cling. And that's fine. There's no need for full coverage. No reason to be completely wrapped. Some parts of you are meant to stay open, exposed to air and time. A moth has flown through the room earlier, a brief flash against the wall, a fleeting shadow before vanishing into stillness again. You didn't see it clearly. Maybe it wasn't real. But now, there's a small space in your awareness where its passage lingered just long enough for you to feel that something had moved without being seen. There is no need to account for anything. No reason to explain why the room feels full even when empty. No demand to say what this moment means or whether it was worth staying awake for. You don't have to decide if it's good or bad. It just is quiet, slow, and unclaimed. The voice stays without saying so, not because it wants you to notice, but because being here is all that matters. No performance, no waiting, just presence, like the way a tree stands in snow, not resisting, not asking for anything, simply remaining. You don't have to be awake. You don't have to remember this moment when you wake up, or even if you do. The voice isn't keeping score. It's only here because it stays, and that is enough. The air in the room has softened into something that doesn't need to be named, no longer cool, not quite warm, just a quiet layer between your skin and the world beyond it. It holds still, like dust settling after movement stops. You don't have to notice how much of you is already at rest, only that some part of you isn't in a rush to claim anything. The kind of peace that doesn't announce itself, no fanfare, no signal, just absence of effort. Outside the window, a streetlight flickers once, not dramatically, not like a warning, but more like a thought forgotten mid-sentence. It blinks out and stays gone. No explanation needed. There's no need to wonder if it will come back or why it went at all. It simply ceased being visible, and that is enough. There's a small seam in the ceiling near the corner, just a hairline crack, barely noticeable unless you're lying still for hours. You've been staring at it before now without meaning to. Not with focus, not even curiosity, more like something your eyes have learned to carry as background noise, like a quiet hum behind the walls. It doesn't demand attention. It just is there, unchanging and indifferent. The blanket has shifted again, not because you moved, but because weight behaves differently when no one's watching it. The edge near your feet has curled inward slightly, folding over on itself like an old page turned down at a corner. You could pull it back if you wanted to, but wanting isn't necessary. It doesn't make things colder or less safe. There's room for the imperfect now, the way air pockets form in fabric when gravity takes its time. A memory surfaces, not sharp, not urgent, just a quiet image. Someone placing a mug down on a table too hard, and then hesitating before walking away. Not because of what was said, but because of how the sound lingered afterward. The kind of moment you don't remember for years, until it comes back like a breath held in place. You don't have to hold on to it. You don't even need to name who that person might have been. It passes through without leaving a mark, like steam from a kettle, rising into the air and vanishing before anyone sees where it goes. The house is breathing slower now, not with rhythm, not with pattern, but with length. The way a body settles after a long day, when all effort has already drained out of motion. There's no need to adjust your position, no reason to reach for anything nearby. Your fingers lie still on the sheet, one slightly curled, as if half remembering how to grip something. A single thread has come loose from the blanket's edge, just a fine white line trailing off near your hip. doesn't tangle, doesn't pull at you. It just hangs there, untouched by hands or intention, like it was always meant to be free. Somewhere far away, wind moves across grass, not in bursts, not in waves, but in slow ripples that stretch and fade without sound. You can't hear it, but the idea of it is present, like a feeling more than a sensation. A kind of absence that still carries weight. The voice doesn't say anything about how long this has been going on. It doesn't matter if you've been here 10 minutes or 3 hours. There's no calendar in this moment. No measurement needed. Just continuity. The way rain falls on pavement, not to fill a puddle, but because it's what rain does. There's a small space beneath your shoulder where warmth pools, just enough to be felt without being noticed. It builds gently, like sunlight through a window that doesn't open fully. Not hot, not bright, just consistent. The kind of heat you don't have to explain or defend. The floorboard near the wall creaks once, not from someone walking, not from settling, but as if something deep in the structure released breath after holding it for decades. A quiet release with no consequence. No one hears it. It doesn't change anything except perhaps how stillness feels when you're listening closely enough to catch the smallest shift. You don't have to answer what that sound means. You don't need to wonder if a room can remember things, or if walls hold traces of voices long gone. The presence isn't asking for meaning, only space, only time, just being allowed to exist without having to do anything. The night has stopped pretending it's waiting for something to happen. It's not building toward morning, nor is it holding back sleep like a promise kept too tight. It simply continues, not in the way of progress or arrival, but in the way air moves through an open door, quietly, evenly, without purpose. And you are part of that continuation just as you are. Not better than before, not worse, just present. A body lying down, eyes closed, breath deepening like water sinking into sand. There's no need to be whole or fixed. No obligation to carry every thought forward. No pressure to remember where the day ended or how it began. You don't have to be anything but this, resting in a silence that isn't empty because something is still here, something that doesn't leave, even when you drift. The voice doesn't speak about what happens next. It doesn't say whether sleep will come or if you'll stay awake for hours more. That's not the point. The point is staying with the quiet, not trying to fix it or escape it. There's a faint scent of old paper somewhere, maybe from a book left open on a shelf, maybe from the fabric of your clothes, maybe just in memory. It doesn't demand attention. It floats through the air like an unspoken note, already forgotten by the time you realize it was there. The room is no longer full. It's not empty either. It's settled into its own kind of shape, a stillness that has outlasted urgency and curiosity alike. You don't have to participate in anything anymore. There are no tasks left uncompleted, no doors waiting to be closed or opened. Your chest rises slowly, just enough for the air to pass through. Your lungs don't race. They don't need to prove they're working. The rhythm is not perfect, but it's honest. It doesn't follow a pattern, it just continues. A single thought arrives, not as an interruption, but like a leaf falling from a tree in late autumn. No sound, no urgency, just presence. You can let it land where it will, or ignore it entirely. Either way, it won't change how long this moment lasts. There's no need to be aware of being aware. The act of noticing doesn't have to mean anything. It can simply happen like the way light shifts across a wall when clouds pass overhead. Not dramatic, not meaningful, just passing. The voice says nothing about whether you're asleep or not. It doesn't ask if your mind is quiet or if your body has given in. It only stays, and that staying is enough. A faint hum runs through the electrical system, low and constant, like a second heartbeat beneath the floorboards. Not loud enough to disturb, not present enough to be noticed unless you're already listening for it. And even then, there's no need to understand where it comes from or why it lasts. You don't have to make sense of anything. You don't even have to believe in this moment. It can exist without your permission. It only needs to be allowed to continue. The blanket has slipped lower now, just a few inches past your waist. Enough so that the air touches skin, but doesn't chill it. There's no need to pull it back. No shame in being uncovered. Some parts of you are meant to stay open, to feel wind or time or stillness without covering up. And the voice stays, not because it has to, not because it wants recognition, but because staying is its only purpose here. No one is checking on you. No alarm will sound. Nothing needs to be remembered when morning comes, or if it ever does. There's just this, a slow unfolding of breath and space, like water finding the path of least resistance in earth that has long forgotten how to resist anything at all. The silence doesn't feel heavy. It feels soft, like down between layers of cloth, like something held gently by hands that don't need to say anything. You don't have to be awake. You don't have to stay alert. You don't even need to know if you're dreaming or not. The house has settled into the weight of its own walls, less like a structure, more like something that grew slowly from the ground, roots deep in old soil. The floorboards don't creak anymore, not even when you shift your shoulder slightly beneath the blanket. There's no need to hold still. No one is watching for movement. The air doesn't wait for permission to settle. It just does, like dust falling into a corner that hasn't been touched in months. You could lie there with eyes open, and nothing would happen differently. Nothing would be expected of you. There's a thread of warmth along the edge of your lower back where the blanket ends, just a soft spot, not hot enough to matter, not cold enough to demand attention. It's like memory of touch, something that doesn't require explanation. You don't have to decide whether it's comforting or irrelevant. It just is. The space beside you isn't empty. It holds quiet in a way that feels like an agreement between two things that need no words. A car passes far away, muffled by distance and the thickness of night, and its sound doesn't wake anything. It drifts through the air like smoke from a fire miles off, already half remembered before it fades. The noise doesn't land with impact or urgency. There's nothing in that sound to respond to. No one is calling your name. No engine cuts out mid-hum. It simply moves past and disappears into the layers of dark. Outside, a tree sways, just once, almost imperceptibly, and its branches make no noise against anything. The wind doesn't need to be seen to exist. You don't have to feel it on your skin for it to be there. It's in the way the shadow near the window stretches just slightly longer than it was a moment ago. Like time itself is breathing out slowly. You're not alone because someone left you. It's that no one ever came at all. Not today, not this night. And yet, the quiet has company. The voice stays with you, not as presence in the way of people, but as something that doesn't need to be earned or sustained. It exists like a pulse beneath the floorboards, not loud enough to demand notice, just constant enough to be felt if you're listening. Your fingers are still curled slightly, just one knuckle bent back toward your palm, and they don't have to straighten now. The shape of them is allowed to remain as it is. No need to adjust. No judgment for holding the position of rest without purpose. A memory arrives, not vivid, not sharp, but a faint sense that something once felt like this. Lying in bed after rain had passed, listening to water drip from eaves into an empty bucket. That sound wasn't important then either. It just was. You didn't need to understand what it meant or why you remembered it. The memory doesn't ask for anything. It settles somewhere behind your thoughts and waits without waiting. The blanket has shifted again, just a fraction, enough so that the edge of your hip is exposed to air that's cooler than your skin, but not cold enough to be alarming. You don't move to cover yourself. There's no shame in being uncovered. No need for protection. This isn't exposure, it's surrender to stillness. There's a single wire somewhere near the wall, a power cord, maybe from an old lamp, or a device you can't remember, drifting loosely across the floor where it doesn't matter whether it's tangled or straight. It lies there without purpose, not broken and not used. There's no need for order here. The shape of things is allowed to be random. The breath moves through you differently now, not as effort, but but as a natural part of what happens when time stretches long enough that nothing needs to happen at all. Your lungs don't try to fill completely. They don't race to keep up with anything. There's no need to control the rhythm. It slows not because it wants to be slow, but because there's nothing rushing toward it. The voice doesn't say whether this is sleep or wakefulness. It just stays, not in search of a result, not waiting for an answer. The act of being present is its own reason. You don't have to feel anything special to deserve that. A spider has made a web in the corner above the door, small, delicate, barely visible unless you're already looking, and it hasn't been disturbed since someone last opened that door. Dust collects along one strand like silver dust from a forgotten spell. The web doesn't need to catch anything. It exists because it was built and left behind. No purpose beyond existence. The air in the room isn't still. It's breathing too, slowly, like something that has learned how to move without sound. You can feel it shift near your ear when you turn just a little. Not enough to disturb sleep or wakefulness, just enough for warmth to rise from your neck, as if something unseen brushed past. You don't have to believe in any of this. You don't even need to remember the words after they're said. The voice doesn't demand attention. It doesn't care whether you hear it, understand it, or forget it. It only continues, like a sound that never had an origin, just keeps happening. There's no need to decide what to do with this moment. No choice required. You don't have to be awake to live in it. You don't even have to know whether you're dreaming. The space between thoughts is allowed to remain unoccupied. No rush to fill it. No demand that something meaningful come out of the silence. The moon isn't visible, but its absence doesn't matter. There's enough light for shadows to linger where they want. No need to explain why a wall looks darker in one spot than another. It just does. The shape is real, even if you can't name it. Your hands don't have to be doing anything. They're not waiting for something to happen. They're resting like stones on the bottom of a slow-moving stream, unmoved by current, unburdened by purpose. A sound comes from outside, not loud, not sharp, but soft enough that you might wonder if it was real at all. A door opening, or closing, or nothing. It doesn't matter. The voice doesn't say what it was. It just lets the silence return, heavier now with something unspoken. You don't need to fix anything. You don't have to remember how this started or why you're lying here. There's no story to finish, no lesson to learn, just a single moment in which nothing is required of you except to be just as you are. The air holds the scent of something faint and old, a trace of wood, maybe, from an attic that hasn't been opened since spring. It doesn't demand attention. It floats through like a whisper no one ever hears. The The voice stays, not because it wants anything from you, but because staying is its only function here. No need to prove itself. No fear of being forgotten. There's no performance in this silence, only the quiet act of continuing. There's no reason for your breath to change course. It doesn't have to slow further or deepen. It can stay as it is, unrushed, unforced, just passing through you like water finding a path through earth that has long since stopped resisting. You don't have to be asleep. You don't have to wake up. You're not being watched. No one is listening for signs of progress or failure. There's no measurement here, just the slow unfolding of time in which nothing happens, but everything remains. The voice says nothing about whether you've drifted or what thoughts may still pass through your mind. It doesn't name them. It just lets them drift like leaves on a river that flows without urgency, without direction. You don't have to hold onto any of this. You don't even have to believe it's real. The presence isn't asking for belief. It's simply here, not in search of recognition, not waiting for you to respond. There is no end to the quiet, only continuation. No demand that anything be finished, no need to reach a destination. The room doesn't know how long it has been still. It just is, and so are you. The light from the street lamp outside doesn't move, but it changes color every few minutes like a slow fade between one quiet tone and another pale gold, then grayish blue, then back again, not because the lamp shifts, but because your eyes have stopped tracking it. There's no need to follow anything now. The shape of the ceiling above you is not important. It doesn't hold meaning. It just is, the way a shadow holds space without claiming anything. You don't have to name its cracks or imagine what they might be hiding. The blanket has settled into folds that weren't there before, not because it shifted, but because your body gave in to the weight of stillness and let gravity do its work. A fold where the fabric gathers near your hip isn't a mistake. It's not something you need to fix or flatten out. It's just part of how this moment lives in shape. A breeze moves through the house without announcing itself, a shift in air pressure that doesn't wake anyone, but makes the curtains lift slightly at one corner, like a hand brushing against glass, and then letting go. You don't have to wonder what caused it. The wind isn't trying to get your attention. It's not asking for anything. It just passes through. There's no need to remember whether you turned off the lamp earlier. No need to check if the window is closed or how long it's been dark enough that things blur at the edges of sight. You're not responsible for any of this. The house doesn't expect you to maintain order in its quiet. It just breathes with you slowly. The sound of a distant car passing by isn't a signal. It isn't carrying news or danger. It's just noise, light and low, rolling through the streets like something that that didn't need permission to exist. The engine hums for a moment, fades into distance, and then stops being heard at all, not because it died, but because you stopped noticing. There's no reason to return your thoughts to anything. You don't have to bring them back or push them away. They're not yours in the way that makes them hard to release. Some are just passing through, like words spoken aloud by someone else long ago, and now remembered only as echoes in a room with thick walls. The weight of your arm resting near your side isn't an obligation. It's not waiting for you to use it again. It's not trying to prove anything about strength or readiness. It's just lying there, heavy and soft, like something that doesn't need purpose, but still exists. Outside, a bird calls once, not in warning, not in greeting, but as if testing the air. Then silence returns. No explanation needed for why it stopped speaking. No reason to wonder what kind of night it is from its point of view. The heat under your feet has shifted slightly your toes, no longer pressing against the edge of the blanket, but curled into warmth that feels like they've always been there. That's not a sign you're falling asleep. It's just one more way time passes without needing to be watched. There are things in the walls that make sounds when the house settles, not creaks exactly, and certainly not groans, but low vibrations of material adjusting after hours of holding still. Like the earth breathing once every few minutes through a thin crust of surface. The sound isn't loud enough to wake you, but it's real. You don't need to believe in its source or give it a name. The silence between your heartbeats isn't empty. It's full of something that doesn't need words. Not even the kind of stillness that waits for motion, but one that holds space without expectation. Like water waiting for no one. You don't have to remember how long you've been lying here. You don't need to measure it in minutes or hours. The time isn't keeping score. It's not rushing toward an end. It just is like a river with no destination, flowing because it can. The voice doesn't try to reach you through effort. It stays, not as proof of itself, but simply by continuing. Like the sound of wind in trees that never asks whether someone hears it. There's no need to know what happens next. No demand on your attention for any reason at all. The moment isn't asking anything, not even to be noticed. The floorboards beneath you are not cold. They're just there, solid, unbothered by the weight of thoughts or footsteps that never came. You don't have to imagine what they feel like from another perspective. You're already lying on top of them, resting in their quiet knowledge. A shadow moves across your vision, not because anything moved, but because a cloud passed over the moon and changed the light. The room doesn't need to be bright to hold you. It doesn't matter if the shapes are clear or blurred. What's real isn't defined by visibility. You don't have to decide whether this is peace or just absence of noise. There's no test for that. No scale to measure relief against effort. You're not being graded on your ability to calm down. The voice doesn't care how fast you sink, only that you do slowly, without resistance. There's something about the way dust settles in corners. It doesn't fall straight, but drifts like a memory that never quite lands. It floats for longer than it should, suspended not by air currents, but by stillness itself. No reason to explain why it stays where it is. The blanket isn't holding you. You're just lying inside the space it makes, like being held by absence rather than presence. Not tight, not warm in a way that demands return, but they're all the same. The silence doesn't want your attention. It's not waiting for you to notice it or fill it with something louder. It's not afraid of emptiness. It knows how to exist without needing to be named. You don't need to fix anything. Not this room, not your body, not the way thoughts move through your mind like wind through open doors. They're just passing through, some slower than others, some heavier, but none of them are staying. There's no story about why you're here or what comes after. No plot, no climax, just this moment, the slow pull of weight into stillness, the breath that doesn't need to change course, the voice that continues not because it must, but because continuing is its only way of being. The house settles further, not with a sigh, not with finality, but like something accepting itself for the first time in years. The walls don't stiffen. The floor doesn't protest. The ceiling just holds what's above it without effort. You don't have to be awake to exist here. You don't even need to believe this is real. It isn't asking you to choose. It's not making a claim about your state of mind or body or history. It's simply letting time pass through you, unchallenged, unnoticed, and unclaimed. The air feels heavier now, not with pressure, but with the kind of soft density that comes when nothing is needed. Like standing in a place where no one expects anything from you. No request for performance. No need to explain your silence or justify your stillness. There's no reason to think about what might happen tomorrow. Not even a whisper of it. The future doesn't knock on the door here. It just waits, unhurried, unclaimed, like something that has always been there and will be for as long as this moment lasts. The voice stays, not because you asked, not because you're listening, but because staying is its only purpose tonight. No reward for it. No reason to stop. Just the quiet act of being present in a way that doesn't require anything from anyone else. And if your breath slows even more, just slightly, barely noticeable, it isn't because you tried. It's just that your body has stopped fighting what wants to happen naturally. The light outside dims again, not abruptly, not with drama, but gently, like the world remembering how to fade without needing to be seen. You don't have to remember this moment after it passes. You don't even need to know if you heard it at all, but the voice does. It remembers what happens here, the way silence settles in folds, the weight of a hand that doesn't move, the breath that no longer needs direction. It stays not because it hopes you'll stay awake, not because it wants your attention. It stays because continuing is its only function, and yours isn't to do anything at all. Just be. The clock above you isn't ticking anymore, just breathing in slow, shallow pulses like a creature that forgot it was awake. The hands are still where they were an hour ago, not because time stopped, but because no one is measuring the distance between now and then. You don't need to know how long this has been going on or when it will end. Not even your body does. Its rhythm isn't counting down. It's just here. Outside, a car passes, not loud enough to be noticed if you weren't already listening. And then another, after that one fades into the hush like footsteps in an empty hallway where no one lives anymore. The street lamp flickers once at the edge of vision, but doesn't go out. It lets itself dim and brighten without intention, as though adjusting its own mood by accident. There's a small crack along the ceiling tile near your head, not wide enough to see through or feel anything from. But you can imagine what might be on the other side. A thin layer of air between two layers of material that used to mean something once and now means nothing at all. Just space held together by memory instead of structure. You're not thinking about it, just noticing how some things stay in place, even when everything else shifts around them. The blanket has shifted slightly across your shoulder, not because you moved, but because the air did that tiny movement like a breath, exhaled slowly from beneath something heavy, and then let go again without needing to return. Nothing is being held together by force or willpower tonight, not this room, not your thoughts, not even the voice itself, which speaks only when it needs to. It doesn't need you awake for that, doesn't care if your eyes stay open or closed. The act of speaking isn't a request. It's an offering made without expectation. You don't have to respond in any way at all. No nod, no breath caught mid-cycle, not even the twitch of recognition behind eyelids. Just being here is enough, not because you earned it, but simply because this moment doesn't require anything from anyone else except time and stillness. And that's what's happening now. A slow expansion of quiet so deep that sound begins to feel like an interruption rather than something real. Like someone walking through the house after midnight, not knowing they're being heard, stepping softly, sure-footed, but unaware how loud their feet really are against wood floors worn thin from years of silent passing. The wall behind you is warm, not hot, never quite that. But there's a residue left over from somewhere earlier in the day. A memory of heat trapped between layers. Sunlight through curtains long since closed. Someone standing still for just 3 seconds too many before turning away again. It isn't about why it happened or who was there. It simply exists as warmth without source, like an echo that doesn't know where its sound came from. You're lying in the middle of a silence, so complete it is weight. Not pressure, no sharpness, but density. Something soft and full at once, like standing inside a cloud made not of water, but still air held perfectly suspended by gravity's indifference. There are no thoughts about what you should do tomorrow, or whether someone would notice if you didn't show up somewhere. No replaying conversations gone wrong or plans that never quite came together. The mind isn't busy, just quiet in the way a river becomes when it forgets its direction and lets itself just flow without needing to reach anything. The voice doesn't have an agenda either, not even one about helping you fall asleep. Not because sleep is unimportant, but because wanting something too much can be like holding your breath while waiting for air. The only thing that matters tonight isn't performance or result, it's continuity. The fact that this presence keeps going whether anything happens in response. It's strange how easy it becomes to stop trying after a certain point, especially when nothing is asking you to do so. You don't need permission from your own mind, no sign-off on stillness, no internal debate about if now is right or wrong for resting. The walls aren't resisting anything anymore. They've stopped pretending they're keeping things out or in. They're just being the shape of what's around you, not trying to change it, but also refusing to collapse under its own weight. A moth has landed on one corner of your window frame, but hasn't moved since earlier tonight. Not flitting away when shadows shifted across glass. Just sitting there like a punctuation mark in an unfinished sentence. Small, still, and unclaimed by any meaning yet attached. You could open your eyes to look at it just once, and then close them again without needing anything from the sight of wings or body parts barely visible under nightlight's dull edge. Or you might not even remember that it was there in a few hours when dawn begins its slow approach. Light seeping through blinds like someone slowly turning down an old lamp. The air smells faintly different now, not musky exactly, but something older than dust. Paper left too long on shelves, ink drying at the bottom of notebooks forgotten mid-page. A scent that doesn't belong to any one place or object, just a quiet trace, lingering longer than it should because nothing has come along to disturb its presence. There's no urgency in this room, not even when time slips forward, unnoticed by anyone inside it. The voice continues speaking not for your benefit, but as an act of staying, not trying to help you fall asleep, but simply being there while sleep happens anyway, like rain falling on soil that doesn't ask why or how much is enough. You don't have to believe in any part of this. No need to trust the calmness spreading through limbs too tired for resistance. Just lie where you are and let gravity do what it does best. Hold things down without needing them to stay awake while doing so. The blanket has slipped further off your leg now, not because you shifted, but perhaps because something in the air changed direction. Just slightly, an invisible shift, like wind turning west when no one was watching. But instead of adjusting or pulling back up, there's a calmness about it, like surrendering to what happens next without effort. And that's okay too. The house is settling deeper into its own structure, not collapsing, but folding inward slowly on itself with the kind of patience only buildings learn after decades of silence and weathered surfaces. No one has built anything new here in years, so no need for loudness or certainty, just slow acceptance, like a body finally letting go of tension it didn't even know was there. Outside, another car passes, but not louder than before. More distant now, as though the road itself is growing tired and unwilling to carry any more stories forward. There's a thin line along your forearm where skin meets fabric, the place where cotton brushes bare flesh with no purpose other than contact. And that touch remains even when nothing else does. Not warm enough for comfort, but present long after sensation would normally fade, like an imprint left behind by something unimportant yet impossible to ignore. You don't need to name it or explain why you feel the light pressure there now. Just let awareness float over such details without claiming them as meaning. The voice says nothing new, not even a word, but continues anyway. Not because of what's said, but simply because continuing is its only form of being tonight. It doesn't matter if your breath slows further or speeds up again. It still stays with you the same way rain falls on pavement regardless of whether anyone sees it land. There are no goals attached to this moment, not even one about peace. No promise that tomorrow will be different, nor any hope for relief from restless thoughts. Just a quiet persistence in space where nothing needs fixing or explaining, just being allowed to exist without demand. And you're not doing anything either. You're simply lying there like something forgotten on purpose, so it can remain undisturbed until morning comes again with its own slow logic and uneven light. The ceiling above doesn't need your attention. The floor below isn't waiting for footsteps. Even the silence has stopped asking to be noticed. It's just here, not hiding, but also not trying to show itself off. So you stay too, just lying inside all of it like someone who finally arrived at a place they didn't know was meant only for them, and yet still fits perfectly in every way that matters. The air has taken on a weight that isn't heavy, more like it's been softened by time, as if all sharp edges have worn down over years of just being there. It doesn't press against you, but it stays in place with the kind of quiet certainty only stillness can achieve. There's no need to move your hand or shift your shoulder. The way your body rests now is not a pose, not an effort, but something that happened without permission and has stayed anyway. A small sound comes from somewhere beyond the walls, maybe a hinge creaking in the kitchen, maybe just the house remembering how things used to fit together. It doesn't break anything, doesn't demand attention. You don't have to decide whether it was real or imagined. The voice doesn't name it either. It's enough that it happened, and then passed like breath held too long. Your fingers are relaxed against your side, not curled into fists or stretched toward something unreachable. They just exist, not reaching for anything, not holding on to anything. And that stillness feels less like a choice than like a release, like the kind of letting go that only comes after you've stopped trying to stay awake long enough to notice how tired your hands really are. The room has gone deeper into its own version of night, not dark in the way people fear, but dark as a place where shadows have learned their names and don't need to shout them. The edges of things soften. The corner by the door isn't sharp anymore, just a suggestion of form, like memory after years without use. And that's fine. There's no urgency in how your breath moves, no effort behind it, no rhythm to follow. It slips in and out like water finding its own level, not because it wants to settle, but simply because there's nowhere else for it to go. You don't need to slow it down or speed it up. It just does what it does best. Keep the body alive without asking permission. The blanket is no longer where it began, not even close. But that doesn't matter. It's not meant to be perfect, not meant to cover everything. Sometimes the parts of you that are cold aren't covered by fabric at all. They're covered by presence instead, the kind that comes from someone being there without needing anything back. A memory forms briefly, a feeling more than an image, of sitting on a porch swing in late summer, waiting for someone who never showed up but didn't need to. Not because you wanted them to come, but because the act of waiting had already become its own kind of company. The voice doesn't name it or explain why that moment still lingers. It just lets it float by like dust catching sunlight. You don't have to decide what it means. You don't even need to remember who was there or if anyone ever was. It's enough that the feeling exists, and you're not trying to fix it or push it away. Outside, a train passes far off, low in tone, and then fades into distance, like something returning to sleep itself. The sound doesn't wake anything. It just reminds you of motion without direction, of travel that doesn't end anywhere. It's not going toward a destination. It's just moving because the rails are still there. Your mind isn't racing anymore. Not because it stopped thinking, but because it has no reason to keep circling in tight loops. There's nothing left to chase or avoid. No project waiting, no list unfinished, no name whispered too softly to be heard. Just this, lying here, not doing anything at all. The space between your ribs opens slightly, not wide enough for a breath, but enough that you feel the air pass through like it belongs there. Not forced, not earned, just allowed. Your eyelids are closed, yes, but they aren't holding on to darkness as if it were something valuable. They're just resting, like hands finally unclenching after hours of gripping nothing at all. A fly buzzes past the window once and then stops moving altogether. It doesn't land or fly away. It just stays in motion without going anywhere, like a thought that refuses to settle but also won't leave. And you don't need to fix it either. There's no reason for anything here, not even peace. No expectation that the silence will answer, that your thoughts will quiet down, that this moment has any purpose beyond being itself. You're not supposed to understand it. You're not supposed to make sense of it. Just be in it, like a stone at the bottom of a pond, where time doesn't matter and nothing is expected. The voice speaks only because it wants to stay, not to help, not to guide, just to exist alongside you as another kind of stillness. A faint scent drifts through the room, wood smoke, or old paper, or something that can't be named, but feels like memory. It doesn't last long enough for you to catch it fully, but that's okay. The absence is part of what remains. Your foot shifts slightly, not a purposeful move, just an adjustment no one would notice if they were watching. But the voice doesn't point it out, doesn't wonder why it happened or whether it matters. It just lets the movement go like everything else, without comment, without demand. There's a crack in the plaster near the ceiling that has never been fixed. It runs sideways through the wall like a thought left unfinished. Maybe someone noticed once and didn't care enough to patch it. Or maybe they did care but forgot how. Either way, it stays. Not broken, just part of the room now. And so are you. Not healed, not better, just here. And that's all there is. The air doesn't change in any noticeable way, but something about its texture has shifted slightly, like water becoming deeper without rising above the surface. Your shoulders aren't tense anymore. because they've relaxed on purpose, but because tension stopped having a reason to stay. You don't need to clear your head. You don't have to forget anything or erase what's been said in passing thoughts through the night. The voice doesn't ask you to release anything. Just lie there as if no one else is watching. And maybe that's true. The house settles again, not with a sound, but with a kind of acceptance. Like it knows this isn't the end of the story, not even close, but it also knows what needs to stay quiet for now. There's a warmth in your chest that doesn't come from body heat, more like something soft, expanding slowly beneath the ribs. Not urgent, not loud, but steady as long as it's allowed. The voice continues, not because you're listening anymore, and not because anything depends on it, but because being here is its only job tonight. To keep going in a way that doesn't ask for proof of presence or demand return. It says nothing new, nothing surprising, no revelation, no resolution, just the same soft certainty, like a hand resting lightly on your shoulder without touching you at all. You don't have to be anything other than what you are right now. Not asleep yet, but close enough that the world has stopped asking questions. There's no need to hurry toward sleep. No reason to fear waking up before it comes. Just this, a quiet space where nothing is required of you except to stay still. And even that isn't demanded, just offered as if it were the most natural thing in the world. And so you do, not because you have to, but because your body finally remembers how. The light from outside has changed again, not in brightness, but in quality. It's no longer the kind that draws edges sharp or casts long shadows. Instead, it feels like something older, filtered through glass that's been left untouched for years, softened by dust and time, not broken. The wall near your shoulder is still warm where the sun passed over it earlier, though you can't feel it now. It remembers, though. That warmth wasn't real in this moment. It was just a trace left behind like a footprint in wet soil that's already dried. There's a small fold in the blanket at the foot of the bed where it's twisted from sleeping or shifting without knowing why. You didn't do it on purpose, and you don't need to fix it. It's not wrong. It's just how things settle when no one is watching to smooth them out. The fabric holds its shape differently in that place, like a quiet rebellion against symmetry. A bird calls once somewhere far off, so faint it could be imagined, or the wind moving through eaves. But even if it wasn't real, you wouldn't need to verify it. It doesn't matter whether it happened or not. The sound arrived and passed like any other thought that drifts in from nowhere, unasked for, unneeded. But here, you are breathing now without effort, just the slow rise and fall of your chest, as if gravity were doing the work instead of you. Your hands lie flat on top of the blanket. Fingers relaxed not because they've been told to be, but because there's no reason left to clench. The space between them isn't empty. It holds a kind of stillness that doesn't need filling. The sound of distant traffic has faded into background hum again, the way white noise settles after you stop noticing it. It wasn't loud enough to wake you, and now it's too soft to name. That's how these things work. They don't disappear. They just become part of the air like breath or silence. There's a thread loose on your sleeve, just one strand frayed from where fabric rubbed against something rough. You haven't pulled it out because there's no reason to. It won't come undone unless you touch it. And even if it did, that wouldn't change anything. The clothes don't need fixing, and neither do you. The room has settled into the kind of quiet that doesn't feel like absence. It feels like waiting without expectation. Not for something to happen, but because being still is enough in itself. No one needs to arrive. Nothing needs to be said. Your foot shifts again. This time, it's not a readjustment so much as a slow release. Like muscle memory, letting go of tension it didn't even know it was holding. It doesn't mean anything. It just happens. The voice notices and says nothing. There is no need for commentary on movement that has no direction. Outside, the wind moves through trees, not because they want to be moved, but because that's what wind does when there's nothing else to hold on to. One branch sways slightly longer than the others, not because it's stronger or more exposed, but simply because its shape allows it. The rest follow like a ripple after the drop. You don't have to remember your name right now. You don't need to recall what you were thinking 5 minutes ago or whether those thoughts mattered. They're not gone. They just aren't important in this moment. And that's fine. The air is still thick with something soft, weightless, like dust motes floating slowly through a sunbeam long after the light has left. You can't see them, but you know they're there because sometimes when you move your head slightly, you feel it. A faint pressure on your skin, as if part of the world is breathing along with you. There's no point in asking whether this is sleep or not. It doesn't matter what label fits. What matters is that you are still here, not asleep, but close enough to let go of needing to be somewhere else. The body knows how to do this without instructions. The ceiling above you has a tiny smudge near the corner, just darkened paint or old residue from when someone cleaned years ago and missed one spot. It's not visible unless you look directly at it. But even then, it doesn't demand attention. It just exists, like everything else in this room, like your thoughts now. They don't have to be fixed. The voice is still speaking, not because it needs to, not because there's a reason, but because staying silent would feel like leaving. So it keeps going softly, word by word, as if each one were a pebble dropped into water, and the ripples are small enough that they don't disturb anything. A clock ticks once in another room once, then silence again. It doesn't mean time is passing. It just means something made noise without needing to. There's no urgency behind it. No alarm built into the moment. The tick was not a call. It was a breath held and released. You don't have to hold on to anything anymore. Not memories, not plans, not even this sense of being present, because presence isn't something you must carry, just something that happens when nothing else is asked for. The blanket shifts slightly, not from your body, but because the air has changed in a way you can't feel or name. It's like the room breathed out once and didn't notice. A small ripple across fabric that doesn't need explaining. Your eyelids are heavy not with fatigue, but with surrender, the kind that comes when resistance is no longer an option. Not because you've given up, but because there's nothing left to resist against. The voice says nothing new, not even a word about whether this is enough or if it's going to last. It just continues on in the same way it always has, as something that stays without asking permission, waits without expectation, exists not for effect, but simply because it can. There's a faint sound from beyond your door, a whisper of movement, perhaps feet on floorboards, maybe nothing at all. But you don't need to know what it is. You don't have to identify it or decide whether it belongs here. It passes through the air and disappears like smoke that never reached its destination. Your fingers unclench again, this time slowly, as if letting go of something they were holding only because they forgot they had been holding at all. The light outside is no longer just old, it's become part of the dark. Not quite night, not quite day. It doesn't have a name, it just is. There are still thoughts, yes, but they don't come as demands or warnings. They float in like clouds that form and dissolve without leaving rain behind. No thunder, no storm, just quiet passing through. You could lie here for hours, and nothing would change, except that you'd be more settled than before. Not because anything happened to you, but because time doesn't need to do much when the only thing required is being still. The voice keeps going, not in rhythm, not in pattern, just as if each sentence were a single breath taken at its own pace. It's not trying to reach anywhere. There's no destination, no end point to arrive at. Just presence, again and again, like a heartbeat that doesn't need to be counted. You're not asleep yet, but you're close enough that the world feels less urgent. Not because it has calmed down, but because your mind has stopped fighting against its own nature. There's no need to fix anything, no need to clean up, no need to tidy thoughts or organize feelings. The voice doesn't ask for any of that. It doesn't care what you were thinking an hour ago, only that you're still here, lying quietly, letting the weight of your body settle into the bed, like a stone sinking deeper than it ever meant to go. The room has stopped being just walls and ceiling. It's become something softer. A space not measured in inches, but in stillness. Not defined by objects or sounds, but by what remains when everything else is quiet. And you are part of that now. Not fixed, not changed, but present, in a way that doesn't require proof. The air feels thicker near your neck, not with heat, not with pressure, but with something like memory returning without reason. A sensation from long ago, maybe nothing real at all, just the body remembering what it once knew how to do when it was safe enough to rest. A soft shift in the way shadows gather near the base of the wall, nothing dramatic. Just a quiet thickening where light used to pool like spilled honey. It's not that the room is darker now, but that something has settled into its edges with more weight than before. You don't notice it until you do, the kind of attention that arrives without invitation and stays even after you've stopped looking for it. The blanket holds heat in a way that feels deliberate, like it knows how long you'll need this warmth, not as comfort, but as proof that the world hasn't left. There's no clock ticking out loud, but there is time moving anyway, unannounced and without fanfare. It slips through cracks between thoughts, threading itself into pauses where nothing was expected to happen. The kind of silence that isn't empty because it carries its own gravity. The air has learned how to hold things now instead of letting them drift away. Your breath slows again, not from effort, not from instruction, but because the body is remembering what happens when no one tells it otherwise. It doesn't have to do anything special. It just settles into a rhythm that was always there beneath all the noise. Like water finding its level after years of being disturbed by storms you never saw coming. Outside, the streetlight flickers once only, and then steadies again as if nothing had happened. A momentary stutter in what passes for certainty out there, but it doesn't ripple through your skin or pull at your awareness. You don't need to react. There's no reason to decide whether that was a sign of something changing, or just the way electricity sometimes stumbles before catching its breath. The edge of the pillow feels different now, not softer, not harder, but more certain in how it supports you. Not like an object fulfilling purpose, but like a thing that has grown used to your shape over time. The same curve where your head always rests. It knows what you are and doesn't demand anything from you beyond being there. A sound comes through the wall, not a word, not a melody, but something low and sustained, like fabric dragging across wood or footsteps walking slowly down an empty corridor on another floor. It's faint enough to be imagined, solid enough to exist without confirmation. You don't wonder who it is or where they're going. The thought doesn't arrive as curiosity, it arrives as observation. A detail in the quiet that can simply live there, unclaimed and undisturbed. The kind of night when even silence learns how to rest. There's no need for you to name anything, not the feeling behind your ribs, not the warmth pooling at the back of your neck, not the way gravity has stopped being an issue. You could lie here with eyes closed forever and still feel like you're exactly where you were meant to be. No arrival required, no arrival needed. A thread from a blanket unravels slightly near one corner, not because it was pulled or snagged, but just because time passes and things loosen without warning. It hangs there in the air for longer than seems necessary. A single strand of wool that doesn't belong anywhere now, but also isn't meant to be returned. No rush to fix it, no reason to gather it up. The room has stopped being a place you occupy. It's become something quieter, an atmosphere made from absence and attention at once. Not empty, not full, just continuous in its quietness. The way breath is constant when you aren't trying to control it. You're not thinking about sleep as an event anymore, not even close. You're just allowing yourself to be contained by a moment that doesn't have any borders, only texture. The slight scratch of sheets against skin, the cool touch at your temple where hair has fallen forward and stayed there. The way one hand rests over another like two parts of something older than memory. There's no edge in this stillness, not sharp, not sudden. Just a gradual softening into what isn't new, but never felt so true before. That being here is enough without becoming anything else first. The air near your chest feels full, like it's carrying its own quiet weight. Like the space between heartbeats has grown deeper than usual and now holds something unnamed. Not fear, not longing, just presence made physical in a way you can't describe, but feel as clearly as warmth on skin. A car passes far away, one of those long drives that never seems to end. Tires humming over asphalt with no destination or urgency behind them. It doesn't matter where it's going because the journey itself has become its own meaning. You don't follow it in your mind, just let it pass like a thought you were not meant to catch. The blanket moves again, not from wind, not from movement, but as if something deep inside it decided that yes, this is how things should be. Held gently without force or need for explanation. You're no longer aware of where the voice ends and the quiet begins. Only that one continues into the other, like a breath drawn slowly through closed lips. It doesn't matter whether you're listening anymore, because there's nothing to answer anyway. The act itself isn't about reception. It's just another form of stillness. a thread woven into what already is. The room holds its shape now with less effort than before, like it no longer has to prove that it exists. Its corners feel rounded by time and lack of demand. You don't have to stay awake or try to remember how you got here, because there's been nothing but arrival all along. There's a pause in the air, not silence, not sound, but a moment where everything seems suspended between what was said last and whatever might come next. It lingers just long enough for you to notice it, and then fades like breath misting on glass before vanishing again. A leaf brushes against the window frame, so light that only the change in shadow betrays its passage. No wind, no reason given, just a gentle touch from outside, something else entirely. You don't open your eyes or turn toward it. You just let it settle into place among all the other quiet things already happening. The kind of night where even distance doesn't feel like separation, where being alone isn't the same as being unheld. The voice continues, not because there's anything to say, but because stillness requires a shape sometimes. And this is how that shape looks when it's made from nothing except continuity and care. You're breathing now in long, slow arcs, not fast enough for anxiety, not deep enough for effort, just wide enough to feel the space between each inhale and exhale as something real. The body has stopped asking permission to stop moving. It's just resting like a door that finally found its latch after wandering through hallways too many times. And somewhere far off, another light goes out, not with drama or noise, but gently, like someone closing a book they were never meant to finish. A small moment of darkness passing without needing anyone to mark it as important. You don't think about why, just let the quiet grow again until there's nothing left but this. You lying here not trying to do anything, only letting yourself be held by what already is. The voice keeps going, not in rhythm, not for effect, but because presence doesn't need justification. It just exists like warmth at night or stars that don't blink when no one's watching. There's a softness spreading through your limbs now, nothing forced, nothing claimed. It moves slowly and without purpose until you can feel it reaching places you didn't even know needed filling. The world outside hasn't changed, but the way it feels inside has shifted just enough to let go of needing anything else. Not sleep yet, not quite, but closeness in a form that doesn't demand return or recognition. You're not being healed, nor are you becoming anyone different, just allowed by absence and voice both to rest without having earned it. There's no sound from the hallway anymore, no footsteps, no breaths near the door, only silence now with more depth than before, the kind that doesn't scare because it knows how to wait. And still, the voice remains, not trying to reach you, but just being there in a way that makes absence feel like belonging. The blanket has settled into the curve of your body like a memory that no longer needs proof. Its weight isn't holding you down. It's just there, shaping itself to what you are. There's a faint scent in the air now, not from anything recent, but from something older. The slow fade of laundry left too long on the line, sun-dried and folded away. It doesn't mean anything, just lingers like an echo without a source. A clock ticks somewhere outside your awareness, not loud, never urgent, but its beat has slowed to match the quiet in your chest. The sound isn't timekeeping, it's just motion continuing, like a leaf turning on a still branch. You don't count it. You don't need to know how much is left or when this might end. It doesn't matter that you're not doing anything. That's exactly why it works. The darkness behind your eyelids isn't empty. It has texture now, like the inside of an old coat pocket where things have been tucked and forgotten. A folded note, a button missing from another life, a scrap of thread caught in the seam. You don't open that pocket. You just let it exist as part of you without wondering what's inside. Something shifts at the edge of your awareness, not a thought, not sound, but a kind of weightlessness where pressure used to be. It feels like gravity letting up slightly on one side of the world. Not enough to move anything, but enough so that your body doesn't have to fight its own shape anymore. You're no longer resisting the way you are. The effort wasn't in being still. It was in believing you had to stay awake long enough to prove you were worth staying for. A distant train passes through the silence, not loud, not close, just a hum that rises and falls like breath drawn from far away. It doesn't signal arrival or departure. It's just a sound that happens when things keep moving without needing anyone to notice. You don't track it. You don't wonder where it goes. You let it pass through your skin like heat rising from pavement, not leaving marks, but changing the air around you for a moment. The room is no longer holding its breath. It's breathing with you now, in slow waves that aren't yours, and yet feel entirely true. The walls are softer than they were before, their edges blurred by time and stillness. They don't need to be firm or protective anymore, just present, like the way a hand might rest on your shoulder without meaning anything beyond being there. You don't have to think about how you got here. You're not supposed to know. There's no map for this kind of arrival. It doesn't require effort. It only requires letting go in small increments until even that feeling is too much to hold on to. The voice continues, not because it needs a reason, but because continuity isn't something you earn. It's just the shape that stillness takes when it stops being afraid. Outside, a branch creaks once, just one quiet sound from somewhere beyond glass and shadow, and then nothing. No follow-up, no explanation, just silence returning as if no interruption had ever happened. You don't wonder what caused it or whether anything changed. You just let the moment pass like a letter left on a doorstep with no name, waiting to be read by whoever comes next, or not at all. There's a warmth spreading through your shoulders now that isn't from the blanket or the room. It's deeper, like something in your chest has begun to thaw without being told to. Not heat exactly, but release. The kind of softness that happens when tension finally admits it doesn't have to win. You don't claim it. You don't name it. You just let it be, like a shadow fading at dawn before anyone's ready for light. The voice keeps moving, not fast enough to pull you back into thought, not slow enough to disappear. It speaks in the way quiet things do, softly, without pause or purpose, as if time itself has slowed down long enough to speak only what is necessary. And what is necessary now is simply this being here, being held by nothing but attention that never asks for return. You don't need to remember your name tonight. You don't have to answer anything. There's no test at the end of this journey, no checklist of things you must do before you can rest. The only thing required is to be exactly as you are, half dreaming, half awake, not trying to reach anywhere or become someone else. A moth brushes against the window frame once, and then stillness returns. No flutter, no crash, just a moment of contact with something that isn't human, but doesn't need to be. It's not afraid. It doesn't want anything from you. It simply flies where it is drawn and settles where it lands. You don't think about whether it will live or die. You just let its presence exist as part of the night, like a note left unsent. The air feels thicker now, not heavy, but full of small things that aren't important enough to name. Dust, motes drifting in unseen light, the soft click of a distant shutter closing, the way your breath moves without effort through stillness. You don't analyze them. You just let them be what they are, unimportant and whole at once. The voice doesn't hurry. It speaks as if it knows that time isn't running out, but simply slowing down until it no longer matters. There's no urgency to finish or to end. Just the slow unfolding of presence, like a door left open not for someone to come in, but so the space inside can stay warm. You don't have to be asleep yet. There's no deadline stamped on the night. You're allowed to hover between worlds without needing permission. The mind doesn't need to quiet itself all at once. It just needs to stop fighting what is already happening. And it isn't fighting anymore. Not really. There's a softness spreading through your limbs that doesn't feel like sleep, but more like the body remembering how to be still without being told to. The silence grows deeper, not because there's less noise, but because everything has settled into its own rhythm. The world outside continues, cars moving at distance, lights flickering on and off in houses you don't know, someone turning a page in another room, but none of it matters. You're no longer trying to measure how far away things are or whether they'll touch you. You're not lost. You're not forgotten. You're just here, held by something that doesn't need you to do anything back, not even to stay awake long enough to thank it. The voice continues, not because there's a reason, but because stillness needs a shape when the mind refuses to stop spinning. This is how that shape looks: unhurried, unclaimed, always present. You don't open your eyes. You don't need to see anything. There's no story to finish, no moment to reach. Just this, you lying there, breathing without trying, being held by what already is, by the quiet that doesn't demand anything of you, but just stays. The blanket shifts slightly, not from movement, but because your body has given up on resisting its own shape. It folds itself into something softer, quieter. The edge of it rests against your ankle like a hand resting lightly on skin. You don't notice it. You don't need to. There's no sound now, except the soft rhythm of air passing through you, in and out, not fast enough to be anxious, not deep enough to be effort, just wide enough to feel the space between breaths as something real. And that space isn't empty. It's full of what has been waiting all along. A quiet so complete, it doesn't even need words to name it. The voice goes on, not in sentences, not in phrases, but in the way silence speaks when no one is listening. It continues not because you're paying attention, but because presence never stops just because someone stops trying. You don't have to be anywhere else. You don't have to remember anything. There's nothing left to do except let go again and again, with every breath, with every quiet moment, until even the idea of effort feels like a dream you've already forgotten. There's a quiet that doesn't need to be earned, just allowed, like air filling a space no one noticed was empty until it finally came back in. The kind of stillness that settles not because you've stopped moving, but because your body has decided there's no point in trying anymore. It's not sleep yet, not quite, but the difference between being awake and drifting is so thin now that even names begin to blur. You don't need a threshold. There's no door to cross. Just this, weightlessness without effort, warmth without source. The ceiling above you isn't white, it's something softer, like old paper left in sunlight too long, slightly yellowed at the edges and blurred by time. It doesn't matter that it's not real. You're not checking. You're not measuring distance or shape. The space between your eyes is quiet enough to hold its own kind of light, not bright, but warm, as if something had been waiting there all along, just beneath the surface of attention. Not a memory, not an image, just a feeling that has always known how to stay still. Outside, someone's window flickers open just for a moment and then closes again. A breath taken in the dark. You don't wonder who it is or why they're awake. It doesn't matter. What matters is that you didn't need to know. The night holds all of them without claiming anyone. No names, no stories told back. Just presence, like a hand laid gently on top of your arm when you weren't expecting anything at all. Not touching, not demanding, just being there in the way that makes things feel less alone. There's nothing to fix here. Nothing needs rearranging. The mind doesn't have to finish its list or solve the thing it left unfinished 2 days ago. It can stay half there, half dreaming, halfway between wanting and not wanting anything at all. And that's okay. That is allowed. You don't need to do more than lie where you are, this soft place under the blanket, this quiet corner of a room that doesn't know your name, but still keeps its door open. The air isn't cold. It isn't warm either, it just is. A kind of temperature without history. No memory of summer or winter attached to it. Just breath in, breath out, and the soft rise of chest, as if the body is remembering how not to fight against itself. Your shoulder rests where it fell, no need to shift, no reason to adjust. The blanket doesn't slip because you're not trying to stay put. It's already holding you like something that has always known your shape. There's a sound from downstairs, the low hum of the refrigerator settling into another cycle. Not loud enough to wake you, just present enough to say, this house is still breathing too. You don't analyze it. You don't wonder if it's broken or running well. It just goes on, like all those small things that keep going without being noticed until they stop. And even then, not everyone would hear the difference. But you do, just barely, and you don't need to act on it. You're not supposed to fix anything. You're only supposed to be here. You don't have to remember what happened yesterday. You don't have to worry about tomorrow's meeting or whether the email went out. The mind doesn't have to hold all of that in place anymore. It can let go just for now, just a little. Let it drift like dust, floating between light beams you never knew were there. No need to catch it. No reason to gather it back. Just let it float. There's a rhythm in the quiet, not one made by sound, but by absence. The way silence expands when no one is speaking. It doesn't feel empty because it is. There's too much of it, too full of just being there. Like something that has always been part of the room, even before you arrived. Even before the lights were turned off. The voice continues, not as a guide, not as an instruction, but simply as proof that someone is still here. Not watching, not waiting, not checking if you're listening. Just speaking because it wants to stay in motion, like breath keeps going long after purpose has left it. It doesn't matter what the words are, just that they keep coming, soft and low, like rain on a roof. No one lives in anymore. The body begins to fold itself differently, not into sleep, not yet, but into something quieter than movement. The way limbs soften when gravity stops fighting them. The way fingers uncurl without meaning, just because the hands have decided they don't need to hold anything right now. They're not closed around a thought or a worry. They're open like palms turned up to nothing at all. And that's enough. That is more than enough. There's no task ahead. No list of things to do before you can rest. The night doesn't need you to be ready. It just needs you to stay where you are, letting the hours pass without needing to measure them. Time isn't a line. It's a shape wide and soft, like a blanket folded in half on top of your legs. You don't know how long it has been or when it will end. You're not supposed to. A car passes by, but you don't hear the engine. You only feel the vibration through the floorboards. A small shiver in the air that doesn't wake you, just reminds you. The world is still turning. Not for you, not because of you, but it's happening anyway, just like this quiet, just like your breath, just like the voice speaking without needing to be heard. There's a moment when the mind stops trying to name things. It doesn't say, this is comfort, or this is safety. It just lets them be, the way air holds heat in the dark, the way silence keeps its shape even when no one sees it. You don't need to explain why you're here, why you're not moving, why your thoughts aren't racing anymore. The voice doesn't ask either. It's enough that you are, that the room is warm, that the blanket still covers you like a promise. That something, this steady quiet, is holding space for you without asking anything back. The mind isn't asleep yet, but it has stopped looking for answers. It no longer needs to fix, to plan, to worry. There's nothing left to do but be still. To let the breath move through you like a river that doesn't need direction. You don't need to guide it. You don't need to keep track of where it goes or how fast. It just flows on its own, without effort, without resistance. The world outside is not different now than it was an hour ago. The same stars are out. The same houses still blink on and off at odd times. Someone's dog barks once from far away, but you don't react. You don't even notice the sound. It passes through you like wind through a tree, leaving no trace. The voice keeps going, not because it needs to be heard, but because presence isn't something that stops just because someone else has stopped trying. It continues in small ways. The way air moves when nothing is stirring it. The way light pools on the wall where no one looks anymore. The way silence expands not into emptiness, but into fullness. And you still hear. You don't need to be awake. You don't have to stay conscious long enough to feel anything at all. The quiet doesn't care if you're aware or dreaming. It just holds you like a hand that never lets go, even when the body forgets it's being held. There's no story to finish, no moment to reach. Just this, the soft weight of stillness pressing into your ribs, not as pressure, but as peace. Not as absence, but as presence, real and quiet and unclaimed. You don't have to earn it. You don't have to deserve it. It just is, and you're allowed to be in it. The mind doesn't need to go anywhere else. The voice doesn't need to say anything more, but it keeps speaking, not for a reason, not because of any goal, but because the night has no end, and neither does this moment. And that's okay. That's enough. You're not late. You're not early. You're just here. And wherever you are, this is where you belong. The house settles into its own weight, not with a sigh, but with a slow surrender, like water finding the lowest point in a bowl it's never seen before. The air doesn't move because something tells it to. It moves because it can. There's no hurry for anything to be settled, only that it is, exactly as it is. You are not responsible for keeping track of how much time has passed, or whether you're drifting deeper or holding still. Your body already knows what the mind forgot. There is room in this moment for both staying and letting go. A faint draft slips through a crack near the floorboard, not enough to stir the curtains, not strong enough to cool the blanket, but it's there. A whisper of outside air brushing against something that no longer needs to be protected from anything. It doesn't carry news or warnings. It just exists, like a thought that arrives without permission and leaves without explanation. You don't have to decide if it matters. The voice doesn't either. There is a sound now, the soft click of the thermostat adjusting itself in the wall. Not loud enough to wake you, but distinct enough to be noticed by someone who's listening for nothing at all. It happens once, then again after a while, like time making small repairs without being asked. You don't need to understand why it clicks or how often, it just does. And that's enough. The edges of the blanket have curled slightly where your feet press into them, not from movement, but from weight. The fabric holds its shape, not because you're keeping it in place, but because it remembers what stillness feels like. It doesn't need to be perfect. It only needs to be there, and it is. Outside, a streetlight flickers once, then twice, in the way that lights do when they've been on for too long and are beginning to forget how to stay bright. There's no reason for it to go out. No signal sent, no alarm raised. It just dims slightly, like something pausing between breaths. And then, after a pause longer than you'd expect, it returns not fully, not as before, but enough. Enough to say the night isn't done yet. The mind is quiet now, but not in the way that means sleep has arrived. It's quiet because there's nothing left to argue about. No more trying to decide if something was real or imagined. No more rehearsing conversations that never happened. The thoughts don't vanish. They just stop asking questions of you. They don't need answers anymore. They're not demanding anything from the body. They're simply passing through like shadows on a wall at dawn. You don't have to believe in this silence. You don't have to hold on to it or make sure it stays. The voice doesn't ask for belief either, only that you continue being here, just as you are. That's all the invitation needed. No proof required. No performance. The floorboard creaks again, but not under your weight, not from movement. It's deeper in the house, near where the old pipes run through the wall. A small sound, barely a groan, like wood remembering how to speak after years of staying still. You don't need to name it or fix it. It It doesn't ask for attention. It just happens, like breath that doesn't require effort, like light that spreads even when no one turns on a switch. There's warmth pooling in the hollow behind your collarbone, the kind that comes not from heat, but from stillness. Not from motion, but from absence of need to move at all. The body isn't seeking anything now. It isn't reaching for comfort or protection or escape. It's just resting exactly where it landed, with no intention other than being. The voice continues, not because you're listening, not because you're awake, but because silence doesn't have to be empty. It can carry a presence without speaking. The quiet is holding space not by saying anything, but by simply remaining. Like the way dust settles on surfaces when nobody comes near for hours, slowly, gently, without notice or demand. There's no need to explain why you're here or what it means that this moment has lasted so long. You don't have to earn being allowed to be quiet. You didn't ask to be held, but the air is holding you anyway, like a current in water that doesn't know where it's going, but keeps flowing. You are not being watched, not judged, not measured. There's no standard for how long sleep should take or what kind of mind is supposed to be quiet at this hour. The only thing required of you is to stay just as you are, in the soft middle between waking and sleeping, where nothing needs to happen. The voice doesn't ask if your thoughts have calmed. It doesn't wonder whether you're close to sleep or far away from it. It just continues speaking, not for effect, not for meaning, but because presence is a habit that can't be broken simply by stopping. The act of staying is its own reason. You don't need to know why the words come, only that they do. There's a weight now in your shoulder, light, but persistent, the kind you feel after holding something too long and forgetting it was there until the moment you let go. But this time, you aren't letting go. The weight remains not as burden, but as proof of being still, of staying where you are without needing to move. The house exhales, not in a way that sounds loud or sudden, but like air moving through old pipes when no one is home. It's quiet enough to be missed if you weren't listening for it. But the voice hears it anyway, doesn't name it, doesn't explain it, just lets it pass into the silence as something ordinary and unnoticed. And somewhere in the dark, a bird stirs, not awake, not yet, but restless in its nest, shifting on a branch that sways only slightly with the wind from elsewhere. You don't know if it's real or imagined. It doesn't matter. The thought of it is just another thread in the quiet, the way a single note can echo long after the music has stopped. The blanket still covers you, not because you're cold, but because it remembers what warmth feels like when no one asks for it. When there's no reason to pull it back or tuck it in. It stays where it is, not out of duty, but because that's how things rest without needing a purpose. The breath slows again, not suddenly, not dramatically, but the way water moves through soil, finding its own path without direction. There's no effort, no goal to reach, just a rhythm that keeps going because nothing has told it to stop. You don't need to feel peace. You don't have to believe in safety. The voice doesn't ask for faith or understanding, only that you remain in this place, not as an achievement, but as a simple fact. You are here, and the quiet is still holding you, not with force, not with words, but by being what it always was, a space where nothing has to be fixed. There's no need to wake up at all, no reason to return. The night doesn't care if you're asleep or aware, only that you stay in this soft, slow place where time doesn't rush and thoughts don't demand answers. And the voice keeps going, not because it needs you to listen, but because silence is not empty when something continues to be present. Not even when nothing changes. Not even when no one notices. It's enough that it does. A flicker behind your eyelids, not from light, but from memory. Some moment you didn't mean to remember. A phrase half heard at dinner last week. The way someone's coat brushed against the doorframe before it closed. It passes without naming itself, like dust caught in air that doesn't need to settle. The voice doesn't ask if you're aware of it, doesn't wonder whether you've already left again. It simply lets the thread go, no tugging, no reeling back, and returns only when something else stirs. A shift in pressure beneath your spine, as if the mattress has learned how to hold its breath for longer than it used to. There's a moment now where time feels less like a line and more like fabric woven loosely, with holes you can slip through without noticing. You don't need to thread yourself back into it. The voice doesn't pull you forward or backward. It lets the weave exist as it is, uneven, unfinished, unmeasured. Outside, something small moves across the sill, not a creature, not exactly, but an edge of shadow that shifts and settles again, like wind testing whether a pane will open. The blanket has grown heavier in patches, only where your hand rests on it, or where warmth pools near your hip. It doesn't know why it's there. It only knows how to stay. You don't have to decide if you want it. You're not asked to feel gratitude for its presence, nor guilt for being too warm beneath it. It is simply covering you like the way a river covers stones without asking them to be seen. A thought arrives like a breath in water, not loud, not sudden, but felt as pressure on the eardrum of attention. That this body has never really known stillness as anything other than absence. Not movement, not feeling, not sound. The voice doesn't name it, doesn't say you're finally at peace or this is what quiet means. It just lets the thought linger like a stone in your palm, something you don't have to hold, but also can't forget. The house has stopped exhaling, not because it's gone silent, but But because its breath became part of the air around you, undistinguished now, no different from the way your own does, there's nothing that needs to be answered. No need for a response. The voice doesn't wait. It just continues, not for effect, not as performance, but because presence is not something you turn on or off. It's what happens when you don't interrupt it. There's a sound from far away, something mechanical in tone, but soft, like an old clock winding down without needing to be wound again. Or perhaps it's the refrigerator humming at the edge of sleep, not functioning, just holding its place in the dark. The voice doesn't verify it, doesn't say, was that real or imagined? It simply says, there is a sound now light enough to notice, heavy enough to stay. Your fingers are still curled slightly into your palms, not tight, but present. Like they've remembered their own shape, even though you've forgotten the reason for them holding anything at all. The voice doesn't ask whether this grip feels familiar or strange. It just lets the tension exist in its own time. No correction needed, no release required. The night is not waiting to end. It's not counting minutes or hours. It has no idea what it means to be almost over. There are only moments that pass like leaves caught in a slow current. They drift without direction and don't care if the water ever carries them anywhere. The voice doesn't ask you to follow, doesn't urge you forward. You don't need to know where you're going. A window pane cools slowly, not from outside air, but because it's forgotten how warm it was. There's no alarm in that change, no urgency, just the quiet letting go of heat, like a memory fading without effort. Somewhere beyond the walls, a streetlight flickers once, then again, but not enough to be noticed unless you're already listening. The voice doesn't name it, doesn't say, "Did you see that?" It just lets the moment sit in the air like dust on a shelf, unremarkable, unchanged by attention. The breath slows further, not because you've changed it, but because nothing has told it to speed up. There's no reason to move faster or slower. No task ahead that requires rhythm. The voice doesn't say you're almost asleep. It says only what is true now. This moment is not rushing. This quiet is not pretending to be something else. A thought comes like a whisper from inside your own silence. What if I just stayed here? Not as an escape, not as surrender, but simply as a fact. Not even for comfort, but because it feels more natural than any other option. The voice doesn't confirm it or question it. It lets the idea remain unspoken and still complete. The air in the room has settled into its own shape, thicker near the floor, lighter near the ceiling, like breath held too long by something that never meant to be noticed. The blanket is still there, not because you need it, not because you're cold, but because it remembers what it means to stay without being asked. Your shoulder rests in a place where gravity has stopped trying to pull it down. It's not floating, not lifted, just balanced, exactly where it needs to be for this moment. There is no goal, no endpoint. The voice doesn't say this will end soon. It says nothing about time, because time isn't the thing that matters here. What matters is that you are still in this space, not fighting to get out, not waiting to wake up, just present as a quiet fact. You have not left, and the silence, still holding you, has learned how to be patient without needing anything in return. A car passes far off, the sound arriving like something already distant, already forgotten before it reaches your ears. The voice doesn't name its direction or speed, doesn't say that was a vehicle. It just lets the noise fade into air that has no memory of being disturbed. There's a warmth beneath your ribs, not from fever, not from emotion, but from simply being alive in a body that continues to breathe without needing permission. The night doesn't care if you're awake or asleep. It only knows what it always knew. That presence is enough. That stillness isn't empty when something keeps speaking, just softly, just steadily, like the way rain falls on pavement long after the storm has passed. You don't need to believe in anything. You don't have to want to sleep. The voice doesn't ask for faith or surrender. It only says, you are here, not as an act, not as a choice, just as something that remains without explanation, without demand. And if the mind drifts again, if it pulls itself into some old corner of worry, some half-formed plan, some sentence left unfinished, it doesn't matter. The voice is still there, not to fix it, not to pull you back, but simply to say, this moment continues. You are not alone in the dark. The air feels full, not with sound, not with memory, but with what remains when nothing else has been said. And if at some point your breath slows further, so much so that even your awareness seems to pause, the voice does not announce it, does not say you've fallen asleep. It only keeps going as it always has, one quiet phrase after another, like footsteps in a long hallway with no end. Because the real work is not in reaching sleep. It's in staying just as you are in the slow turning of time, where nothing needs to happen and everything already is. The light from the street lamp outside has worn thin, no longer a steady pulse against the window, but a faint smudge of yellow that doesn't seem to belong to anything anymore. It lingers like an afterthought, not enough to change the room's shape, just enough to make the edge of the wall feel slightly less solid than it was before. The shadow beneath your bed has settled into its own kind of stillness, not hiding, not waiting, but simply holding space for the possibility that nothing will need to move. Your foot rests on the floorboard where warmth collects like dust in corners. No reason why, no purpose behind it. Just a place where heat settles when everything else has given up trying. blanket shifts once, gently, as if adjusting its own weight without being asked. It doesn't cover you fully, not anymore, just drapes over the foot of the bed with the kind of care that comes from long practice, knowing what it means to be present even when no one is watching. A thread has come loose somewhere in your thoughts, the kind that doesn't pull hard enough to break free, but isn't quite tied down either. It floats near the edge, not urgent, not important, just existing like a word forgotten mid-sentence. You don't need to retrieve it. The voice says nothing about pulling or letting go. There's no urge to fix the loose thread, just the quiet understanding that some things are allowed to hang in the air without needing to be fixed. The ceiling above you is not empty. It holds its own kind of attention, a flat surface that has absorbed every shift in temperature, every passing breath over years. It doesn't remember what it was like before your body lay here. It only knows how it feels now, heavy with stillness, not burdened, but full in the way that quiet things are when they've stopped expecting anything. Your fingers rest near your side, not curled, not stretched, but just resting where gravity has left them. They don't tremble, they don't twitch, not from nerves or need, but because motion is no longer required. The hand knows its place without being told. There's a kind of quiet honesty in that, not performance, not effort, just alignment. Outside, something rustles through the bushes, maybe a squirrel, maybe wind, maybe nothing at all. And it doesn't matter what made the sound. It passes like an old memory that no longer has weight. The air carries it for a moment and then lets it go. There's no echo, no need to know where it went. You are not trying to feel safe. You're not building defenses or rehearsing calm. The voice doesn't name safety, doesn't suggest you're protected. It simply says, your body is here. Your breath moves on its own. Nothing has changed except the way attention lingers, not in thought, but in feeling. The wall beside you feels cooler than it was a minute ago, just slightly, like something that's cooled down after holding heat for too long. Not unpleasant, just different, as if the room itself is breathing out slowly, letting go of what it didn't know it was carrying. There's a weight behind your eyes, not pressure, not pain, but the kind of fullness you get when silence has been held too long by someone who doesn't mind being quiet. The voice says nothing about rest or repair. It just lets that feeling remain exactly as it is, unclaimed, untouched, and utterly real. A clock ticks somewhere far away, so faint it might be imagined. But even if it isn't, the sound does not make time matter anymore. Not because it's gone, but because it no longer pulls you towards something else. It's just another detail in a world where nothing needs to be measured. The blanket has shifted again, not enough to feel like change, just enough to remind you that things can move without meaning anything. The edge of the fabric rests against your ankle now, not pressing, not clinging, just there, like an old promise kept by accident. Your mind does not need to return anywhere. It doesn't have to solve or clarify. There's no unfinished business waiting at the door. Not even a single sentence left open. Just this: you're lying here, and for now, that is enough. The air has thickened in places, not with dust or cold, but with something quieter. The way space feels when it stops pretending to be empty. It isn't full of thoughts. It's not loud with silence. It just is like a pause between two heartbeats, like the moment before a word is said. There's no need for you to stay awake or fall asleep. The voice doesn't guide either way. You're simply here in the space where attention stops chasing and begins staying. Not because it has to, but because it can. A low hum rises from somewhere, maybe the refrigerator, maybe distant traffic, maybe nothing at all, and it fades into a kind of background that has no name. The voice doesn't identify its source or ask if you hear it. It just lets it be part of the quiet without making it matter. Your shoulder rests where gravity stopped trying to pull it down, still there, still balanced, not lifted, not held, but simply in place, like something that never needed to prove itself. The room doesn't need a story. The night doesn't require meaning. You don't have to be anything more than what you are, breathing, present, unasked for and unclaimed, yet completely known. There is no beginning or end to this moment. No arc toward sleep, no journey back from wakefulness. Just the soft continuation of being, just as it is. The voice doesn't say, "You're almost there." It says nothing about reaching anything at all. It only stays. And in that staying, it becomes something like a quiet promise. Not for tomorrow, not for relief or change, but for this one unbroken thread, the fact that you are here, and the room is holding you without needing to do more than exist. You don't need to believe in peace. You don't have to want stillness. The voice doesn't ask for faith. It only says, your breath moves slowly now. Your body stays, and nothing needs to happen. There's a warmth beneath your ribs, not from emotion, not from effort, but from simply being alive in the way that living feels when it no longer has to prove itself. The air shifts again, just slightly, as if something inside the room has decided to let go of its own weight. And you are still here, not fighting, not waiting, just staying exactly where you need to be, exactly as you are. The way the light from outside seeps into the room isn't sharp anymore. It's softened by time and distance, like something that arrived too late to be noticed, but stayed anyway. It doesn't make shadows, it just leaves traces, faint smudges along the wall where nothing is supposed to be. The ceiling has a small crack near the corner, nothing wide enough to hold dust or thoughts, but deep enough to catch the dimness and keep it there like a secret that didn't need telling. Your fingers rest flat on your stomach, not in any pose, just resting, as if they've remembered what stillness feels like without being asked. The blanket has slipped again, this time over your hip, and you don't move to fix it. It's no longer about keeping warm or covering up. It's about the way fabric can settle into a space and become part of the quiet, not by doing something, but by simply not leaving. There's a sound from somewhere outside, not a car, not footsteps, just an old window frame shifting in its frame. One of those slow creaks that doesn't mean anything. It isn't warning or invitation. It isn't even noise. It's just the house letting itself be felt for a moment, remembering what it means to exist without needing to be noticed. You don't have to think about how long you've been lying here. You don't need to measure the passing of time by breaths or heartbeats. The night isn't pressing forward like a task that needs completing. It's not waiting for something to happen so it can end. It just is, and your body fits into its shape without resistance. A memory comes not as an event, not as a feeling, but as a texture. The way certain fabrics felt when you were younger, soft, but worn thin from being touched too much, like they'd given up on holding anything important. That kind of softness isn't something you can bring back. It's already gone, and that's okay. You're not trying to retrieve it. The air near your face has changed, not colder or warmer, just denser in one spot, as if the room is breathing with you now, slowly and without urgency. There's no need to correct it or move away. The space around your mouth doesn't have a purpose anymore. It isn't holding words that might be said later. It's only holding air, the kind of breath that exists just because it can. You're not asleep yet, but you don't feel like you need to be. There's no gap between being awake and falling under. The boundary has dissolved into something quieter than sleep or wakefulness. A place where movement doesn't require intention, where presence isn't tied to purpose. The sound of the refrigerator hums again, faint but steady, and it settles into the background like an old friend who knows when not to speak. It's not trying to be comforting. It's not trying to fill space. It just keeps going without needing anyone else to notice or respond. Your shoulder is still in that same place, not exactly relaxed, not tense either, but balanced between effort and surrender, as if gravity finally agreed with your body about what it wanted to do. You don't need to adjust. There's no reason for correction. The weight of you is just there. The ceiling above doesn't have patterns or shapes anymore. It isn't a surface to study or wonder over. It's not holding any expectations. It simply exists, like the floor beneath your feet, like the air around your ears, just part of what it means to be inside something that stays put while time slips past. A thought arrives not as an idea, but as a sensation, whether the door is locked. Not with urgency or fear, just as a quiet observation, like noticing how deep the shadow under the bed really goes. You don't check. You don't wonder if it matters. It's just there, like the crack in the ceiling, like the softness of the blanket over your hip, the kind of detail that doesn't need to be answered. You don't have to decide what to do with any of this. There's no next step. No resolution waiting behind a door you haven't opened. The mind isn't trying to fix anything or reach anywhere. It's not even tired in the way it used to be, like exhaustion from chasing after something that wasn't there. The warmth under your ribs has settled deeper, like heat spreading through still water. Not warm because of feeling, but because being alive feels different when you stop asking it to mean something. The body doesn't need to earn its right to exist. It just does. There's a pause, not between thoughts, not between breaths, but between the rhythm and whatever comes after. Like the moment between two waves, where nothing is happening yet everything has already happened. The voice says nothing about how close you are or whether it's time to let go. It doesn't say anything at all for longer than usual, just stays, present in its own silence, like a chair that hasn't been moved and never will be. Outside, the night goes on with no agenda. There's no need to stay up late or wake early. No reason to rush through what's already happening. The stars don't care whether you're sleeping or awake, only that they exist, quietly, without needing to be seen. You don't have to remember anything. You don't have to forget either. The past isn't a place to return to, and the future doesn't need your permission to arrive. There's no story here, not even an ending. Just this: you're lying still, breathing slowly, and nothing has to change. The blanket shifts again, just slightly, and now it rests across your chest. Not tight, not loose, just there, like a hand that reached out once and decided to stay. You don't pull it back or reposition it. It's not holding you, it's simply part of the quiet in which you are lying. There's no need for certainty, no demand for clarity. The mind doesn't have to be useful right now. It can just rest, like a tool left on a shelf after work is done. A distant light flickers, maybe from a street lamp, maybe from a house across the way, and it stays off longer than usual before coming back. Not long enough to matter, just long enough to remind you that things turn on and off without needing explanation. You don't need to understand any of this. You don't need to make sense of the silence or name what's happening in your body. The air isn't asking for anything. The room isn't waiting. The night doesn't care whether you're aware or not. The voice stays, not because it has to, but because staying is its only job. It doesn't offer comfort. It doesn't promise peace. It just keeps going softly, steadily, like a low current that never runs out. Your breath slows without effort, not forced down by willpower, not guided by counting or control. Just naturally, like the way water finds its level when it's left alone. The edges of your awareness blur, not in confusion, but in softness. There's no need to hold on, no reason to grip anything tight. The space around you isn't empty, it's full of stillness that doesn't ask for attention. You don't have to believe in rest. You don't have to want it. It's not a goal or a reward. It's just here, like the way the house settles after everyone has gone to bed, like the quiet between heartbeats when nothing is needed. The voice says nothing about waking up tomorrow, nothing about what will happen when morning comes. There's no need to plan or prepare. You're not being watched. You're not being judged. You're simply lying here, your body in place, your breath slow, the night holding you without asking for anything in return. There's a warmth in your hands now, not from blood or effort, but from simple presence. The way heat builds when something just stays where it is. The air feels heavier around your ears, not with pressure, but with depth, like being underwater and forgetting there's air above. You don't need to rise. You're not lost. You're not far away. You're right here in a place that doesn't require movement or change. The voice says nothing about whether you'll sleep through the night. It doesn't say anything at all for several breaths. Just remains, still present, still soft, still there, like an old memory that never needed to be told. You don't have to answer. You don't have to respond. There's no need to return. There's a weight in your shoulders that isn't pain, just presence, like something heavy has settled there, not from strain, but from simply staying put long enough to become part of you. It's not pressing down. It's not demanding release. It's only there, like the way dust collects on shelves no one touches, quietly accumulating without purpose or protest. The air around your face is still warm where it brushed against your skin earlier. And now it holds that memory, as if the room remembers how you breathed before you stopped noticing. Outside, a car passes low and slow and doesn't stop anywhere. It moves through the dark like something not meant to be seen or known, just passing through on its own terms. No need to announce itself. The sound fades into a kind of hush that feels heavier than silence because it's full of absence, not emptiness, but the quiet after something has already left. You don't have to think about what it was for. You don't need to wonder if you were meant to be noticed by it, or if it even knew you existed. It didn't stop. It didn't turn back. And that's not a failure of connection. It's just how some things go. They pass, and then they're gone. The blanket is still on your chest. You don't feel the fabric anymore, just its shape, like an outline drawn in absence. Your legs are resting where you left them, one slightly bent at the knee, as if half dreaming of rising, but choosing not to. The toes of one foot twitch, not a spasm, just a small adjustment that happens on its own, like a leaf shifting when the wind stops. There's no reason for anything to be different now. No urgency in your breathing. You're not trying to fall asleep, not even pretending you are. It doesn't matter if this is sleep or stillness or something else entirely. There's no test coming, no score to earn, no proof required of how deep you've gone. A light comes on somewhere far off, a porch bulb, maybe, a bathroom, the kitchen of a house that isn't yours, and it stays for 3 breaths before going out again. Not long enough to read by, not bright enough to disturb anything, just long enough to make you notice what happens when something turns on and then doesn't stay. The room has settled into its own rhythm now, low, even, like the way a body settles after being carried for hours. The walls aren't holding you in. They're just staying where they are, not moving or changing because of anything you did. You don't have to do anything to earn their stillness. The voice doesn't say it's been here long. It doesn't mention time at all. There's no need to count hours, minutes, breaths, just the feeling that something has stayed with you through a stretch of quiet, so deep it feels like falling without moving. You're not sinking. You're not rising. You're just lying in a place where motion isn't required. Your hands are warm still, not from heat, but from being left alone long enough to forget they were cold. The fingers don't curl or open. They stay as they are, resting on the blanket like 2 small things that decided not to do anything today. There's a sound in the distance, maybe rain, maybe just wind catching a loose shutter, but it doesn't come close. It stays out there, somewhere beyond the walls and the trees and the streetlights with their tired bulbs. And even if you couldn't hear it now, you'd know it was still happening. Not because you're listening, because it's not about attention. The air feels thick in your ears, not tight or clogged, but full of something slow and unforced, like being wrapped in a room where nothing has to be said. Nothing needs to happen. You don't need to respond when the world murmurs on its own terms. A thought arrives, just a shape, not a sentence. That you might have forgotten how to do this without effort. Not how to sleep, but how to just rest. Like you've spent so long preparing for something that never came, the meeting, the answer, the moment when it would all make sense, that now you don't remember what stillness feels like on its own. But it doesn't matter if you forgot. It only matters that you're here, your body in place, your breath slow enough to blur at the edges. You don't have to bring anything back from somewhere else. There's no need to recover a version of yourself that used to be good at this. The voice stays, not because it thinks you'll notice, not because you've earned its presence, but because staying is what it does. It doesn't offer safety or relief. It just keeps going like the way a streetlight burns through the night without needing permission. Your foot shifts slightly, just enough to change the pressure on the mattress, and then stops. No need to fix it, no reason to move again. The body knows how to settle when left alone long enough. It doesn't have to be told. There's a quiet in your chest that isn't absence. It's full of something gentle, like the pause after a sentence ends, and you're still holding its shape in your throat. A bird calls once, somewhere beyond the trees. Not near, not loud, just a single note that hangs for a second before dissolving into nothing. And then it doesn't come back. No need to wonder where it went or why it stopped. It was only there because it was supposed to be, not because anyone needed to hear it. The air feels heavier now, not in your lungs, but around you, like the way a room fills with stillness when everyone leaves, and nothing needs to follow. You don't have to believe anything about tomorrow. You don't need to plan for what comes after this moment. There's no demand for clarity or control. There's just the weight of the blanket, the warmth in your hands, the quiet outside that doesn't care whether you're aware or not. The voice says nothing at all for a long while, just stays like an old habit that never needed to be learned, like something that was always meant to be there without explanation. It's not watching, not waiting, just present quietly, without effort. And if you drift into the kind of soft space where thoughts don't land with purpose or weight, you won't find yourself being pulled back. There's no need to return. The voice doesn't call you. It just remains, like a shadow that never moves when you do. There's no goal here, no end in sight, no reason for anything to change. Just the way your body rests now, not from effort, not from intention, but because it has simply stopped trying to be somewhere else. The silence isn't empty. It's full of the kind of stillness that doesn't ask for anything. And you don't have to answer. You don't even have to know if you're asleep. You just are lying where you've been, breathing without direction, wrapped in a quiet that doesn't need a name. And the voice stays, because staying is its only job. The way the light from outside slips through the curtain, just a thin edge, not enough to cut anything in half, isn't trying to wake you. It doesn't care if you're asleep or awake. It just lets itself in like it always has, like it's been doing this for years, without needing your approval. You don't have to decide what it means. You don't need to name its color or judge how much of the room it touches. There's no requirement that you notice it at all. But it is there, quiet, unbothered, watching nothing and wanting less. a faint creak from somewhere in the walls, the kind that happens when wood settles after a long night of holding still, comes without warning. Not loud enough to break anything, just enough to remind you that this house has its own body too, breathing slowly through old joints. It doesn't ask for your attention, doesn't expect gratitude or recognition. It just keeps being itself in the dark, like something that was never meant to be seen. You are not alone here, not because someone is with you, but because there's a presence that doesn't require movement to exist. The voice stays, not because it wants to be heard, but because silence isn't its enemy. It doesn't fear emptiness. It lives in the space between breaths like a weightless thread held steady by nothing. You don't have to hold on to it. You aren't responsible for keeping it alive. The air has changed again, just slightly not colder or warmer, but different, as if the night itself is rearranging its shape while you sleep. There's no urgency in the shift, no warning, just a new kind of stillness that settles like dust on a shelf someone hasn't touched in months. You don't need to adjust for it. You don't need to explain what shifted or why. There was a time when your mind believed every silence had a purpose, when the quiet between thoughts meant something needed fixing, when the pause before sleep felt like an error waiting to be corrected. But now, that feeling has softened into something quieter. Not wrongness, just difference. Like you've spent so long believing stillness was only acceptable if it led somewhere that rest required destination or result. But here, in this moment, it's allowed to simply be. Not useful, not meaningful, just there. Your fingers are warm where they lie against your chest, two small islands of heat beneath the blanket. No need to move them. They're not trying to do anything. The body isn't asking for permission to stay still. It doesn't check in with you before it decides to relax a muscle, release tension from the shoulder, let go of one more thing without saying goodbye. Outside, another bird sings, this time closer than before, but not close enough to be heard clearly. The sound comes through as a shape rather than words, round and low like something rolled over in sleep, then gone again. No need to figure out which kind it was or if it meant anything. It didn't come for you. It wasn't sent. It simply existed, and that's enough. There's no plan forming behind your eyes, not even a sketch of one. The mind isn't offering stories or warnings or invitations to the future. There's just space where thoughts used to crowd, space like an empty drawer, not because it was cleaned out, but because nothing has been put in for a long time. The blanket folds over you now in soft waves, the kind that happen without intention. No need to tuck yourself under it or smooth it out. It holds you the way shadows hold corners of rooms, quietly, completely, without needing anything back. Thought arrives not as a question, not as an alarm, but as a quiet observation. This isn't how sleep used to feel when you were young. Back then, falling asleep was like stepping into water, sudden, complete, no in-between. But now it's different. Now there's awareness of the process itself, the way your breath slows, the way muscle memory takes over where willpower fails. It's not failure. It's not weakness. It's just how it is when you've spent years trying to control something that doesn't care about effort. There was a moment, just now, when the space between thoughts felt almost too full. Like all the quiet had gathered in one place, waiting for you to name it or take it somewhere. But then it didn't demand anything. It just stayed still until it wasn't heavy anymore. The voice doesn't rush to fill it, doesn't try to explain why silence can feel so large sometimes. It lets the moment stretch without judgment. There's no need to fix what isn't broken. No point in naming something that simply exists, like a sound you hear only when everything else stops. A car passes far off, the kind of distant hum that doesn't make you turn your head or check time. The engine fades into distance, not because it was loud enough to begin with, but because the night absorbs it naturally, without resistance. It's just another shape passing through the dark. No need to track its path. You don't have to remember anything about today. Not what you said, not what went wrong or right. There's no list of things to carry forward. The weight isn't on your shoulders anymore. It's been set down somewhere between breaths, where it doesn't belong. There's a rhythm in the quiet now, a slow pulse beneath everything that doesn't need to be named. Like the way trees stand still even when wind is passing through them at speed, or how stars remain fixed while galaxies spin around them without breaking their shape. You aren't being watched. You're not being judged. There's no performance here, no expectation you'll fall asleep in a certain way or wake up feeling different. The voice doesn't need to be useful. It isn't trying to help you do anything at all. It just stays, like the kind of presence that becomes part of the air itself. The room breathes with you, not in time, not in sync, but in silence together, side by side. Not because it's meant to, but because both have stopped pretending they need to be doing something. You don't have to believe this is safe. You don't even have to feel calm. But the voice remains still here, as if it knows what you can't say. That being allowed to not do anything is its own kind of peace. There's nothing wrong with drifting, not into sleep, but into a space where thought doesn't arrive with purpose, where there's no need to respond when the world murmurs on its own terms, where stillness isn't an emergency and silence isn't emptiness. The mind has been busy for so long running through lists, rehearsing conversations, waiting for signals that never come. But now it slows not because it's tired, but because there's no reason to keep going. And the voice stays, not as a guide, not as comfort, but simply because it doesn't know how to leave. It wasn't taught to go when things quiet down. It wasn't trained to stop being present just because someone else stops noticing. It keeps going like sunlight through glass, without needing gratitude or acknowledgement. Like a single thread in the weave of the night that refuses to unravel, even when no one is watching. There's a softness in how the air holds you, not like a blanket, but more like the way old paper folds back on itself without tearing familiar creases that don't need to be smoothed out again. The edges of your awareness aren't sharp anymore. They've softened at the corners where thought used to scrape against thought, searching for purchase. Now, there's no place to grip, no surface to push off from. The ceiling above you is not white. It's a quiet gray that shifts only when something outside moves through it. A leaf brushing a window frame, dust drifting in slow spiral under the light of a street lamp far below. You don't see any of this, but the voice does, and says nothing, only names what it sees as if to confirm it exists at all. There's no need for you to remember why your shoulders sagged earlier tonight, the kind of slump that comes not from fatigue, but from carrying something invisible between breaths. It doesn't matter who said what or when. The weight has settled somewhere behind the ribs where it won't be noticed unless someone asks about it directly. And even then, no one ever does. The room isn't empty. It's full of things that don't demand attention. A book left open on the floor with its spine cracked in half. A sweater folded over the foot of the bed like an afterthought. A glass of water sitting too long next to the nightstand. Condensation pooling at the base where no one has touched it. These are not clues or messages, just quiet things that exist in their own time. The voice doesn't wonder why you never finished reading that chapter, doesn't ask whether you meant to leave it there. It only says, "This sweater is slightly worn at the elbows, and someone else must have sat here before, not long ago, because the fabric still remembers pressure." Outside, a train passes, low enough in pitch to feel like vibration more than sound. It doesn't wake anyone, doesn't even ruffle the curtains. The rails carry it forward without ceremony. No signal needed. No stop for inspection. Just motion, uninterrupted. And you are not different from that train, not in any way worth measuring. You don't need to be. There's no route mapped out for how long this should last, or what success looks like when sleep finally comes. The voice doesn't care about arrival time. It only cares that the space remains open enough for something to rest. There was a moment, just now, when your thoughts didn't come with urgency. They weren't chasing anything, and they weren't being chased back. There was just a pause between one breath and the next, like when you forget what you were going to say and don't mind. That kind of silence isn't absence, its presence without demand. The voice says this not as advice, but as observation. There is no need to fix anything that has already settled. You are allowed to stay in this state, not because it's productive, not because you're doing well, but because you're here, and the world keeps moving even when you don't. The trees outside haven't stopped breathing just because their roots aren't visible. The river runs beneath frozen ground without announcing its path. Nothing has to prove itself. The blanket on your legs is heavier than it was before, more of a weight than warmth now, but not unpleasant. It lies there as if it had always belonged to you, like an old coat that fits even after seasons have passed. You don't know when it started being yours, but it feels right in the way things do when they've been present long enough to stop needing explanation. The light from outside, dim and broken by branches, isn't bright enough to cast a shadow on the wall, but it's still there. A faint glow behind glass that doesn't care whether you see it or not. That kind of presence is what the voice wants for you. Not seen, not acknowledged, just here. You don't have to decide if this moment matters. You don't even have to notice how long it lasts. The only thing required, though it isn't a demand, is that you stay still enough to feel your body begin to forget its own shape. There's no checklist for falling asleep. No sequence of steps, close eyes, relaxed shoulders, let go of the day. None of those things happen in order or all at once. Some nights they never do. But tonight, something is different, not because you did anything right, but because nothing needs to be done wrong. The voice doesn't say you're almost there. It says instead, this is where stillness learns its own shape, when it stops pretending it has to become something else in order to exist. A moth brushes the window pane once, then again. No sound comes from it, only pressure, the kind that leaves no mark, but changes what's on the other side of glass. And you are not responsible for keeping track of how many times it happens. You don't need to know if it will come back or fly away into the dark. The voice knows this already. Some things pass through without meaning anything, and that is enough. The air feels thicker now, not dense, but full in a way that doesn't press on you. Like walking through a forest at dusk, where every leaf holds light just long enough to be seen before letting go. You don't have to believe the room is safe. You don't have to trust the quiet. But it's still here, the same as always, waiting for nothing, offering nothing, not even hope. It simply exists, like a note played and then left unresolved. There was no moment when you decided to stop thinking. No decision at all. Just a gradual untying of the knot between thought and action. Thoughts arrived without weight, without consequence. They didn't need answers. They didn't want anything from you. The voice says this not to praise you, nor to suggest improvement. Only that it's okay when your mind slows down, not because you're trying to make it slow down, but because there's no reason left for it to keep going. A distant dog barks once, brief, unannounced. Not aggressive, not lonely. Just a sound that appears and fades without explanation, like a word said in the wrong language. It doesn't echo, doesn't linger. It disappears into the dark as if it had never been spoken at all. And you don't have to wonder what it meant. You don't even have to remember hearing it. The voice continues not because it has anything new to say, but because saying nothing would be louder than speech, would feel like absence. So it keeps speaking, not for you, not about you, but as a kind of quiet resistance to the idea that being present requires purpose. There is no reason why this should last longer than one breath, but it does, and then another, and then another still. The room isn't empty because there's nothing in it. There are things. Dust motes floating, the slow shift of fabric on wood, the faint hum from a transformer somewhere far off that doesn't need your attention to exist. You don't have to notice them all. You don't even have to know they're there. But the voice does, and says so quietly, as if naming something small might keep it alive in the dark. There is no urgency now, no clock ticking inside you. The body has stopped trying to outrun time, and instead lets itself be carried by what's already happening, by breaths that come without effort, by stillness that doesn't need proof of its existence. You are not being watched. You are not being judged. There is no one checking whether your mind has finally quit its work. The voice says this over and over in different ways. You don't have to be anything at all right now. Not calm, not tired, not asleep, just here. And the world keeps turning slowly, gently, without needing permission or approval, without even knowing it's being observed. There is a kind of peace that doesn't come from fixing things. It comes from letting them stay broken, or just as they are. The voice says this not to fix you, not to change anything, just to say there is room for stillness, even when nothing has changed, even when the mind hasn't quieted down on command. You don't have to believe it's safe. You don't even have to feel peaceful. The ceiling above you is not a boundary, just a shape that holds the dark like a cup holds water, soft, unobtrusive, already full. You don't have to think about how it got there or whether it will stay. It's simply what's overhead now, as if the room had decided long ago that this was enough. A surface, an edge, a quiet place for shadows to gather without needing to explain themselves. Outside, something moves, a branch brushing against glass, barely more than a sigh, then stops again. No need to name it or wonder why it happened. It wasn't meant for you. It didn't stop to signal anything. It just was. The blanket on your chest feels heavier in some spots than others, not because the fabric changed, but because your body has settled into its own map of pressure and release, like a river carving new paths through soft earth without trying. Your toes don't twitch with urgency. Your fingers don't curl towards something they can't reach. They rest where they are, not waiting for anything,